Will I end up as a hero or a demon king? Volume 7. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 245, Reunion. I took a deep breath of the cold air and gazed down at the town below, which was just beginning to light up. There were times when I died, nearly died, and even killed others. It was a turbulent journey, and I felt death very close, but I made it back safely. I landed on the roof of the Hunters Guild, opened the front door, and saw a familiar sight. I'm back. Embarrassed by my early return, I scratched my head and spoke. The familiar faces opened their mouths as if to continue. Loki, you're back. You look amazing. That's cool. It hasn't even been a year, but you look like you've gotten a lot stronger. I knew it. You're already out of my league. It must be time to exchange money. The Hunter Guild was bustling with activity. The three of them, Xing-kun, Mei-chan, and Pada-kun, along with the other party, such as Alba-san and Mizuru-san, were there. Ara, you're back sooner than I expected. Amanda-san said teasingly from her spot at the reception desk, her words carrying a hint of sarcasm. I thought it would take a few years, so this was a pleasant surprise for me as well, but it was indeed true. There were various things, but I met the conditions to return, so I came back. So, did you learn a magic spell that allows you to teleport? Xing-kun asked. I remember saying something like that when I confessed that I was from another world. For a moment, I wondered how to answer. Yes, I learned it. That's why I came back. I answered honestly. For some reason, I didn't want to lie to these kids. I knew it would be better to keep it a secret for my own sake, but I decided to be honest with them, even if it meant taking a risk. Of course, the room became noisy. But in a way, it was good that we were in a small town like Bezart. That's amazing. You don't have to walk to the hunting grounds every day. So, the communal bath is only a moment away. It's not that simple. Even if it's Malta, it's still only a moment away, right? Oh, you can make big purchases anytime you want. I'm so jealous. Somehow the world seemed very small and ordinary. That's true, though. But it feels a little different somehow. Well, since I can't do long-distance group travel yet, I would never say that Malta is easy. The barrage of questions didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon, so I decided to leave it for later and head back to Amanda-san's. I checked if Yagov-san was available and found out that he was in his usual room. The two of us headed there. I didn't ask Amanda-san if she was busy with reception work at that moment. Long time no see, Yagov-san. I'm surprised. I heard you were growing rapidly in Malta. Have you been traveling all over Lagraith? No, those equipment materials aren't from Lagraith. As expected of Yagov-san. He seems to know Orlando-san, so he must have gathered a lot of information from Malta. He's sharp as always. This material is from the B-rank hunting ground, Antonia Fire Rock Cave, in Waltz. I've been around Lagraith and the neighboring Waltz Kingdom. You did that in about half a year after leaving here. It seems the rumors about you obtaining a unique means of transportation are true. That's one reason I was able to return so quickly. Did you hear about it from other guild masters as well? I had the opportunity to visit the royal capital once, and that's when I heard about it. But I hear you're flying around freely, with no intention of hiding. Are you aware that you're the talk of the town? Since I'm not trying to hide it, the more unusual I am, the more rumors will spread. There's a possibility it will cause more trouble, but I'll ask anyway. As you know, I obtained a means of transportation that allows me to travel between dimensions. What are you talking about? You're not talking about flying. That's not what I meant. I'm tired of hiding it because it's inefficient. I know I'll start using it openly soon, but I'd appreciate it if you could keep it a secret for now. Don't worry. I won't spread it around unnecessarily. Mizuru is scary when he's drunk, but I'll warn those kids later. Their mouths could cause trouble for Loki-kun. That's helpful. Here, take this. I handed them a few pieces of scrap paper. They were product ideas that I had jotted down during my travels. I hadn't considered whether they were feasible. There were more than 10 ideas, including button-down shirts, a simple shower head combined with a water-dispensing magic tool, and fluffy sheep fur earmuffs with hangers and a hanger rack. If any of these ideas could be realized, that would be a bonus. I hope someone will take these vague ideas and work toward making them a reality. While checking the status of the product ideas I'd handed out earlier, the conversation settled down. Have you decided where you're going to live? The question I knew someone would inevitably ask came out of Amanda-san's mouth right away, so I gave her the answer I'd prepared in advance. It's just about to start. I can't say for sure yet, but we might end up as distant neighbors. Amanda-san and Yagov-san both scratched their heads at this response. For once, they couldn't come up with an answer, so they thought about it for a while. Then, everyone who had been waiting for me took me away and brought me to the banquet hall from the other day. Some people were already drinking, but upon closer inspection, I saw that they were hunters I had seen before. The party started as soon as we arrived. For hunters from Bezart who only know a small world, adventure stories told by people they know are apparently good conversation starters over drinks. Right after leaving Bezart, I almost died at the Birank hunting ground, Devour's Great Hole, in Malta. I visited the capital city, which was divided by numerous massive walls, and I met an incredible court mage of the country. To the north, there were many familiar upper-class goblin subspecies, and deep in the forest was an area boss that preyed on the Birank monsters living in the area. It was basically a pet. To the east lies the kingdom of Waltz, where mercenaries, a job similar to hunters, exist. There are also hunting grounds filled with fire-related monsters in a place where only incorporeal monsters roam. After sharing about the past 6 months, including participating in a 50-person raid battle while keeping specific details under wraps, everyone's eyes sparkled like a child's. Perhaps it might unintentionally stir everyone up. Such thoughts flashed through my mind, but I still wanted to convey the vastness of the world and the vastness of what was still to be discovered. Then, this is the country we live in. With that, I pulled out a map that I had purchased from the commercial guild in the capital city of Falmenta. It was about A3 size, perfectly balanced for ease of viewing and portability. Wow, do they sell something like this in the royal capital? Bezart looks so small. Huh, where's Bezart? The children were simply amazed, but the adults were different. They had the same expression they always had, mixed with a sense of wonder. It's strange. Something that vaguely existed in my mind is now right in front of me. Ah, well, I didn't know about such a wide area. This is Rocker, and there's a river here, so this must be Lulub, right? That's correct. This map is for merchants, so it only shows towns and major roads. However, based on what was just said, I realized that it might be a good idea to have a map for hunters that also includes hunting grounds and ranks. The Hunters Guild doesn't have one yet, so I plan to donate this map to them. I'll ask them to post it near the request board so that anyone can see it at any time. People will have different opinions about this map. However, I believe it's better to be informed and make decisions based on that knowledge than to remain ignorant. I hope it serves as a positive stimulus. As I compared my earlier remarks with the map, I observed everyone engaging in a lively discussion while taking a sip of their drink. Chapter 246, Priorities. It's been a while, but excuse me, landlady. Good grief, I bet you got drunk with the same crowd as last time, didn't you? What time is it? When I realized it, I was sleeping in a familiar room. When I crawled down to the first floor, I saw a familiar old lady cleaning the floor. That's right, this was the familiar Billy Cornyn. As I expected, I was drunk and passed out, and someone must have carried me here. The big guy who carried you here yesterday was lamenting that he couldn't find Loki's coin bag. Gah. All right. I put everything away, so I don't have money hanging around my waist like I used to. Everyone was probably expecting me to pay, so I wonder if it's okay. For now, I'll pay the landlady for one night and tell her that I'll be staying another night. There's still work to do in Bezart today. First, I need to apologize. To clear my head, I poured cold water from the courtyard over my head. All right, let's go. Muttering to myself, I flew toward Lulub Forest to retrieve what I had buried. Section. Hey, are you there? What's all the noise? Oh, it's Loki. Looks like you managed to stay alive. Yes, thanks to you. Saying that, I showed him the 2 swords. He snorted and asked, should I repair them while I'm at it? Please do. How long will it take? It doesn't look like there's any noticeable damage. I should be able to finish them today if you leave them with me. Then I'll leave both of them with you. Both? You don't think this one is useful anymore, do you? He was referring to the first-generation short sword with the maximum magic power increase enchantment. Considering its grade, that's certainly true, but I hunt differently from ordinary hunters. I visit low-level hunting grounds to collect skills, and I still use that sword regularly. That's also why the second-generation short sword isn't worn out. When I said I used it properly, he probably thought so too when he saw the sword's condition. Paisa-san reluctantly accepted the two swords. What about the armor? Here it comes. Feeling my stomach tighten, I gently placed the leather armor I had been hiding on the floor onto the counter. I'm sorry. I broke your son's keepsake beyond repair. I'm so sorry. This. Paisa-san was speechless, staring intently at the armor. All I could say was, I'm really sorry. Are you okay? Well, I'm not exactly okay, but at least I'm alive. Then it's fine. But the appraisal said it's beyond repair. Then just equip yourself with some new armor. If you forced yourself to wear something inappropriate for the hunt just because it was a memento and died as a result, who would be happy? My son? Me. Or you? I don't think anyone would be happy. Equipment is just stuff. It's meant to be replaced once it's done its job. It's not meant to be displayed on a shelf. That's obvious, isn't it? Of course I know that. I understand the logic. That's why I came to apologize. If you're so concerned about it, just put it on a shelf in your room in its current state. It'll serve as a reminder to control yourself. There have been people like that in the past. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll definitely do that. So, you've got some decent armor now, right? When he asked me that, I told him about the fire-resistant armor I made from B-rank materials. I also took the opportunity to ask him something else that was on my mind. Paisa-san, is there a limit to the materials you can handle? For example, what kind of ore can you work with? Of course, I don't think he can handle any material. I'm not making fun of Paisa-san. As long as there's a skill level for blacksmithing in this world, it must have some effect. Well, B rank is about the limit. If it's Damascus-grade material, I won't be able to make anything decent. The same goes for A rank monster materials. So it has to do with the level of the blacksmithing skill. That's right, but I think your understanding is probably the opposite. I've worked with B-rank materials, which is why I have my current blacksmithing level. If I forcefully raise my skill level through prayer, it will improve somewhat. But even then, without knowledge and experience, I won't be able to make anything worth selling. Oh, I see. Well, strictly speaking, physical strength and dexterity also come into play, and the difficulty of manufacturing metal and leather is different. That's right. In job-related skills, skill level doesn't improve your technique. It just supports it. I remember reading in a book that experience and knowledge are filtered through skill level, leading to the expansion and improvement of abilities. What rank are you at? I'm currently B rank. Be honest, do you think you can aim higher? Well, I think I could probably reach a rank pretty quickly. I see. You were just here recently choosing a short sword for dismantling. You never know what the world has in store for you. Low-key, you should just ask the dwarves to make your equipment. Are you talking about Freyville? You know it well. I hear they're incredibly strong, and many of them are born with a talent for blacksmithing. They're not suited for hunting because they're short, but they're perfect for making equipment. Despite his serious advice, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. I felt suddenly abandoned, and the words just came out. If possible, I'd like Paisa-san to make it for me. With your strength, it would be too much for me. It's time for you to graduate. But if Paisa-san practices, I'm sure you'll be able to. I'll bring you all the materials you need. Then you'll be able to make A rank and S rank equipment in no. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Hi. My words were cut off abruptly, and I fell completely silent. He wasn't angry, but I sensed an unyielding determination in his voice and eyes, and I had no choice but to wait for Paisa-san to continue. You know that everyone has different goals in life, right? Oh, of course I do. There are people like you who always strive to be the best. I'm sure there are many craftsmen like that, but not everyone is like that. There are many people in this world who have other priorities. I see. It's the same in games and in real life. Everyone has their own priorities. I take for granted that I will strive for perfection, but plenty of people don't, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. So, Paisa-san. Just as I was thinking that, looking into his eyes, I felt like I understood a little. even if not everything. As I left the store, I looked up at the sky and felt a little lost. However, that didn't mean I had given up hope for future equipment. Grom-san had already told me about a good store, so I could think about equipment later after arriving in Freyville. All right, next I'll head to Kari's to stock up on food, just in case, and maybe buy extra magic potions from Mei-chan's place. Once that's all done, I'll go to the church and finally to Zio-san and Carla. Starting tomorrow, I might be living the life of a hermit again. I muttered to myself, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything as I went through my to-do list one by one. Chapter 247, The Start of Searching for a Base. The next morning, I received 2 swords from Paisa-san. While I was at it, I gave Amanda-san a map of Lagraith and 300,000 beak for the drinks from the other day. I also told Yagov-san a little about my future plans. I held my head in my hands in silence, determined not to cause any trouble for Bezart. I asked him to keep it a secret for now, then used flight to head to the Sail River in another territory. Since there were no people around, I used investigation to check for anyone before using divine communication. Alicia, I'm ready. I understand. It was only a few seconds of conversation. Still, we had already discussed the basics, so there shouldn't be any problems. A blue-purple mist swirled right next to me. Welcome to the lower world. I greeted Alicia, who was dressed in a pure white robe, in a playful tone. Wow, she looks like an amazing healer. She must be nervous because she's wearing a hood that makes it hard to see her face. She's also looking around nervously and shaking her head from side to side. There's no one around, so it's okay. Did you bring the flight as planned? Why, yes. Then let's go into the forest and practice a little. I'll keep watch, so don't worry about the surroundings. I've been practicing over there, so it'll be fine. Wow, that's impressive. Well, let's get started then. As we flew, she didn't manifest her magic as dramatically as Rill did, but she followed me smoothly without any problems. We rose to the height I usually fly, at about 300 meters, and naturally, the nearest town, Bezart, came into view. That's Bezart, the first town I visited, and I took out 2 pieces of meat on skewers that I had bought at the guild's restaurant this morning. Here, this is the meat that brought me back to life. This one is for Alicia. Help yourself. This is. Alicia started to say something, but immediately took a small bite. Actually, we should have gone deeper into the forest. It might have been safer to land somewhere where there was no chance of anyone seeing us. But I wanted to show her what a town where people live looks like at least once. Thank you. This is the scenery everyone saw and the food everyone tasted, isn't it? Of course, there are differences. If you ever want to see more things up close or try different foods, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help. Fufu, don't worry about it. In return, I've been entrusted with choosing our base camp. Please count on me from now on. Same here, let's head inside. Yes. Gazing at the mountains in the distance, the 2 of us headed deeper into Pomera. From here on, we had several objectives, including finding a suitable place to serve as a base and investigating the monsters that inhabited the area. I'm not thinking much about mapping, but I wonder how much stronger the monsters will become the deeper we go into the forest. Amanda-san mentioned the word interception before, so I wonder if the forest continues beyond this point. That's also part of our investigation. However, I couldn't help but think that we had come to a dead end. Alicia looks really happy, and I can't see any signs that she's hiding anything related to the taboo ahead. If she had something to hide, I thought this vast forest would be the best place for it. I've determined that Zio-san can maintain his magical power with 1 bottle a day. For now, I'll set a time limit of about 10 days. From here on out, I'll just have to check it out for myself. Then night fell. At this distance, mana consumption is about 50. With a 50% reduction at level 5, that's about 2 km for 1 mana consumption. What are you doing now? As I wrote down the information in my notebook in front of the bonfire, Alicia asked me hesitantly. I'm summarizing the information I got today. Being able to fly is amazing, isn't it? We are currently in the 3rd layer. While flying at a moderate altitude and checking for monsters with investigation, we encountered the E-rank monsters that I had often seen during my journey in the 2nd layer. When the monsters changed, I confirmed the presence of a D-rank beast-type monster with a new skill southeast of Waltz. This helped me understand the relationship between the layers and ranks. In other words, if things go as planned, the 5th layer, where the bird people fell, will be B rank. However, the problem is the range of each layer. Based on straight-line distance and mana consumption when teleporting, each layer is estimated to span about 400 to 500 kilometers. This makes sense, as it took 60 days to travel through the rough terrain of the forest in a group. If we venture too deep, I might not be able to escape the forest either, so we need to be cautious when estimating distances. Ah, this might be just right. Let me sprinkle some salt. There you go, amber frog's foot. It's super delicious. HMPH, it's so soft and tasty. Phew foo foo, Alicia is the first one to try this, so you can brag about it to everyone. Really? I bet Rill and Felon brag about food in the divine realm. Whenever they do, Alicia cries and bites her handkerchief. I think this will give her a slight advantage. As I handed out the bread and fruit I'd stockpiled on a wooden plate, I checked the important details. How about it? Did you find any good spots today? I'm not sure. It didn't seem like the scenery changed much. Well, that's true. Although there were slight differences in elevation and the presence of mountains, it was essentially just dense forest the entire way. Everything looked pretty much the same, and there wasn't any place that stood out. The mountain range visible to the left was getting closer, so perhaps the scenery would change once we arrived. By the way, Alicia, where would you like to set up a base? I'll go anywhere Loki-kun likes. Hey. You're the representative of everyone here, so you have to speak up. What about the others? Felon wants flat land where crops are easy to grow. Wriggle wants a place with strong monsters, and Rhea wants somewhere interesting. Feral says she'll be happy anywhere as long as there's a bath in nature. I can kind of imagine that, Tim. What about Wrist? She said she'd be fine anywhere, as long as Loki-kun is there. What, underground? An underground empire? Setting Wrist aside, it sounds like Rill and Rhea's requests haven't been fulfilled yet. There's no need to force everyone to agree. They're just saying what they want. No. This is a secret base, so that kind of thing is important. You know, a place that gets you excited. I don't know what will happen yet, but I'll keep Carla's suggestion of a place with plenty of blood in mind. A flat area with strong monsters that is interesting and rich in blood. For now, should we go for a 5-layer area equivalent to rank B or a 6-layer area equivalent to rank A? However, if it's too deep, I'm not sure if I'll have enough magic power in case something happens. She must have heard me muttering to myself. Suddenly, Alicia asked a question. What kind of place are you looking for, Loki-kun? It's important, isn't it? Choosing a place that excites you. No, that's certainly true, but I don't know. Nothing comes to mind right now. I guess I'd be happy with a place that everyone else is satisfied with, because that would make me feel fulfilled. I guess I'm just like Alicia. Foo, that's a problem. With the two of us, we'll never find a good place. We laughed at each other as we picked at the fruit. Still, there must be a place that feels right to us. I wonder how far we'll get tomorrow. With those thoughts in mind, our first day of exploration came to an end. Chapter 248, a scene I've never seen before. Day 2 of the search. I was sleeping in a hole that I had dug into the wall when I was awakened by Alicia's presence. She had returned. The sky had just begun to lighten, and despite the embers still burning, I felt a piercing cold and couldn't help but sniffle. I had asked to be woken up first thing in the morning so that we could make the most of the time while Alicia's vision wasn't obstructed. After eating a quick meal as planned, we set off immediately. As we crossed mountains and valleys, we confirmed that the terrain was gradually becoming rougher the farther south we went. It wasn't non-stop flying. Once we entered the 4th layer, a C-rank hunting ground, I started hunting. It wasn't for any new skills. Rather, monsters began to appear that would allow me to raise my skill level a little. The monster habitat in Palmyra is quite extensive, which makes hunting there much less efficient than in other areas. So I only hunted a little. If I couldn't raise my level anywhere else, though, I could always come back here. Then, around noon, just as we thought it was about time, we sensed something strange in our field of vision, so we stopped moving. What's that? Can you see it, Loki-kun? I don't have any skills, so all I can see is something flying. Yeah, I kind of get it. It's a black monster with slender, goblin-like features and large wings. There's another type, too, fewer in number, but more like blue birds. I think they're bigger. We've seen flying monsters before, like bees and bats, but this is the first time we've seen monsters flying so high in the sky. When I heard the word intercept, I assumed an attack would come from the ground. I even considered the possibility that ancient survivors were using magic or weapons to shoot them down. But looking at this scene, I nodded in agreement. They were taken down by their own kind. If they specialized only in flying, then it's true that they couldn't go any further. Alicia, can you follow me? I'll go ahead and take care of any monsters that come near. Well, it doesn't concern us. Are you sure? I think so. They have some hard-to-judge skills, but I think I can predict most of their attacks. They give off a stylish and cool vibe. I'm guessing they're gargoyles. They're the physical attack type, characterized by claws and bites. The blue birds are probably using ice magic to hinder our movements and assist the gargoyles. My magic power is gradually decreasing due to the combined use of storage and flight, but it's still sufficient for now. That's why I chose to camp out in the wild and conserve my magic instead of returning to town. Ignition. Let's go. I see the monsters rising from the forest, thinking I'm their prey. I can't help but smile. I used to think Pomera was inefficient, but up here in the open sky, with nothing obstructing us, it might actually be a decent hunting ground. Let's enjoy this. As if to say, you're the bait, I charged straight at the monsters that had begun to gather. Section, just a little more, just a little bit more. Despite what I was thinking, I continued to cut down the monsters in front of me. It was the 4th day of our exploration. We were still in the 5th layer. The monsters blocking our path weren't strong. The 2 types of flying monsters swarming around us were quickly defeated by my sword, so that was for sure. But, Jailia, I've arbitrarily named this one a gargoyle, and the scream it lets out as it dies is quite intense. Whether I pierce its chest or cut off its neck, there's a low chance it will let out a terrifying scream when I kill it. The scream echoes throughout the area, causing the forest to shake for a moment, and the gargoyles and bluebirds within range to float into the sky. This skill is called Final Scream. When I first saw the skill, I thought the name was scary, but when it was used, it was terrifying in a different way. Oh no, there are so many enemies. I can't stop. I'm sure I was smiling when I said that. Alicia has repeatedly teased me, saying, Loki-kun, you're enjoying this, aren't you? But I can't stop, I can't quit. Actually, if I go even higher, around 1,000 meters above the ground, the gargoyles won't follow. I already knew that, so if I wanted to avoid them, I could move to a higher position and only occasionally deal with the bluebirds. However, I'm extremely weak in environments like Call to Assembly, where monsters gather and increase my efficiency. I don't have the luxury of collecting materials. I think I'm an idiot, but you have acquired Flight LV8. With results like this, it's no wonder efficient hunting grounds are so popular. I immediately leveled up after reaching the target level for the skill I had been aiming for. I bowed 3 times in midair to Alicia, who stared at me coldly. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I've finally reached the target level, so we can finish. It's already been 3 days, hasn't it? Yes, I'm very sorry, but listen, my magic power increased by 400. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing, right? I continued to grind, even though I had stopped exploring, because I wanted to prioritize the efficiency of flight. That was a big part of it, but more importantly, flight's bonus stat was Magic Power II, which applies to special skills. It's in the same high-tier special slot as the top-tier blessings, divine communication, and map-making. The normal bonus stat for level 8 is 100, but it's doubled to 200 with Magic Power and doubled again to 400 with Magic Power II, bringing my maximum magic power to over 4,500. Given my goal of maximizing my total magic power, this is an incredibly attractive and substantial number. With this much magic power, I think I could cover a certain range of round-trip travel to and from town on my own. I can see why Feral is so worried. It's okay now. There's no other hunting ground this good, so it's okay. A burst came from the top of my head. How many hours did I spend telling stories about the wonders of Earth to keep her happy while doing acrobatic backflips? Alicia suddenly reacted as if she were surprised. Oh, did we finally reach the 6th layer? I turned around, thinking so, but We had already passed the 5th layer, and there were no monsters flying in the sky. Instead, Alicia reached out her hand and expressed her feelings for the first time. I think I like it there. Following her gaze, I saw 2 terraces of different heights. How far south would that be on the map? The land rose 200 to 300 meters high, and isolated cliffs stretched endlessly to the left and right. To the right, the western part of the map, there was a range of mountains that seemed even higher than the ones we had seen earlier. Many of the peaks were shrouded in clouds and were impossible to see. But I think this is what caught Alicia's interest. In front of us, we could faintly see a waterfall flowing down from the high ground. Below the plateau, there was a lake so large that it couldn't be called a waterfall basin. One of the 2 rivers extending from the lake flowed toward us. As it was just about sunset, I was speechless for a moment at the unfamiliar scene. Perhaps she was concerned about my reaction. If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. No, I think this is fine. I answered without hesitation. I don't know, I can't imagine a better place than this. The terraces with varying elevations stretched out to the north and south, and as far as the eye could see, they were covered with lush forests. Felon and Fearl's conditions had been met at this point, and with these 2 terraces, I might be able to create the division of labor I had in mind. It's hard to say what Ria finds interesting because it's a matter of personal taste. However, if she wants strong monsters, I can figure that out right away. Let's check out the monsters. Unable to wait any longer, I quickly descend. I activate investigation to search for monsters. As soon as I sense one, I use insight to leap in front of it. Wow, Ril and Carla will agree, right? Yubuo. It's beatable, but definitely strong. The creature standing before me is about 10 meters long. It's a giant elephant with black skin, sharp tusks, and yellow, cloudy eyes looking down at me. Chapter 249, Determination. Ouch. Loloki-kun, are you okay? It hurts, but I'm fine. I was just trying it out. Why did you do that? Are you a pervert? Where did you hear that word? I can't deny it completely, so please stop joking around. That's not why I'm doing this. I know the goddesses are fine because they're powerful. But if those 2 lived here, Carla would have to gather food and blood from the local monsters. That's why I risked my body to ensure there wouldn't be any problems. With defense power about the same as mine, all I could tell was that it would hurt quite a bit. A black elephant, a lion that looks like a manticore, and a ferocious 6-horned cow that sometimes walks on 2 legs. But I can't quite make out what it is. They're all big, powerful monsters. Yes, but the forest is less dense than on the first day, so it should be easier. That's true. Standing on the high ground to the south, I looked around. The north and south plateaus both had the same 3 types of monsters, and there was no sign of monsters near the lake. It would be easier if they didn't use magic, but they were all huge, especially the black elephant, so it would be difficult to defeat them with weapons. Well, at least those 2 can live there. For now, it's enough to know that. If the manticore's wings could truly fly, it would be bad, but they seem to only be used for auxiliary movement, like the jumping training I used to do. Even if I provoke it and escape into the sky, it will only flap its wings for about 10 meters before giving up. If I build a dwelling halfway up the cliff, the manticore won't be able to attack us. Teleporting a few hundred meters doesn't consume much magic power. Even with my current magic power level, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, with that high-performance ancient magic tool, it should be easy to deceive the monsters that live in this area. That way, we might be able to clear the forest and live here normally. What do you think? Of course, there's still the question of whether they really want to stay here. Have you made up your mind, Alicia? I had already told Feral and Wrist. I asked them whether to include Zio and Carla in the planned secret base. If so, there will inevitably be opportunities for contact. If that becomes a problem, I've also considered expanding the cave where the 2 of them currently live. The vampire race that revived from Primus's era and the Demon King, the Disaster Mage, right? If that's the case, then they probably have no place to return to. Yeah, even if Zio has no one else to rely on but me, he considers me a comrade. I'm the one who woke him up without permission. I want to help him in any way I can. Of course, I plan on asking for his help too. It's just like our relationship with Loki-kun. We're the ones taking advantage of you. That's not true, but I guess we are similar in some ways. We complement each other's shortcomings, don't we? Foo-foo, I don't mind. That was a very straightforward answer. That's why I feel uneasy. It's no exaggeration to say that I came up with the plan for this secret base for Alicia. It was supposed to be a place where she could find what she wanted to do without being seen by others. However, if the residents of this world get involved, all kinds of problems could arise. Are you sure it's okay? I don't want to push her into doing something she doesn't want to do. Besides, Zio and Carla aren't particular about where they live. They said they'd be fine in the cave, so bringing them to the secret base is just my personal desire inspired by the word friends. But we're really useless goddesses, aren't we? Those unexpected words came out of her mouth, and my own doubts vanished because I was so confused. When I looked at Alicia, she was still staring intently at the large lake below us. Why is she suddenly talking about this? I thought, but I couldn't find the words to respond. Given our relationship up until now, I had often thought the same thing, so I couldn't deny it right away. We understood that what Loki wanted most was spatial magic, so we searched for information on the conditions necessary to acquire it. We looked for people who had once possessed it, monsters that might possess it, ancient races, long-lived species that might have lived in the area, royal families that might possess rare books, and facilities that specialized in magic research. So that's what you were doing. As a result, the only thing we came up with was to focus on searching for the elf race, a long-lived species whose survival is certain. However, since they rarely visit churches, information about where they live is scarce, and our investigation hasn't progressed much. While we were doing that, Loki-kun found a clue himself and contributed to the revival of an ancient race that was thought to be extinct. But that was just a coincidence, right? Even so, we definitely wouldn't have been able to find that place on our own. You should have realized by now. If we continue like this approach won't work. I could feel my heart beating faster. Is this really going to be okay? It was probably because of the reincarnated individuals I reported on the other day. As I thought this, Alicia continued speaking as she stared at the lake, determination in her eyes. I want to curse my lack of foresight and talent, but as long as I don't have the right to choose, I have no choice but to improve and overcome. The appearance of a unique being like Loki-kun is undoubtedly a turning point for this world. That's why I know all of us must change for the sake of this world. Alicia, I am prepared to accept any punishment. The moment she said that, Alicia's movement stopped abruptly for some reason. What? W8. Hey. I called out to her and shook her shoulders, but she didn't respond. I was flustered by this sudden turn of events, but there was nothing I could do. Is there something going on with Felsa-sama? All right, I need to contact the others. Just as I was about to use divine communication, a strange phenomenon occurred behind Alicia. Purple mist, 5 of them. The vortex should have looked familiar. However, before, there was always just one, so I couldn't imagine 5 swirling at the same time. In other words, what was about to happen was, we have no choice but to take a gamble. My consciousness shifted from the swirling mist to the owner of the voice. Their expression was so grim and their eyes were so intensely determined that they were almost frightening. Chapter 250, The Goddess's Motivation. What will the 5 mists create? The one who called them, and I knew, but I don't think anyone else did. The 6 of them, including Rill, who looked a little pained, naturally looked up at the sky as soon as they landed. A few seconds later, they let out a loud sigh and muttered to themselves. It's okay after all. That was bad for my heart. As long as the split bodies are okay, the number of people shouldn't matter. Still, it was nerve-wracking. You reported it properly, right? Yes, but there was no response. Oh, I'm sorry. But the bet was successful. Alicia struck a small victory pose, but I didn't understand. I thought the bet was for all 6 of them to appear at the same time, but... Sorry, I'm glad Rill is recovering, but this is a surprise. Can someone explain what's going on? Instead of answering, Wrist spoke up. Alicia was disappointed, but it was important to understand the situation first. As Alicia said, we took a risk that our actions would violate the divine realm's taboos. That means 6 deities descended at the same time, right? Even in emergencies, only 2 have ever come at most, so I can understand that. But why now, all of a sudden? Normally, you'd think it was because they got carried away after deciding on the secret base. Considering how hopeless the goddesses are, that should be the reason. However, judging from the unusual determination Alicia showed earlier, I can't help but think there's a more reasonable explanation. As long as it happened after Loki-kun restored the Demon King, the timing didn't matter to us. This place isn't easily seen by others, that's why we were called here. You understand very well, Wrist, said Alicia. Huh. Because I restored Zio. How does that connect to the goddesses taking a gamble? As I scratched my head, unable to figure out the answer, Wrist continued her explanation, her voice a little heavy. The details are definitely forbidden knowledge, but the mere existence of Loki-kun in this world violates Felzasama's rules. Wrist, that's not quite right, it's just highly likely. Ah, it has something to do with demons, doesn't it? Demons weren't wiped out of the world, but they did disappear. However, I was able to restore Zio, who was left behind due to a forced change in species. This makes it highly likely that I am a demon. I've pretty much figured that out myself. The fact that demons who shouldn't exist are moving around freely goes against the rules set by Felzasama, a high-ranking god. I understand that, but why is that a bet between the goddesses? It's only natural to ask that question. I heard it from Ria. Loki-kun was chosen by Felzasama and is likely to be a divine messenger. Calling me a divine messenger is an exaggeration, but I'm sure Felzasama brought me here because she recognized my abilities. For some reason, your magical power changed midway through. In other words, your race changed. We believe that Felzasama did this on purpose. Huh, so Felzasama is the culprit. Regardless of blood concentration, humans are humans at birth, and beastmen are beastmen. If a change occurs midway through life, there are only 3 possibilities: becoming a vampire servant, becoming undead through necromancy, or, in extremely rare cases, becoming a demon by consuming the flesh and blood of monsters or magic stones. The last one is caused by the activation of blood diluted to the point of extinction, so it should have no effect on Loki-kun, who doesn't carry this world's bloodline. So, there's nothing that can cause me to change into a demon midway through my life. It's impossible, and even we can't change a person's race midway through their life. Therefore, we can only assume that Felzasama, the creator of this world, did it for some reason. That's why we all decided to take a gamble. If Felzasama set the rules, and if we can find a loophole to change this world, then we'll do it. Since we haven't received a response from Felzasama, we can only interpret that as meaning it's safe for now. I see. But wait, how will the world be better if 6 people can descend at the same time? The demons disappeared from this world about 10,000 years ago, after the magic kingdom of Primus was destroyed by divine punishment. In that case, it's possible that they felt it was necessary to revive the demons, since that's the pattern shown on the map. I don't think anything was done to Felzasama. However, if there were no changes to the route, then that must be the case. However, I still have doubts. I was almost convinced by Felon's words, but I don't think the world will become a better place just because the goddesses descend, whether it's 3 or 6 people at once. After all, they won't interact with the people of the lower world. Oh, could that be it? We can't understand anything just by looking down from above. I learned from the recent incident with the reincarnated individuals that not understanding is a sin. So, from now on, I plan to expand the scope of my activities and broaden my knowledge through direct experience. Oh, does that mean Felon's plan to go on a journey has been approved? Yes. I heard that Loki-kun is traveling east, so I'll investigate the west. I'll investigate the north. What? No way, not only is Felon going on a journey, but Wrist is too. After hearing the details, it seems they've already decided on their roles. Felon, responsible for investigating the situation in the western part of the continent. Wrist, responsible for investigating the situation in the northern part of the continent. Me, hunting and investigating the eastern part of the continent while searching for mayonnaise and sauce. Rill, investigating the transmigrator within Pomera and maintaining security at the secret base. Feral, investigating the distribution of demihumans, including ancient races, throughout the continent. Ria, responsible for the divine realm, as well as investigating and monitoring disruptive elements. Alicia, responsible for the divine realm and managing the secret base. This seems to be a provisional plan, but it appears that this is the direction in which things are going, and the split bodies will work to improve the world. Upon hearing this announcement, I couldn't help but feel a lump in my throat. What's wrong with them? They seem really determined. If this is the case, then even if it's a little gray area in terms of the rules, I think it would be acceptable if it's for the good of the world. What the goddesses lacked was knowledge of the lower world and its state. They won't directly intervene to avoid interference, but if they have information, they might be able to take action in advance. If it's not too difficult, I might be able to help a little. But why is Alicia the one in charge of the secret base? As I voice my question, I remember what has been on my mind. Since I can't go outside to investigate, I thought I would manage this place to prevent vandalism and act as a liaison between Loki-kun and your two friends. It would be unnatural if we never met in person. Besides, if I ever have the chance, I would like to hear about their past directly. Oh, I see. Come to think of it, since it's certain that those two ancient people aren't reincarnated, Alicia doesn't need to worry about it. If there are no other similar cases, then it's highly likely that those two are the oldest race. If we want to prevent the decline of civilization due to war, there's no one better to ask for advice than those two who were involved in it. The fact that she asked them directly without peeking into their memories, was that out of consideration for them as my friends? If so, is this still the biggest concern? Are your skills okay? I don't know about Carla, but Zio seems to have something like the mind's eye. Besides Alicia, will everyone else be using concealment the whole time? Will that be enough for investigating outside? That was the main issue I was concerned about when deciding to bring Zio and Carla here. This was supposed to be a place where everyone could freely use their skills without worrying about what others thought. Now, however, we have to worry about that here too. On top of that, if someone peeks, it's game over. Just one high-level skill, anything out of the ordinary, would be noticed immediately, like what happened with Nilo-san and Fanmura-san from the Audit Bureau in Malta. But this time, everyone seemed relaxed. For some reason, they were showing me the backs of their hands, and Felon was grinning so widely that it was surprising. A ring. We learned our lesson when our split body skills were discovered. We made rings with a level 10 concealment enchantment. Now no one can peek at us. Hi. What are they talking about? I instinctively use appraisal, but no information about the ring appears in my field of vision. I can't see its performance. Are you using appraisal? Once it's equipped, it should be recognized as part of the wearer, right wriggle. That's how it should be. The concealment effect is already activated. So if you place this ring on the ground, depending on the skill level, it should be visible. It's from the divine realm, so nothing like that could happen. This reminds me of a GM I met in a game. Wait, is this a valid way to apply an enchantment? I feel like I just witnessed something incredibly unreasonable. I guess everyone is motivated enough to go to such lengths. This is probably the greatest achievement since the beginning of the world. I can't stop being moved by how much the goddesses have grown. If it's going to be this busy, this secret base will probably become Alicia's private place. When I muttered that, everyone said, work will be over in the evening. But I'm sure that's because I haven't cleaned my ears. At least it's true that everyone is more motivated than before. Then I shouldn't interfere and dampen their enthusiasm. What I need to worry about right now is, now that we've decided on a direction, there are trees everywhere. Let's start building a house. Is anyone good at building? Unfortunately, that's not my area of expertise. I'm not feeling well. How do you even build a house? Can't we just lay down a futon here and sleep? Ufo. Ufufufo. Swung swung. Ria, you've been waving your hands around for a while now. What are you doing? The house won't come out. It was about the fact that even though they were goddesses, there was no one who could build a house. Chapter 251, First Meeting. All right then, let's introduce ourselves. 2 days after realizing that no one could build a house. On the shore of the lake, now called Lower Plateau, a matchmaking event was taking place between a mysterious beauty, a somewhat shady man, and a boy. Since I was the only matchmaker, it was obvious that I would be in charge. Now, gentlemen, please introduce yourselves. My name is Zio Rigmare. I was told that I could live freely on the Lower Plateau, so the two of us decided to settle here. I've done most things on my own, so I should be able to do what most people can do. Please take care of me. I'm Carla Walbdo Akinlibel. I can't do as much as my master can, but I'm good at tanning and butchering. Please take care of me. Zio seems confident, but Carla looks nervous. As usual, his name is really long. Next, Asia. Yes, I'm Asia. I'm the representative of the Upper Plateau. Please teach me how to build houses and other things. I look forward to working with you. There are 5 other women in the Upper Plateau, but they're from the same special race like you, so don't worry about them. There are some things you don't want to talk about, right? I see, got it. Yeah, I understand. Zio is a former demon king who was left behind. Carla doesn't want to talk about his past either, so they both agree without hesitation. Now, let's start with the basics of building a house. Thus began the practical study session, during which I learned the fundamentals of the process while acting as a bodyguard. We built 6 stone walls on each platform and forced open a doorway to create a 10-square-meter temporary shelter. But it was obviously going to be pretty dull to live in long term. It would definitely be more comfortable to dig a hole in the middle of the cliff and customize the interior however we wanted. In that case, I should learn from an instructor who can build a proper house. When I told Zio that we were in the depths of the Pomera Great Forest, he was surprised. However, we couldn't rule out the possibility that demons were hiding somewhere in this vast forest. After I explained this to Zio, he seemed convinced and motivated. If we use this place as a base and gradually uncover the full picture, we might discover something. Section. Carla. There's another one over there. Leave it to me. A red-black bull, seemingly 4 meters long, charges forward furiously. I grab its 6 huge horns, positioned at the top and on the left and right sides, as well as in the front. I knee it between the eyes, causing it to writhe in agony and spray saliva everywhere. But it doesn't fall. In the A-rank hunting grounds around the base, it's often impossible to finish off an opponent with a single blow without using skills, even when attacking with all your strength. The bull swings its horns, throwing me into the air. I quickly grab my sword and plunge it into the center of its neck. Even when I strike with all my might, the neck is thick, and the bones and muscles in the front are hard. From a gaming perspective, this would be considered defense. But I have learned through actual combat that it is more reliable to strike a specific point to finish the fight, because it is often difficult to knock them down with a single blow. After confirming that the bull was down, I looked over at Carla, who was outmaneuvering the manticore with his speed. As expected, he was much faster than I am. But, from the way he kicked the manticore in the face, I could tell that he lacked strength compared to me. Carla, use the sword I lent you and finish it off. I told you, I'm better with daggers. He was swinging the 2nd-generation short sword that I had lent him, but it was clear that his swordsmanship level was low, and he wasn't getting much help with his movements. However, I couldn't lend him a hand unless it was a dire situation. If he's going to live here, Carla must be able to defeat the local monsters on his own. If that's too difficult, they should stay in the previous cave. Besides, if my insight is correct, Carla should be able to defeat the monsters easily. After all, he should be about as strong as me. He must be hiding something from me. Or rather, he doesn't trust me enough to show me his true strength. Carla believes in Zio, and he's following Zio out of loyalty. I can't blame him for that, and there are many things I can't tell him either, so it's the same for both of us. The goddess on the Upper Plateau has even more secrets, including their true identity. I'm not very good at this, and I'm still a mess, but I want to make the friends I've always wanted. I'm not very good at this, but I'll do my best. Thud. As I apologized in my heart, the manticore fell to the side. Finally, it's over. Good job, you managed to defeat it without a weapon. You didn't take any hits. But I don't think I could defeat the elephant. What about your magic? My best spell is ice magic. I also learned some dark magic from my master, and I think I'm pretty good at it. Oh, then teach me dark magic next time. I can't really imagine how it works. It's the type of magic I'm worst at. I can't picture the results of casting it, like lightning or ice, so the variety of spells I can cast is limited. It would be best to ask Zio, but I'm sure this is important. Sure, but mine is pretty ordinary. That's fine. Oh, and I'll pick up some buried equipment, so think about what kind of weapon you want to use. What's that? Loot from defeating thieves and mountain bandits. The downside is that the equipment is of poor quality. Then it's perfect for practice. I think I'll try using a spear. Okay, there should be plenty, so try out a few different ones. If you find one that feels right, you can make a proper one with better materials. Oh, Zio is almost done stripping the bark. We need to hurry and carry the wood over. Jaya, Master is going to be mad at me. As usual, I cut down the trees with my wind magic, and the two of us worked hard to carry the wood to Zio, who was standing by the lake. He skillfully peeled the bark off the wood with a rolling motion. A little way from the lake, on high ground, is a hard, deeply embedded stone foundation that I created with earth magic. Apparently, from here, we will combine pieces of wood that have been partially carved into puzzle-like shapes and stack them one layer at a time. Even when I saw the structure stacked up to the third layer during the training session, I knew there was no way I could do it because it was so beautifully done. Feel free to cut down the surrounding trees. That will significantly reduce the chance of monsters approaching this area. Does that mean the monster's habitat will shrink? That's what it means. For some reason, monsters that live in the forest are very conscious of their boundaries. Unless they see prey escaping right in front of them, they won't willingly leave the forest. Animals will still come out, though. I had experienced this in Pomera and Lulub, but I never imagined it would work even in the middle of the forest. If that's the case, there couldn't be better news for setting up a base here. Creating a flat area about 2 to 3 km around the lake alone will provide considerable safety. Most of the demihumans living in the forest probably know this, but even so, this demon king is extremely reliable. He's really different from those goddesses somewhere else. As usual. Then, let's increase the safety zone by cutting down more trees. We'll still need a lot of wood, so please take care of it. Carla, you can split the firewood. Just chop up the ones that still have bark on them. Okay. And low-key. There's been a rumbling sound, like the ground is shaking. What is it? I don't think it'll affect us, but I'll check it out after we clean up the area a bit more, just in case. The goddesses on the upper plateau are probably the culprits. I have no idea what could cause the ground to shake like this, but I'm sure it's them. They're probably taking advantage of this opportunity to do whatever they want right now. They're supposed to be building a house. What's going on? With that thought in mind, I decided Zio's safety was the top priority since he was the only one in danger of dying. So I slashed through the monsters and forest. About an hour later, when I went to check on the rumbling, which was still continuing intermittently, I saw that the upper plateau had been transformed into a completely different place. Chapter 252, Pioneer. There was definitely something that looked like a house, but I couldn't tell for sure what it was. It was probably about a kilometer inland from the cliff. Alicia was building a makeshift hut surrounded by a tremendous amount of wood near the river, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Next to her, Feral and Wrist were peeling bark off trees. Wait, is that bark? A large number of trees, still attached to their roots, were flying through the air. Their bark and roots were being shaved off at an incredible speed by something. However, the amount did not decrease, and large pieces of wood continued to fall from the sky one after another. When I looked closely, I could see Rhea in the distance with her hands in the air, doing something. Large stones were being thrown with incredible force to another location. That's probably gravity magic, and the peeling is wind magic. I can guess which magic they're using, but I don't understand what they're doing. Wasn't this area covered in forest just 2 hours ago? Now, there's a flat plateau of bare earth stretching for kilometers in every direction with not a single stump in sight. The results are so different from our careful logging that I can't help but feel regretful, as if we've been defeated by these goddesses. Who's responsible for this? If I search frantically, that's it, no doubt about it. Even from a distance, I could see the ground undulating and rising repeatedly over a wide area in an incomprehensible phenomenon. When I flew closer, I saw Felin kneeling on one knee with both palms pressed against the ground and staring ahead. Her pose was so dramatic that it looked like she was about to summon a hero from another world. However, her expression was as serious as ever. I found it difficult to talk to her, even though she was Felin, but given the situation, I had no choice but to ask her. Hello. Oh, it's Loki-kun, hello. I was cutting down trees on the lower plateau, too. It's amazing that you didn't leave any stumps. Did you use earth magic? If I could use it well, It would make working on the lower plateau easier. When I asked her about it, Felin gave me an unexpected answer. I think you could do it if you tried hard, but I think it would be limited to a small area. What? Then how did Felin manage to clear the ground so neatly? Could it be spirit magic? Nope, it's a skill called terrain manipulation. Isn't it amazing? What is that? I looked at the skill tree and thought there was no way it was available. But sure enough, I hadn't even unlocked it yet. How could I possibly get it? I was wondering whether to ask when Felin gave me a satisfactory answer. It's a skill that comes with my unique, highest-level blessing, Pioneer. It's useful in situations like this, right? Haha, this is exactly where it comes in handy. I couldn't possibly imitate that. Does terrain manipulation mean you can create mountains and rivers? Exactly, but it doesn't create water. It only creates the terrain itself. Think of it as something that changes the terrain on a large scale. It consumes a lot of magic power, though. Wow, that's amazing. Felin doesn't seem very godlike, but her unique, highest-level blessing is second only to Ria's in terms of otherworldliness. I couldn't help but think so. Even if it's not quite terrain creation, she can do something very similar over a wide area. It's truly the work of a god. Once you see it, you'll want it too. Is Ril really coming here even though she's not feeling well? Yeah, she said she'd hunt monsters slowly since there's nothing else to do. I see. Ril is always the same. Still, I can't bring myself to say it. With the journey she had been looking forward to finally about to begin, there was no way I could make a request that would dampen Felin's spirits. But someday I'd like to have one. With that thought in mind, I told her, the ground is shaking, so don't go too far, and I entered the forest that was being cleared to check on Ril. Section. I found the mysterious container hanging over the flickering fire in the capital city the other day while I was buying a book. Apparently, it came to Lagraith with some coffee beans. When I asked the shopkeeper about it, he said it was a special coffee-making tool. Hearing that, I remembered seeing something similar in the old lady's room, and I knew I had to have it. I boiled it several times, stirring repeatedly, following the instructions. When I thought it was ready, I poured it into a wooden cup. Do you want some, Zio and Carla? It smells good, I'd like some too. I'm fine. I have blood, Carla said. He ran toward the forest with his cup. Several parts of the monsters were hung on the few remaining trees. To collect the blood and provide Carla with a drink, I had created a large stone container using earth magic. Now she wouldn't have to worry about drinks. At first, he complained that all the monsters in this area were big, but now he was all smiles because there was so much blood. The wind is blowing the smoke from the bonfire. But being able to drink my favorite coffee while warming myself by the fire in the cold is such a luxury. It's raw wood, so it can't be helped. Still, it's strange that something similar to what I used before I fell asleep is still being used. It seems like civilization in this world isn't developing at all, but rather slowly declining. Is there anything else you need for daily life? Even if you tell me, it might not exist in this era. But if there is anything, I'll buy it and bring it back. Then could you get me a saw? I'm trying to conserve my magic power, so I'm not using wind magic. It's embarrassing, but I can't even properly cut wood. Okay, a saw, but don't worry about it. Everyone is benefiting from Zio's knowledge. If you weren't here, we'd be in big trouble. With that said, I couldn't help but look up at the upper plateau. Carla, who was walking while sipping his cup, agreed. Yeah, I didn't dislike it, but if it weren't for my master, we'd still be living in a cave. When you think about it, this place, where no one can blame us for anything, is very livable. Low-key, are the people above okay? Yeah, they were saying something about practice, and there were a lot of huts, but I think they're fine. Those people are much stronger and tougher than I am. The girl named Asia that you met today might ask you something. If she does, please help her if you can. If anything happens, I'm sure she'll help you too. I understand, they've come all this way after all. The people on the upper plateau are also your allies, aren't they, Loki? Yeah, allies, but they're important people, understanders, I guess. I see, then you must cherish them. Important people. You know, when they're gone, nothing matters anymore, said Carla. That's true. Once the area is safer, I'll go back and forth between the upper and lower areas. Don't worry about it. Oh, and I might build a hideout halfway up the cliff. I want to build one too. After that, the three of us sat around the fire and made plans for the future. Zio will build the first log house, followed by a woodshed, and then another log house. Carla wants to live in the same log house as Zio, which is fine with me since I can sleep in the cliff hideout. However, he said he'll build the other one for me. When that's done, he's going to build a small boat for fishing on the lake. Zio is amazing. He can build a boat. Needless to say, I'm excited. We'll basically be operating within the range of the ancient magic tool. If we continue to expand the safe zone, Zio won't suddenly get attacked by monsters in this area. Carla has no intention of leaving Zio's side, so my immediate plans are to expand the safe zone and exterminate the monsters near our base. In the meantime, we'll collect magic stones to raise funds and consider how to use the materials from the corpses, such as their skin. The manticore's fur seemed particularly high quality, and everyone was excited to use it for floor coverings. Neither of us is particularly good at cooking, but there are three of us, so it'll be fine. As long as everyone can eat meat and we don't run out of salt, everything should be fine. I have stored away some food, so we shouldn't have any problems. Once I build a large bath between the house and the lake, I'll stop mapping Walt's kingdom temporarily and use this place as a base to start hunting in earnest in Pomera. There are 3 reasons for this. First, I think I can level up by about 1 level in this A-rank hunting ground. I need skill points right now because I used them all up when I got carried away, so I want to have some in reserve for emergencies. Just as there were slimes in Lush, in the Kingdom of Waltz, it is likely that the composition of monsters will change within the same 6th layer depending on the location. If so, I will collect information on monsters in B2A rank hunting grounds while exploring. While doing so, I can earn experience points by visiting B to A rank hunting grounds, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if it's inefficient, as long as their skill level is high, it's easy to raise my skill level to a certain point. My goal is to pick up new skills and increase my magic power. The rest is just a matter of investigating the 7th layer and beyond. First, I need to find out if S-rank monsters exist, and if so, if I can defeat them. If I do, it'll probably be a serious fight. Objectively speaking, given my current position, I should be able to defeat S-rank monsters. However, depending on the situation, I could die. That's how I feel about fighting A-rank hunters like Fidel. So it depends on the situation. Without a special skill like the gargoyle's final scream or call to assembly, which can gather monsters, they'll be too scattered, and it won't be efficient. On top of that, there aren't any places nearby to exchange money, so even though I'm short on funds, it isn't very financially efficient. This is certain, so I'll focus on picking up the good parts without wasting time. All right, now that the plan is set, let's get to work. First, I'll make a nice bath. Chapter 253, Monster Distribution Situation. Not knowing the names of the monsters is more inconvenient than I thought it would be. Keeping that in mind, I continued investigating the monsters in the area by myself. Until now, monster names had been clearly written in the Hunter Guild's records. Since the names weren't in the records, I had no choice but to name the monsters based on their appearance. I also wrote down their skills and distribution areas in my notebook. For now, I'll gather data and then decide where to focus my efforts based on efficiency. B-rank area I've already passed through. Gargoyle, Flight LV3, Final Scream LV5, Claw Technique LV4. Bluebird, Flight LV5, Ice Magic LV3, Ice Magic Resistance LV3. Unicorn, Lightning Magic LV4, Lightning Attribute Resistance LV3, Charge LV4. A-rank area near the base. Black Elephant, Stomp LV5, Intimidation LV4, Physical Attack Power Increase LV2. Manticore, Flight LV1, Claw Technique LV5, Roar LV4. Six-Horned Ox, Charge LV5, Berserk LV5, Whirlwind LV3. These are monsters from a route I've already passed through. Since Final Scream's bonus stat is magic power, I want to raise this monster's skill level to 8 to boost my magic power. Also, I knew the unicorn only existed on the ground, but it has lightning magic, which is one of my main attack methods. I want to stick with it and raise the skill level to level 8 if possible. If I hunt it, I'll also acquire the lightning attribute resistance that I don't have yet. However, I am happiest about the Black Elephant's monster-specific skill, Physical Attack Power Increase. It's similar to the physical defense power increase of the mud crab I encountered at Voice Lake. It's a percentage increase type that increases strength by 3% for each level. Since my strength is already high, the benefits are significant. Despite concluding yesterday that the meat isn't tasty, seeing this black elephant makes my mouth water. It's disappointing that the skill level isn't higher, but it's a big plus that it can be encountered near the base. The large tusks also seem like they could sell for a good price as materials, so I plan to hunt them relentlessly. Once I finish collecting data in northern Pomera, I'll head east. Then, just as when I encountered slimes at the entrance, the monster composition changed slightly. East B rank area. Red-eyed owl. Flight LV4, night vision LV5, claw technique LV3. Bluebird, flight LV5, ice magic LV3, ice magic resistance LV3. Unicorn, lightning magic LV4, lightning attribute resistance LV3, charge LV4. East A rank area. Six-horned ox, charge LV5, berserk LV5, whirlwind LV3. Black elephant, stomp LV5, intimidation LV4, physical attack power increase LV2. Small flying tiger, flight LV2, bite LV5, claw technique LV5. A scary-looking owl that won't let you pass, even at night, appears in the B rank area. The A rank area features a winged tiger similar to a manticore, but much faster. I'll probably continue using the combination of martial arts and claw technique for DPS, so high-level claw technique monsters are useful to me. Incidentally, since I'm currently lacking agility, I'll use soul armor on this guy to increase my agility to over 170 and reinforce myself. If I had encountered something like this right after being transported to this world, I definitely would have wet myself. Right now, I think the gray fur looks comfortable. It's scary how quickly humans become accustomed to things. When I head southwest from the base, the layout changes as follows. West B rank area. Red-eyed owl, flight LV4, night vision LV5, claw technique LV3. Blue dragon, flight LV5, freezing breath LV4, ice magic resistance LV3. Unicorn, lightning magic LV4, lightning attribute resistance LV3, charge LV4. West A rank area. Catapulpas, stone eye LV5, claw technique LV3, petrification resistance LV4. Manticore, flight LV1, claw technique LV5, roar LV4. Spotted bear, charge LV5, bite LV4, claw technique LV5. Surprisingly, the first dragon appears here. However, it's only a B rank and quite small, only a little bigger than me. I was more excited than scared when I encountered it. I had already faced a dinosaur boss that looked like a dragon relative. It was the first time I had seen an ice-type breath. I'm guessing that, like fire breath and scorching breath, there must be a higher-level version of ice breath. The ice-type breath was easily dealt with using ignition, by the way. However, the first beast in the A rank area in the west, probably Catapulpas, is quite dangerous. Based on my past experience, I checked its skills before approaching it. As expected, it had extremely dangerous skills. One was Stone Eye, probably similar to Sleep Eye, which I got from Fodal Sheep. I just kept killing them with magic from above, not giving them a chance. My petrifaction resistance level increased, so after that, they looked like regular cows. The ferocious bears were just big, tough power types. This is the last location in the southern part of the base. South B rank area. Monster Tree. Presence detection LV3, immobility LV3, photosynthesis LV3. Blue dragon. Flight LV5, freezing breath LV4, ice magic resistance LV3. Gargoyle, flight LV3, final scream LV5, claw technique LV4. Southern A rank area. Catapulpas. Stone eyes LV5, claw technique LV3, petrification resistance LV4. Small flying tiger. Flight LV2, bite LV5, claw technique LV5. Spotted bear. Charge LV5, bite LV4, claw technique LV5. On the other hand, I encountered a godlike skill that left me in awe. It was a skill called immobility, possessed by a monster disguised as a tree in the B rank area. It's a variant of the hardening skill that I often use. As long as the user remains immobile, it increases defense by 12 times for 1 second, even at skill level 1. This is an extraordinary increase. Unlike hardening, which only seems to increase physical defense, this skill clearly states in its detailed description that it increases magic defense as well. However, hardening allows movement and consumes significantly less magic power than immobility, so each has its pros and cons. Still, since I tend to stay still when going into full defense mode, I have a strong feeling that I will definitely use this skill going forward. By the way, it's not that I can't move, but rather, I can't move my body. For example, it can technically be used while flying. Using it immediately causes a disconnect and a fall, so it's safe to assume that while the skill is active, the user cannot move their body at will. It's unclear if this is all there is, but it has been confirmed that the vast forest of Pomera is divided into 4 sections: east, west, north, and south. Using spatial teleportation and flight, it still took a considerable amount of time to explore. Looking at the map screen, I nodded to myself, realizing that my exploration yielded significant results. The remaining central area is about the size of the Kingdom of Lagraith. I mapped the area in a donut shape surrounding the central area. Moreover, since the purpose was to investigate the monsters inhabiting the area, I moved with awareness of the boundary between the A rank and B rank areas. Therefore, even if there were another layer, the 7th layer would be the last. Considering the scale of the unexplored area, that seemed reasonable. In the center, I narrowed my eyes and looked, but still couldn't see anything. All right, let's start by collecting the A and B rank skills. My heart pounded. I had to hold it back. There's a chance the enemies ahead will be stronger, so it would be foolish not to pick up the bonus stats lying around. The best is saved for last. Muttering that, I sliced apart the blue flying dragon heading toward me. Chapter 254, Study Session. Alicia, I brought you something. Oh, Loki-kun, I'm in the middle of something. Wait a moment, please. Okay. I lit a fire in the rest area that had been set up in the vacant lot and laid out some food on a stone table. For some reason, I visit the upper plateau every day to check on things. Its appearance changed day by day, and now it was settled. Alicia was the only one active there at the moment. She was in the final stages of building a log house and had started working on the roof. She looked more like a craftsman in work clothes than a healer. Even with her awkward posture, though, the things she was making were starting to take shape. As you would expect from a goddess with a level 10 construction skill. I don't really understand, but she seems to be getting the hang of it. Phew, sorry to keep you waiting. Alicia wiped the sweat from her forehead with her arm and gave a dazzling smile. No, it's almost done. It looks completely different from when it was leaning at first. Fufu, I want to build a nice house, after all. I'm learning techniques from not only the Demon King, Zio-san, but also from the people who visit the church. Oh, as expected of a goddess. Hey, that reminds me, didn't some people use nails too? Nails? I don't think I've heard of that before. Huh, they're thin iron rods that you hammer into wood to fix it in place. Maybe they don't exist in this world yet. Nails are the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to carpentry. And since Zio is a demi-human, I thought he was using traditional methods. Iron products, such as swords and spears, are common, so nails should be available somewhere. Could it be something common on Earth? I think every house uses them, except in very special cases. Maybe information is limited in some areas. I'll ask the people who helped me in the town I showed you the other day if they can make some. Please do. If they're not widely available, it might be worth asking around. It might be hard to make spinning screws, but someone could probably make nails. Whether they'll be worth money is another question. Anyway, I'm sorry I couldn't help you more. It's okay. I understand what's important to you, Loki-kun. I've said it from the beginning, but I still feel really bad about it. I still want to defeat monsters and become stronger. Now that I've met Hans-san, a great role model, and realized how strong he is, I can't just relax and build a house here. All I can do is help out with small tasks at the end of the day. If I get a high-level night vision skill from the owl, I'll probably go hunting at night whenever I have free time. Besides, it's hard work, but I've learned that it's really fun to be passionate about something. I understand how you feel. All right, For someone as hardworking as you, I've prepared this. These are delicious fruits that I picked from the monster tree. The monster trees in the southern Birank area had several bright red fruits hanging from their branches, clearly meant as bait. If you try to pick them carelessly, you'll be restrained by the underground roots and impaled by the sharp branches. But if you defeat the tree, you'll get the plump fruit. At first, I thought it was a trap, but when I used appraisal, the fruit was identified as edible. My appraisal level was too low to identify it further. However, if it were edible, I might as well give it a try. I cut one open, took a bite, and realized it was the sweetest fruit I had ever tasted. I jumped up from where I was sitting during my break. It was certainly several levels above the high-quality rapal fruit I had eaten at Bezart's church in the past. Wow, this is incredibly sweet. It's delicious. Right, this fruit can only be obtained by defeating a Birank monster. There's plenty, so feel free to eat as much as you like. I wonder if the others will eat it too. Should I call them? It's busy at the church right now, so Ria may not be able to move. Ril needs to sleep a little longer to recover, and the other three have already left on their journey. This seemed to be the reason why Felon and the others were working so hard. The preparations for the expedition were complete, and the goddesses had already begun to move. Yes, but they're those three, so I'm sure they'll come right away if you tell them. Then I wanted to ask you about the things I need to buy. Is that okay? If Ria is busy, it's fine to prepare them later, since I'll be going hunting anyway. Then please wait a moment. Alicia stopped moving, so I took out a wooden plate and began cutting the mysterious fruit into pieces. In less than 10 seconds, a swirling purple mist appeared. It looked like there were 5 of them. I heard there was some delicious fruit here. Where's the amazing fruit? We came to eat. I heard Loki-kun was here. Maybe I'll feel better if I eat some. Well, that's how it goes, I guess, I said as I handed out the sliced fruit to everyone. Since there was no other option, I gave Ril some raw unicorn meat. Here, Ril, this is the raw unicorn meat that Carla praised so highly and ate so much of. Zio said it's safe to eat, but if you don't like it raw, you can cook it. Oh, I want to try it too. It's red, so I'll eat it too. Ril, you got really energetic as soon as you saw the meat, didn't you? I don't really understand Ria's criteria for deciding whether to eat something. Well, whatever. Everyone is trying their best, and they still can't contact Felzasama. Even if the goddesses work hard, there's no one to praise them. At least I'll do what little I can. After that, we ate a normal meal and discussed how to set up the bath. I feel it's my mission as a bath craftsman to do that. Then, I asked if anyone had any shopping requests in town. Since there were 6 of them, I suggested it would be a good time to start. Well, since it's a good opportunity, I'd like to start a study session now. Since no one seemed to understand, I placed the new books I had bought the other day on the stone table I had just cleared. I heard a few muffled cries, but I didn't pay them any attention. These are valuable resources for learning about the lower world. They're really expensive, so please handle them with care. Now everyone, take 1 book each. Military Strengthening, Horse Breeding Methods. Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Volume 1. List of Magic Tools, Volume 2. Let's Get a Cat. Who do you think I am? I'm Romando. Auction Host Countries, Their Scale and Trends. Skill Level Verification, Farming Edition. These 7 books of varying thicknesses are arranged as shown. Some of the titles are so ridiculous that you wouldn't believe they're worth millions. But I'm the one who said I wanted all the books in the Royal Capital's library. I intend to add these to my collection. Oh, I want to read this. With that, Felon immediately grabs Skill Level Verification. Farming Edition. Of course, that's why I brought out the books. Next, Feral also. I think I'll take this one. She picks up Unexpectedly, she picks up Military Strengthening. Horse Breeding Methods. I thought that book would be more suited to Ril and that Feral would choose Let's Get a Cat. But well, whatever. I'm interested in auctions. Wrist picked up Auction Host Countries. Their Scale and Trends. Ria silently picked up List of Magic Tools, Volume 2. So I also reached for Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Part 1. After all, I hadn't finished any of them yet. I don't like to stack up books I've bought without reading them, but since I don't live in a dorm, I haven't had the time. I'll take this one. I was definitely reaching for it normally. But then Rill swooped in from the side and snatched the Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Part I was aiming for so fast that my vision blurred. Why was she so fast? Wasn't she sick? Now I've lost it. It might be nice to have a pet. Alicia grabbed, "Let's get a cat," as if nothing had happened. I see, so it's me. Who do you think I am? I'm Romando. No, I don't know you. Who the hell are you, Romando? A glowing sphere appeared above my head. After I made coffee for everyone, we sat around the bonfire and read our books in silence. I left 4 other books that I had acquired previously, so that those who had finished reading could read another one. Romando, a wandering noble. He seems to have recorded his travels around the world, but from his writing, he comes across as someone who solved problems with money rather than as an adventurer. A private carriage with a private coachman. No matter which page I look at, there are references to how delicious a dish was in a certain country, or how worth trying the local cuisine in a certain region is. In fact, he even calls himself a gourmet. I don't know what era Romando is from, but I'm not familiar with any of the place names in the book. Without knowing the regions, there's no reference point. As I muttered to myself, I turned the page and froze when I saw what was written. The white grains were a substitute for wheat, but they had a flavor that could not be replaced. This time I ate them boiled, but I hear that in the East they are steamed. I would love to try them someday. The country name is Ortran. Is that right? From the word Domia that comes after it, it seems like that might be the place name. Excuse me. I felt bad for interrupting everyone who was quietly reading, but I had to confirm this. Do you know if Ortran is a country or place name? Surprisingly, Rill answered immediately. It should be near the Dwarf Kingdom. I know that area well. The name appears in this book. She showed me the cover, which said, Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Volume 1. Haha, no way. In other words, Ortran is the best country in the world, where both dungeons and something that seems like rice exist. By the way, I mentioned to Rill that this book is only about food, and sure enough, she was hooked. We successfully traded books. As I flipped through the pages of Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Volume 1, which I was most interested in, I found that, as expected, much of the content struck a chord with me. Since it's a beginner's guide, it starts with the basics of what a dungeon is, which is helpful for novices like me. According to the book, dungeons are special places also known as the land granted by the gods. And, because of their nature, they are believed to have been created by the gods long before ancient humans existed. Apparently, there are only 3 dungeons in the world. I was surprised that there weren't more, but as I read on, I realized it wasn't so unusual when you consider how special they are. The monster-infested areas I usually visit have specific monsters that appear. Defeating them yields magic stones and materials that are essential for people's daily lives. However, dungeon monsters don't possess magic stones, and their corpses immediately dissipate into mist, meaning that they have completely different properties than the monsters I'm used to fighting. You can't pick up magic stones or materials, so what's the point? It depends on the difficulty level of each dungeon, but the beginner's dungeon, Treasure Rescue Labyrinth, which is summarized in the first chapter, is described as follows. The Treasure Rescue Labyrinth, a 40-floor underground labyrinth dungeon located in Ortran. A variety of monsters appear, but the main enemies are kobold armies armed with various weapons, which have been confirmed to exist on all floors. In addition to floor bosses appearing every 10 floors, the dungeon boss of the Treasure Rescue Labyrinth, the Minotaur, appears on the 40th floor. However, most adventurers will never see these bosses. Bosses, or guardians, revive within half a day, even after being defeated. They are said to have a high drop rate for rare items. Those seeking to defeat them must either negotiate with those stationed at the site or eliminate them. Drop items. Seeds, in addition to the seeds of vegetables, fruits, animals, and fish, there are extremely rare cases where growth seeds are dropped. Minerals, grades 10-6. Drop rates vary by grade, but are reasonably consistent. Items, grades 10-6. Weapon and accessory drops within the target grade are rare, with extremely rare instances of enhanced drops and ultra-rare instances of special enhanced drops. Skill books, depending on their type, color, and thickness, they drop from very rarely to extremely rarely. Occupation books, depending on the type and color, they drop from very rarely to extremely rarely. Fragments of wisdom. They drop very rarely to extremely rarely. It depends on the number. Additionally, hunters who use dungeons as hunting grounds are apparently referred to as drop hunters, and the books refer to them as gamblers, which is likely accurate. After all, defeating a monster doesn't guarantee that something will drop. According to the book, the drop rate is around 50%, but most of those are things like nuts or small seeds. Sometimes living creatures, such as animals or fish, appear, and hunters stay there to use them as food while collecting mineral fragments that occasionally drop. They aim for larger drops. This is the lifestyle and livelihood of drop hunters. Minerals are special and referred to as divine gifts, and even small quantities are extremely pure. As a result, minerals range in grade from 10 iron to 6 silver and can be converted into a substantial amount of money if enough are collected. However, due to the low drop rate, hunting outside tends to be more stable and profitable. In the end, they have no choice but to rely on rare drops. That's why they are called gamblers. As for the actual drops of target minerals, they seem to drop if you keep going, but special enhancements, skill books, occupation books, growth seeds, etc., are rare. These items, which appear to be highly enticing, are said to be extremely rare, to the point where it's not uncommon for some to never be dropped, even after a span of 30 years of hunting. On the other hand, if they do drop, they can fetch billions, even in beginner dungeons. It's just a guess, but I'd probably pour all my money into growth seeds. If I could use a book to choose my occupation, I'd spend all my money on occupation books for advanced occupations. As the name, Treasure Rescue, suggests, the dungeons in this world may be a kind of life extension device with rewards. It's like Noah's Ark, a place that provides seeds for when the seeds are extinct. I wonder if there are humans among the biological species that drop, and why there are no armor drops. As I tried to gather these questions, to ask the goddesses in front of me, seeing everyone reading the book so seriously, I quietly shook my head thinking, this is dangerous. Sigh, no matter how much money I earn in this world, it'll never be enough. Chapter 255, Material Exchange. Various monster materials are lined up in rows in front of me. I show each one to Zio, ask him to identify it, and record the results in my notebook. What are these huge tusks? They're tusks from a Jiraimkara. What are these blue wings? They're feathers from an ice hawk, I think. What about this poisonous tail? That's the tail of a manticore. Oh, so it's a manticore after all. Why am I doing this? I went there without thinking, trying to sell the materials for money. I ended up making a mistake and crying my way back home. It was like being confronted with the harsh reality of this world without the internet. Section. To prevent the loss of stored materials, I took them outside every time I returned to base. After all, it's just us and the goddesses, so there's no need to worry about theft. I thought I was being careful and keeping waste to a minimum by leaving the usable, fluffy skins as they were, and only taking parts that could be used as materials or magic stones from large creatures, such as elephants. However, if I returned to base dozens of times a day for 10 days or more, and my magic consumption became noticeable, then of course, the base would be littered with monster corpses. Carla was recklessly dismantling the corpses and saying dangerous things like, "You can make a blood pool with this." Even if I shared some with the upper plateau, there wasn't enough meat to consume, and the materials just kept piling up without being processed. Enough already, turn them into money. After Zio-sensei scolded me, I made up my mind. I stored so much that my magic power decreased rapidly, and then I teleported back to town for the first time in a while. Incidentally, I chose the royal capital of Falmenta as my destination because I could deposit the money I had exchanged there. As expected of a guild with all members being F rank. The only person at the dismantling site was an old man with a hunched back. It felt less deserted and more like the dismantling site wasn't operational. Thinking this might be difficult, I approached the old man, who was silently writing in the back, and asked him a question. Can you buy this magic stone? I held a large magic stone in my hand, slightly smaller than a fist. The old man's eyebrows twitched and he asked anxiously, "Did you find this magic stone around here?" I answered, "No," as if it were obvious. There was no way it could have been from anywhere nearby. The old man seemed relieved. He asked to see my guild card, examined it closely, and then asked, "From which monster did you get this magic stone?" "No, I don't know. I'd like to know myself." Taking advantage of the fact that no one else was around, I asked him various questions. He explained that they could buy materials from monsters not found in the area, such as those from other hunting grounds. However, they didn't know how much to pay for them, so converting them into cash would take time. He also told me that if the materials were unfamiliar, they would have to call in an expert appraiser. The higher the material's rank, the more expensive it would be to convert it into cash. If the monster's name is known, the material's reliability can be determined by comparing it with the appraisal results, so there's no need to check each one individually. This makes a big difference in the fee. Incidentally, even if I use appraisal, I can only tell that it is a magic stone. When I asked about that, I was told that most items have a grade, and monsters are particularly affected by theirs. In other words, it's a rank system with grades like B or A. However, the grade and the appraisal skill level are closely related. The higher the material's grade, the higher the required appraisal level, which is why it costs more money. In my case, my appraisal level is 2, so I can only properly appraise items with a grade of 10, G rank, or 9, F rank. Man, I'm pretty pathetic. Additionally, I understand that depending on my appraisal level, the content I can view changes even if I clear a grade. I feel like it's really deep, and it's not very useful unless it's a high level. According to this old man, most things in the world are grades 8-10, and there aren't many situations in everyday life where you need to worry about grades. He laughed and said the only people who care about such things are nobles and royalty who spend money on luxury items and furnishings. I realized he was right. As long as it works, the grade of a desk or chair doesn't matter. By the way, is it okay to bring a whole monster? When I asked this serious, potentially provocative question, the old man shrugged and pointed his staff toward the sky, spinning it in a circle before returning it to its original position. I felt like he was provoking me back. I was curious, so I used a skill. For some reason, this old man seemed pretty strong. I felt like I'd be fine if I ended up not being able to dismantle it. So, even though I went all the way to the capital, I decided to put the money-making operation on hold for now. There were so many materials that I didn't want to waste time appraising each one individually. I buried all the materials in the ground near the capital and came back the next day. I managed to retrieve some bandit-related loot that I had buried underground and was able to buy or capture some items on everyone's wish lists. Since the amount of materials couldn't be handled in a single trip, it wasn't a waste after all. Now, with materials packed to an unknown multiple of my usual capacity, I set off once more. Considering the amount of magic power consumed, it's a race against time. If I store the materials, the magic power consumption will be determined at the beginning and then decrease by a certain amount every minute, corresponding to the amount stored. If I quickly perform the combo of storing, teleporting, and immediately retrieving the materials, I should prevent my magic power from running out and losing my possessions. It should amount to a significant sum, so my hands are sweating from the tension. All right, let's go. With Zio and Carla watching over me, I fixed my gaze on the monster materials and corpses spread out before me. I began storing everything, determined to retrieve everything left at the base. Section. Clatter, clatter. I peek out from the back door leading to the dismantling site while pulling a large wagon. It's still early in the morning. Even if there are hunters around, they'd only come to get their baskets. The old man who taught me a lot the other day is the only one there. He's cleaning the counter and the floor. I look into the back. As expected, there are no remains of yesterday's materials. The space is a similar size, but unlike Malta's, it's much tidier. Old man, I brought the materials. Oh, you're the ones from the other day. You said you'd find out the names of the monsters. Did you find out? I found out everything. I brought a lot, but is it okay if I carry them in? When I asked, he guided me with the tip of his staff like an old lady. Then let's get started. I moved the materials one after another to the counter with a thud, 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 thud. The old man sorted them and placed them on the workbench in the back. He was more agile than I expected. This old man is definitely not normal. These are the eyes and skin of the A-rank monster called catapulpas. And these are the horns of the A-rank monster, called Humbaba. I didn't know what they could be used for, so I brought 6 heads just in case. This is an A-rank monster called Kyuki. It's intact, with the magic stone still inside. Oh. The rest are the horns of a B-rank monster called Unicorn, and the tusks of an A-rank monster called Jiraimkara. I see. This is the poisonous tail of a manticore, right? That's right. Are you performing an appraisal right now? There's been something strange about this old man since earlier. When I showed him the materials, he nodded as if he understood everything. Could he be an appraiser? No, I just think there's something mixed in that I defeated in the past. Oh, is that so? Does that mean you're at least an A-rank hunter? That was in the past. I retired long ago. No, even if that's true, why are you? As I said that, I realized I had made a mistake. I had messed up for the first time in a long time. I thought about it, but there was nothing I could do now that I had already said it. I think my anxiety showed on my face because the old man looked at me, shrugged, and started laughing. What are you misunderstanding? In any country, being entrusted with the royal capital is an honor. But this dismantling site is pretty boring, isn't it? There aren't any good hunting grounds nearby, and you're the only one here. You're right. The dismantling site is boring. That's why I work here as well as do other jobs. Yeah. There are even monsters I don't recognize mixed in here. No wonder that old woman, Neville, dotes on you. Come on, bring them all here. There are more, right? Oh yes. If he's doing double duty, that means he has other responsibilities besides overseeing the dismantling site, and he is also in charge of the royal capital. Oh my. Could the old man be the guild master of the royal capital, Falmenta? Since he's been entrusted with this responsibility, he might be the head of the Hunter Guild, which is also in the royal capital. If he knows about my connection to the old lady, then he must know that I'm from another world. Why hasn't he asked me where I hunted the monsters or any other details? I thought I would be asked, so I had prepared answers. Now I'm starting to feel uneasy. Does he think that anything goes because I'm an otherworlder? Or could he already know about my spatial magic? When I teleported back to the material storage area near the capital and loaded the materials onto the wagon, there were more people at the dismantling site each time. Large materials were transported to other locations. A woman appeared to count the materials, and the number of wooden boards increased. Behind me, people sorted magic stones and threw them into baskets and wooden boxes as they were handed over. The old man just watched the scene with a smile, laughing, ho ho ho. The work proceeded smoothly, and the materials in the storage area disappeared in no time. Then, once everything had been unloaded, the dismantling site was as clean as when I arrived. The old man was already wiping the counter with a neat cloth. What a wonderful amount of materials. You are indeed the most promising one right now. Don't you want to know where I found them or how I brought them here? Why would I need to know? Our job is to serve the community and enrich people's lives. If monsters of this caliber appeared near the royal capital, I would ask you all sorts of questions. But that's not the case, is it? Why, yes. Then it doesn't matter where you hunted them. These materials will be used to save lives, create essential items, and provide food for people. Plus, the boy and the guild will prosper, so everyone's happy, right? Happy? Well, I guess you're right. So, you can bring them again, okay. There won't be an appraisal fee next time, and the purchase price will be clear if it's the same material. It may take some time, but we can also research which parts of the material are in demand. Oh, could I ask you about the specific parts of each monster's body that can be used as materials? If I know, I'll take that into consideration next time. The old man then told me which parts of the monsters he knew could be used as materials. We agreed that he would pay me once the appraisal was complete. He handed me one of 2 wooden boards with the same information written on them. Since this was a special case, it would serve as a receipt for the materials. I have no idea how much it will be. Well, now I can bring materials from around the base without hesitation. Although it's a disadvantage because it's difficult to move the guild storage function from the royal capital, at least my income will be stable. Finally, are you the guild master of Falmenta? When I asked, he shrugged and laughed. Ho ho. I am Orgu, the Grand Master of the Hunters Guild of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Nice to meet you, Loki-kun. Chapter 256, Bath Craftsman Loki. The next day, with my magic fully restored, I returned to the base and handed out the items I had been asked to purchase. Zio, I bought a saw, a mallet, and other woodworking tools you might need, as well as a fishing rod and line. That's a big help. It's about time for some fish. I'll catch a big one for you. If Asia comes to borrow tools, please lend them to her. Here, Carla, I got you a nice knife. Is everything okay with the loot? Yeah, I got a spear and some spare daggers, so I think that's everything. That animal isn't for me, right? No, it's for the people on the upper plateau. Carla will probably just drink its blood instead of keeping it as a pet. There's plenty of blood here. I'm not going to drink its blood. Hey, can I keep one too? I found a wild boar in the forest the other day, and it wasn't a monster. Really? Are you serious? Why would you want to keep a wild boar? They can survive in this environment, but since they're still in the forest, they may not be completely safe. It's up to the two of them, so I told him to do whatever he wants. If he wants to keep it, then so be it. I headed to the upper plateau. I called out to Alicia, who was doing something on the roof as usual. Hey, I bought all the things you wanted. Okay, just a moment. Wait, Loki-kun. Is that a cat you're holding in your arms? Alicia jumped off the roof and landed right in front of me. With these mysterious physical abilities, she really is a goddess. Yeah, I found it in the capital. It's really skinny, so I think it's a stray, but it's really friendly. And no, I never said I wanted one. You said you'd get one when you went to the dungeon, didn't you? But you were looking at that book for a long time, weren't you? I think it's fine to get one for Feral and Felon when I go to the dungeon. Alicia is mostly here, though. If it's still difficult, though, I can take it to the lower plateau since Carla wanted it. And no, you can't, I'll keep it. I'll take responsibility for that kitten. Really? Then make sure it doesn't fall down. And then, with that said, I lined up the items I had bought at the cooking utensil store: pots, frying pans, and mortars. I also bought 3 magic tools for lighting. Alicia seemed to be working until just before sunset. However, if she used night vision or light magic, it would prevent other work from progressing. Here you go, Alicia. All the cooking utensils you wanted. I'm not much of a cook, so some of them might be useless. I also bought magic tools for lighting, so take your time and try them out. Thank you, Loki-kun. By the way, I'll leave the loot from defeating the bandits and thieves here. There's probably a lot of stuff other than equipment, so take whatever catches your eye. I'll go prepare a bath for everyone in the meantime. We had already discussed the shape and location of the bath. Actually, Feral has almost complete control over the bath, so when she insisted on this location, everyone was silenced, and no one dared to complain. I guess it's understandable, though, since their first experience was in the middle of a river. But is this really what they want? I'm confident in my skills as a bath craftsman, but I'm also filled with anxiety and anticipation. I flew over to the edge of the upper plateau cliff. Looking down at the river, which seemed to be about 15 meters wide, I created a large, square stone, about 4 meters on each side, at the edge where the water was flowing down. Using the same method as before, I sank most of the stone into the riverbed. I confirmed that it wouldn't budge in the current before using spatial magic. Imagine carving out a hemisphere from the center of the stone. Disappear. It's so perfect that it's scary. The center can be used as a standing bath, and the rest can be used for sitting and enjoying the view. I made a flat seat about 50 cm from the top and dug deeper on the bottom on the opposite side of the waterfall. If I place heated stones here, no one will get burned. The only drawback is that it's an exclusive goddess bath, so magic is required to fill and empty it. However, as Zio taught me the other day, water magic can manipulate existing water, not just create it, so I'm sure they'll be able to handle it. On the contrary, I'm worried that they might destroy the bath while cleaning it. While I'm at it, I'll use the ink I prepared for this occasion to write. If you need to warm stones quickly, go to Loki. If I put up a sign like that, my white fire will spectacularly spew flames. You could get lucky in more ways than one here, but if I take a bath, it'll feel like I'm soaking in a river with the water level just above my head. Unlike last time, there's no ground in front, so it'll feel like you're flying in the sky while bathing. Nothing blocks the view, so it's almost too good to be true. Haha, this will definitely make Feral melt. It only took about 10 minutes. As I savored the greatness of spatial magic, which made the work much easier, Alicia finished searching the loot. She held several folded pieces of cloth in her hands. Huh, there's something like that too. That's not clothing, is it? It's fabric before it's been woven. That's all I know about it. So, you're going to make something out of that. In that case, you'll need scissors to cut the fabric and needles to sew it, right? I don't know. There are other things I need to do first, so it can wait. I'll look into it while I'm at it. Okay, I'll leave a wooden box here for you to use for storage. I'm off hunting. With Alicia, whose cat had run away, seeing me off, I left all the unnecessary items in the stone house, which was now a storage room, and flew to the hunting ground, feeling light. The minimum skill target and level up are just a little further. Once that's done, it's finally time for the central area. Thinking of that, my motivation surged, and I prioritized obtaining night vision. I sliced the owl monster, Stolas, in two. Chapter 257, Manhole. Your level has risen to 58. 2 days later, while silently hunting A-rank monsters, I finally leveled up after targeting the giant elephant. Name, Yuto Mamiya. Level, 58. Skill points remaining, 58. Magic power, 652, plus 4800 plus 50 from increased sword magic power. Strength, 349, plus 1629. Intelligence, 355 plus 885. Defense, 343 plus 765. Varakan plus 687. Magic defense, 333 plus 1088. Agility, 348 plus 750 Kyuki plus 174. Dexterity, 342 plus 1205. Luck, 343 plus 400. Blessing, none. Title, King Ant Slayer. Flight, LV7 to LV8. Final Scream, new to LV7. Claw Technique, LV5 to LV7. Ice Magic, LV5-2. Lightning Attribute Resistance, new to LV5. Ice Attribute Resistance, new to LV5. Freezing Breath, new LV6. Immobility, new to LV5. Night Vision, LV5 to LV7. Stone Eye, new LV7. Petrification Resistance, new. Intimidation, LV5 to LV7. Physical Attack Power Increase, new to LV5. Whirlwind, LV5-2. Roar, LV4-2. Photosynthesis, LV4-2. The skill level ups are going pretty well. I checked the status screen and nodded to myself as I returned to base, pleased to see that my skill points had increased quite a bit. After entrusting all the monsters I had stored to Carla, I headed to the upper plateau, where I found Alicia with her head in her hands and Felon needing something clay-like on the ground. In the distance, I saw Feral sitting in the bathtub, gazing up at the sky. Oh, what's wrong with Alicia? The cat won't let her near it. It keeps going to Felon instead. Hiloki-kun, what did I do wrong? Why? Maybe you're paying too much attention to it, or maybe it's your scent. Alicia's face froze in shock as if an arrow had pierced her forehead. However, the cat was currently rubbing against Felon's feet, so it was more likely just annoyed. If she keeps feeding it, though, it'll probably recognize her as someone who gives it food, and things will improve. If she really wants to, there's a skill that isn't available yet, but it's displayed in the skill tree. It's called training. It seems like a dirty trick, though. Anyway, what on earth is Felon doing? When I asked, I found out that, at the study session the other day, they mentioned that minerals can be obtained from dungeons. Apparently, Ril has been complaining that she wants to make her own equipment. Apparently, Felon, who has nothing to do until I get the seeds, is trying to make a stove. She's needing brown soil, so maybe she's trying to make bricks. When we ate pizza together in the royal capital, we talked about stoves. Maybe she learned something from that. Loki-kun, that bath is wonderful, it's the best. Oh, really? I guess my obsession as a bath builder is showing. With its size, I think all 6 of you could fit in there. But be careful, the position you requested might be visible from below. I won't say I won't look. I won't say that even if I die. But I have to warn her because it could become a big problem later. The lake is quite large. No matter how hard I strain my eyes from the lakeside where we're building our house, there's no way I can normally see it. But there are always tricks, like flying or teleporting. Carla is obsessed with Zio, so he probably won't care, but that slightly evil old man might. Phew-foo-foo. Please tell them that anyone who peeks will die. Of course. All right, I'll borrow Zio's high-performance magic tool and embed it in the bathroom so no one can peek in. Oh, since there are 3 of you, that's perfect. I'm going to check out the center of Pomera. Are you sure? There might be stronger monsters there. I wonder if something will happen if you go. Should I come with you if it looks dangerous? Haha, it's fine, it's fine. I plan to map the area as I go, so it probably won't be finished by the end of the day. Everyone else should just enjoy doing whatever they want. MMMs. Felon pouts and makes a dissatisfied face. There was no sense of guilt or of hiding something important behind that expression. If even Felon, the most expressive one, is like this, then there's probably nothing in the center involving the goddesses. Well, I'll still go fill in the map. I told them to only use divine communication in case of an emergency, so I'm sure everything will be fine, even if something unexpected happens. With that thought in mind, the first 2 days of the journey passed. The unchanging scenery gradually dampened my expectations, and I began to realize that Firal's prediction was true. As I filled in the empty, donut-shaped center, the monsters gradually became more concentrated. However, there was no transition to the 7th layer, which was supposed to be S-rank. Even when looking at the center, nothing stood out in my field of vision. This is a fantasy world. It's a vast forest that even Felza-sama proclaimed exists in the world. If this is the center of the forest, then 95 out of 100 people would expect to see a certain tree. Yes, the world tree, towering high into the sky. At the very least, I had expected to see a giant tree piercing the sky. Around it, there would be countless S-rank monsters. If you managed to sneak through them, you would find treasures that would make you drool, but my fantasy was shattered. No, wait, why a manhole? Looking down from above at the point where the monsters were concentrated, which I assumed was the center, I saw a black, disc-shaped object sitting alone below me. It was covered in a bit of dirt, but no trees were growing on it, so I could get a good idea of its shape. Actually, I couldn't tell because I was looking down from a considerable height out of caution. But when I descended carefully, I realized it was much larger than a manhole. Presence detection. Magic power detection. Investigation monster. I approached cautiously, confirming the presence of monsters and other dangerous beings, but there was nothing there. It was a black disc with no noticeable patterns, about 10 meters in diameter. When I landed nearby, I could see 6 small holes spaced evenly around the outer edge. Thin lines connected the holes, forming a circle around the perimeter. In the center was a slightly larger depression filled with soil, from which 6 lines extended toward the surrounding holes. From certain angles, it appears as though the lines align with manhole covers that could open and allow one to fall through. However, the lines are merely carved and do not penetrate to the bottom. I casually tossed stones and branches from the surrounding area onto the disc, but there was no reaction. Finger electricity. I tried casting a light spell, but the soil only moved slightly and nothing else changed. Dig a deeper hole. I tried digging away the soil beneath the disc, but there was nothing underneath it. I thought it might be a lid, like a manhole cover, but this black object didn't seem to extend downward at all. It was just sitting there, as if it had been placed there. What the hell is this? I cautiously touched it, and yes, there was nothing there. It was a thick, heavy metal block, approximately 10 cm in thickness. It didn't reflect much light, and it looked blacker than any black I had ever seen. HMPH. Not good. I was confident in my strength, but when I tried to lift it with all my might, it didn't budge. Then how about this? Storage. To my surprise, it worked. I quickly returned the disc to its original place, feeling anxious. No, what am I doing? I was just investigating out of curiosity. But there's no way a disc like this could be normal in a place like this, which seems to be the center of a crossroads where monsters live. I can only assume it was placed there for a reason. If I move it without permission, who knows what will happen? Besides, I can't budge it even when I try my hardest, and it's in a place that no ordinary person could reach. I don't think it was made by humans. In that case, I have no choice but to do so. I've decided to rely on it as little as possible. This is definitely not a normal situation, though. On the contrary, if not now, then when? Divine communication. Hey, Alicia, could you come to my side for a moment? There's a mysterious manhole in the center of the forest. I have no idea what you're talking about. Chapter 258, Starting Device. Alicia gazes intently at the manhole, her finger pressed against her lips. I silently compare her expression to the manhole. As expected, her reaction is dull. Like me, she's looking at it with a normal gaze, as if it were something mysterious. Even if Loki-kun does something, nothing happens right. Yeah, I threw things at it, cast magic, and hit it a little. I even tried to lift it, but it didn't react at all. It doesn't seem deeply connected to the ground either. But I was able to store it using spatial magic. Alicia gently touches the manhole cover and looks up at the sky. I follow her gaze, but there's nothing up there. There's no way this is where the aliens landed, is there? Right. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea pops into my head, and my heart starts racing. After a moment of silence, Alicia speaks up. I understand what this material is. Really? You've seen it before, haven't you, Loki-kun? It's installed in every church. Our obsidian plates. With that hint, I realized it did look similar. The blackness that seemed to absorb light was exactly like that mysterious large plate. I hadn't thought about it in a while, but that mysterious substance did give off an otherworldly atmosphere, unlike anything I had encountered in my adventures thus far. That's correct. Those obsidian plates do not exist naturally in this world. They were created in the divine realm at the Shrine Maiden's request and sent down to this world. So, you're saying that something made from materials from the divine realm is here for some reason. That's right. If I don't know about it, then no one else does either. We are not allowed to create objects of this shape. So, you're saying that Felza-sama placed it here for a reason. That's correct. After that, Alicia stood frozen in place, tilting her head as she tried to figure out the meaning of the manhole cover. No matter how much she thought about it, though, she couldn't come up with an answer. Looking at the surface of the disc again, I wondered if there was anything that could give us a clue. I was too scared to step on it directly, but since Alicia was already there, it should be safe. There are no pictures or patterns. The only clues are this indentation and the 6 lines spreading out from it. After using wind magic to blow away the dust, the indentation on the disc became clearer. The hole in the center was slightly larger, but still only about 20 cm in diameter. Similar to the hole I had dug out while building the bathtub the other day, it was a hollow hemisphere. The 6 surrounding holes were even smaller, about half the size of a ping-pong ball. All the holes are round and seem to be connected by lines. Yeah, could this be some kind of device for summoning something? Summoning? Yeah, since Earthling souls are being summoned and reincarnated, maybe it's a device to summon souls. That's unlikely. If it's just moving spiritual entities, like souls, it wouldn't require much effort. But if it involves physical bodies, you don't know. Well, I'm not sure, but considering the situation, that's even less likely. This was definitely placed here by Felza-sama. Unlike us, she can easily move between dimensions with her physical body, just like Loki-kun. So, she wouldn't need a summoning device. Oh, I see. If it can be done without a summoning device, then there's no need to prepare one. It would make sense if it were prepared for the goddesses, but since they don't seem to know about it, it seems unnecessary. The only possibility is that someone fell into a dimensional rift a long time ago, but that's unlikely. Then the key must be this hole, right? Yes, from the fact that the lines are connected, I think this hole is connected to something that activates it. Hey, what does the obsidian plate react to for the skills to manifest? I can feel that something is connected. The obsidian plate and the high-performance magic tool, storage room, in Malta's Hanfa were on my mind. Its authentication was based on a person's minimal magic power. If that's the case, then the black obsidian plate must have the same potential. Minimal magic power, that is. As I got closer to the answer, I could feel my heart beating faster. If so, then the hole must have something to do with magic power. But this hole is too small for that, then maybe this? Alicia, could you take a look at the whole thing, especially the connected lines? My instinct was to cut my finger deeply. I've gotten used to it recently, so I thought I'd try that first. I poured the blood into the hole, but there was no reaction. Thanks to the slave magic and the resurrection of Zio and Carla, I know that magic power is mixed with blood. I thought the size of the hole might be the key, but how about it, any changes? And nothing, what are you doing, filling the hole with blood? I thought the magic mixed with the blood might cause a change, but I guess not. What's in front of me is a manhole, but it feels like I'm pouring blood into the Holy Grail from mythological times. Even when I look at it, though, there's no reaction, and I gradually feel a sense of futility. If I try to do all this, the hole in the center will be particularly difficult. Besides, there's a possibility that my magic power won't be enough. The last resort I took out of storage was a magic stone from an A-rank monster that I picked up somewhere. Monster magic stones aren't perfectly round, so I thought this one might be different. However, when I tried to fit it into the smaller holes around the edges, it was too big. Then, when I threw one into the central hole, black smoke suddenly erupted from the stone. About a minute later, the smoke cleared. When I looked into the hole in the center, all that remained was a dull, white magic stone. It was still solid when I took it out, but it was so fragile that it looked like it would crumble at any moment. Although it was my first time seeing one, I could tell right away that this was what a magic stone looked like after its magic power had been depleted. I think I see the answer now. Why, yeah, but this consumption doesn't seem normal. I guess so. After all, this is a magic stone from an A-rank monster. At this point, the answer was clear. However, the item I had was still too small, so I needed something bigger. I took out a magic stone about the size of a marble from my storage and focused on the surrounding hole, which was about the size of a ping-pong ball, as well as the even larger hole in the center. If this magic stone became unusable, it would be disastrous. The loss would be in the hundreds of millions, and I might have to dig a hole in the cliff and hibernate for a while. But Orlando-san had said, even if it's consumed, the magic power will recover. Then it'll be okay, it has to be. I don't know what will happen. This is fantasy and adventure, though, so I gently rolled the magic stone into the hole in the center. Then, oh well. Loki-kun, it's glowing a little. 6 faint lines glowed near the center of the hole. The light was very weak and didn't reach the 6 surrounding holes, but there was a reaction. There was definitely a reaction. I quickly grabbed the magic stone and gently stroked it to check its condition. It didn't seem to have changed much, so I put it back in its case quickly. If it's going to recover, it would probably be best to take it out before bed and let it recharge with natural magic. What should I do next? What should I aim for? I now have another big goal to work toward. In fact, I feel like this might be my ultimate goal. No matter how I think about it, 1 or 2 more magic stones won't be enough. I'll need a considerable number of magic stones, including the holes around it. Bigger ones at that. What will happen once I gather them all? Alicia, if this activates, what do you think will happen? Alicia and the other goddesses probably don't know the answer to that question. I don't know, but I hope this world will move in a positive direction. That's right. In reality, we won't know if the outcome will be good or bad until we open the lid. Currently, only Felsa-sama knows the truth. There's a possibility that activating it could be extremely dangerous, so we might decide against it as we travel through the world. Still, if this is a fantasy world, I want to try activating it once the conditions are right. As I thought this, I shifted my gaze from the manhole and noticed a faint shadow on Alicia's profile. Section: Loki's Notebook 6. Name: Loki Yuto Mamiya. Level: 58. Skill points remaining: 58. Magic power: 5452, 5452 652, plus 4800. Strength: 1978, 349, plus 1629. Intelligence: 1240, 355, plus 885. Defense: 1798, 343, plus 765. Verakan plus 687. Magic defense: 1421, 333, plus 1088. Agility: 1272, 348 plus 750, QQ plus 174. Dexterity: 1547, 342, plus 1205. Luck: 743, 343, plus 400. Blessing: none. Title: King Ant Slayer. Acquired skills: Combat Tactic System skills. Swordsmanship LV7, Dagger Technique LV7, Stick Art LV7, Martial Arts LV7, Staff Technique LV5, Shield Technique LV5, Archery LV5, Axe Technique LV6, Spearsmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6, Scythe Technique LV6, Dual Wielding LV1, Throwing Technique LV3, Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV7. Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV4. Command LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Encouragement LV5. Magic System Skills. Fire Magic LV7, Lightning Magic LV7, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV6, Ice Magic LV6, Light Magic LV5, Dark Magic LV6. Non-Attribute Magic LV8. Healing Magic LV5, Barrier Magic LV1, Spatial Magic LV6, Time Magic LV5. Magic Manipulation LV6, Magic Detection LV4. Shortened Casting Time LV5, Activation Standby LV2. Magic Range Increase LV2. Job System Skills. Construction LV3, Mining LV3, Logging LV4, Hunting LV7. Dismantling LV7. Cooking LV6, Farming LV6, Fishing LV4, Sewing LV5, Fine Arts LV2. Painting LV2, Crafting LV2, Processing LV3, Animal Husbandry LV4. Foraging LV4. Communication LV5, Housekeeping LV6, Negotiation LV5, Musical Performance LV2, Pharmacy LV3. Etiquette LV3, Dance LV1. Singing, Daily Life System Skills. Jumping LV4, Flight LV8, Voice Amplification LV3, Different Language Comprehension LV8, Arithmetic LV4, Memorization LV5. Keen Hearing LV3, Concealment LV8, Riding LV7, Escape LV4. Presence Detection LV6, Stealthy Steps LV4, Trap Creation LV6, Trap Removal LV6, Vision Enlargement LV6, Investigation LV5, Farsight LV6, Night Vision LV7, Swiftness LV5. Appraisal LV2, Mind's Eye LV2. Magic Transfer LV3, Trap Detection LV1. Pure Passive System Skills. Increased Automatic Magic Power Recovery LV7. Increased Maximum Magic Power LV7. Physical Attack Resistance LV5. Magic Attack Resistance. LV4 Earth Attribute Resistance. LV4 Wind Attribute Resistance. LV3 Steel Heart LV4. Superhuman Strength. LV6 Calm Mind LV6. Unbreakable Strength LV6. Swift Wind LV6. Special Move LV5. Good Luck LV4. Sealing Magic LV3. Poison Resistance LV8. Paralysis Resistance LV4. Sleep Resistance LV4. Petrification Resistance LV6. Charm Resistance LV1. Fire Attribute Resistance LV8. Water Attribute Resistance LV3. Darkness Attribute Resistance LV6. Lightning Attribute Resistance LV5. Ice Attribute Resistance LV5. Other Special. Divine Communication LV2. Map Making LV2. Soul Armor LV2. Oracle LV1. Slave Magic LV3. Other Monsters Usable. Bite LV8. Digging LV8. Photosynthesis LV6. Physical Defense Increase LV4. Sleepy Eye LV3. Claw Technique LV7. Insight LV4. Stomp LV7. Call to Assembly LV7. Hardening LV6. Acid Resistance LV8. Status Abnormal Resistance Increase LV7. Roar LV6. Charge LV7. Whirlwind LV6. Forced Awakening LV9. Enhanced Sense of Smell LV4. Fire Breath LV6. Ignition LV6. White Fire LV1. Hellflame Pillar LV5. Scorching Breath LV5. Devour LV5. Decomposition LV3. Absorption LV3. Freezing Breath LV6. Stone Eye LV7. Physical Attack Power Increase LV5. Immobility LV5. Other Monsters Unusable. Spores LV5. Mutification LV5. Resonance LV7. Sticky Threads LV4. Shedding LV3. Acidic Liquid LV7. Mimicry LV6. Vaporization LV8. Poison Mist LV5. Combination LV8. Separation LV8. Firetail LV5. Final Scream LV7. Phantom LV8. Shadow Crossing LV6. Earth Binding LV6. Attribute Change LV7. Combat Tactic System Skills. Swordsmanship LV7. As long as the user is wielding a sword-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a 310% boost to ability stats. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Dagger technique, LV7. As long as the user is equipped with a dagger-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action can be enhanced by 310% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Stick arts LV7. As long as the user is holding a stick-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, perform a specific action to temporarily enhance a specific ability by 310% of the base value. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Martial arts LV7. As long as the user strikes with their own body, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, specific actions receive a limited enhancement equal to 310% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Axe technique LV6. As long as the user is wielding an axe-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15, strength bonus. Spearmanship LV6. As long as the user is holding a spear-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15, strength bonus. Hammer technique LV6. As long as the user is holding a hammer-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement of 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15, strength bonus. Scythe technique LV6. As long as the user is holding a scythe-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement of 280% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 15. Strength bonus. Archery LV5. As long as the user is wielding a bow-shaped weapon, attack actions and range receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 250% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 13, dexterity bonus. Staff technique LV5. As long as the user is holding a staff-shaped weapon, magic effects, magic casting time, and defensive actions receive a bonus. No mana consumption intelligence bonus. Shield technique LV5. As long as the user is holding a shield, defensive actions receive a bonus. No mana consumption optional. For 2 seconds, a specific action receives a limited enhancement equal to 250% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption, 13, defense bonus. Throwing technique LV3. Throwing range is increased by 30 meters, no mana consumption. Optionally, apply a bonus to throwing speed accuracy. Mana consumption, 9, dexterity bonus. Provocation LV4. Makes it easier to draw attention to oneself. Activation range within 40 meters. Activates on creatures within a 2-meter radius centered on the target. Mana consumption, 11, defense bonus. Berserk LV8. After use, all normal attack actions receive a limited bonus equal to 290% of the ability stats. However, until the time limit expires, the user cannot perform any normal attack actions against surrounding creatures. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Mana consumption, 0, strength bonus. Dual wielding LV1. As long as the user is holding a weapon in each hand, attack and defense actions receive a bonus. Weapon type does not matter, always active. Mana consumption, 0, strength bonus. Intimidation LV7. Inflicts intense fear on a designated target, hindering their actions and causing mental confusion. Mana consumption, 5. Magic power bonus. Sacrifice LV5. Temporarily increases strength and agility by 200% while unarmed. Effect duration, 1 minute. Mana consumption, 25. Strength bonus. Command LV5. The thoughts of the user of this skill are more easily transmitted to allies under their command. The degree of transmission depends on the skill level. Range, 1,000 meters. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Mana consumption, 50. Intelligence bonus. Encouragement, LV5. Increases all ability stats of allies within a 25-meter radius by 20%. Cannot be stacked with other skills of the same name. The skill user is not affected. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 28. Luck bonus. Body strengthening, LV6. Temporarily increases strength, defense, agility, and dexterity by 160% using mana. Effect duration, 6 minutes. Mana consumption, 30. Dexterity bonus. Mounted combat, LV7. While mounted, all ability stats are increased by 135%. The bonus also applies to the mounted creature. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Magic system skills. Fire magic, LV7. Allows the use of fire magic with mana consumption of less than 70. Intelligence bonus. Earth magic, LV6. Allows the use of earth magic with mana consumption of less than 60. Magic defense bonus. Wind magic, LV6. Allows the use of wind magic with mana consumption of less than 60. Agility bonus. Water magic, LV6. Allows the use of water magic with a mana consumption of less than 60. Defense bonus. Ice magic, LV6. Allows the use of ice magic with a mana consumption of less than 60. Defense bonus. Lightning magic, LV7. Allows the use of lightning magic with a mana consumption of less than 70. Intelligence bonus. Light magic, LV5. Allows the use of light magic with a mana consumption of less than 50. Luck bonus. Dark magic, LV6. Allows the use of dark magic with a mana consumption of less than 60. Magic power bonus. Non-attribute magic, LV8. Allows the use of non-attribute magic with a mana consumption of less than 80. Magic power bonus. Healing magic, LV5. Allows the use of healing magic with a mana consumption of less than 50. Defense bonus. Barrier magic, LV1. Allows the user to create a barrier centered on themselves. The strength, range, and properties of the barrier depend on the amount of magic power used. Magic defense bonus. Time magic, LV5. Allows the user to choose to reduce or increase the agility of all creatures within a 2-meter radius, centered on the target by plus or minus 250%. The final value of the reduction is determined by the target's resistance and cannot be negative. Mana consumption, 75 every 10 seconds. Intelligence bonus. Spatial magic, LV6. Temporarily connects to a subspace and allows the user to utilize that space. Mana consumption, 50% reduction. Depends on the range of the space and the connection time. Magic power II bonus. Magic manipulation, LV6. Improves magic manipulation and makes it easier to apply to magic. Also reduces magic activation time by 30%. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Magic detection, LV4. Becomes sensitive to the flow and concentration of magic around the user. Range, 20 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Shortened casting time, LV5. Increases the rate of single target magic image transmission to spirits by 50%. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Activation standby, LV2. Allows the user to wait up to 4 seconds after becoming able to cast a spell. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Magic range increase, LV2. Increases the range of spells by 20%. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Job system skills. Hunting, LV7. Improves hunting skills, making it much easier to find prey. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Dismantling, LV7. Improves dismantling skills, allowing for faster and more accurate dismantling. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Foraging, LV4. Improves foraging skills, making it slightly easier to find items. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Conversation LV5 improves conversation skills, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Cooking LV6 improves cooking skills, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Farming LV6 improves farming skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Fishing LV4 slightly improves fishing skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Housekeeping LV6 improves housekeeping skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Sewing LV5 improves sewing skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Fine arts LV2 slightly improves art skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Painting LV2 slightly improves painting skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Construction LV3 slightly improves construction skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Mining LV3 slightly improves mining skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Crafting LV2 slightly improves crafting skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Processing LV3 slightly improves processing skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Logging LV4 slightly improves logging skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Negotiation LV5 improves negotiation skills, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Animal husbandry LV4 slightly improves animal husbandry skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Etiquette LV3 slightly improves etiquette, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Dance LV1 slightly improves dance skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Singing LV2 slightly improves singing skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Pharmacy LV3 slightly improves pharmacy skill, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Musical performance LV2 slightly improves musical performance skills, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV8 allows you to understand and converse using specialized terms to a certain extent, even if you have no knowledge of the language spoken by other people. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Vision enlargement LV6 slightly expands the user's field of vision in all directions, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Farsight LV6 allows the user to see far into the distance, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Night vision LV7 can maintain vision even in complete darkness. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Presence detection LV6 increases sensitivity to movement around the user. Range, 30 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Investigation LV5 searches for specific objects within range. Range, 150 meters. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Concealment LV8 deceives detection, discernment, and investigation skills of LV8 or lower. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Swiftness LV5 improves running speed, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Stealthy steps LV4. When activated, allows movement without sound and hides presence depending on skill level. Mana consumption, 10 per minute. Dexterity bonus. Escape LV4. When being pursued, allows running at 210% of normal speed. Mana consumption, 10 every 30 seconds. Agility bonus. Jumping LV4. Jumping actions are enhanced, allowing the user to jump higher than normal. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Flight LV8 allows the user to move through the air while floating. Mana consumption, 2 per minute. Magic power II bonus. Arithmetic LV4. Slightly improves arithmetic ability, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Memorization LV5 improves memory, always active. Mana consumption, 0. intelligence bonus. Writing LV7. Greatly improves writing ability, always active. Mana consumption, 0, agility bonus. Voice amplification, LV3. Temporarily increases the volume of the user's voice, allowing it to be heard over a wider area. The amplified voice does not affect the original volume. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Keen hearing, LV3. Temporarily increases the user's hearing, allowing them to distinguish sounds and voices within a certain range. Range 30 meters. Mana consumption, 0, intelligence bonus. Trap creation, LV6, improves the skill of creating traps for capture or killing, assists the user's imagination. Mana consumption, up to 150. Dexterity bonus. Trap disarming, LV6, disarms special traps created by trap creation LV6 or lower. Mana consumption, 75. Dexterity bonus. Appraisal LV2. Identifies the abilities, effects, ingredients, and materials of target items. Identification depth depends on the user's skill level, only applies to inorganic objects. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Mind's Eye LV2 peeks at the skills possessed by the target, only applies to living creatures. Mana consumption, 5 luck bonus. Trap detection LV1. Detect naturally occurring danger zones and special traps generated by trap creation LV1 or lower. Range depends on vision. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 5. Luck bonus. Magic transfer LV3. Transfer the user's mana to the target. The amount of mana that can be transferred is 65% of the mana consumed. Magic power bonus. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV8 increases resistance to poison, always active. Mana consumption, 0, defense bonus. Paralysis resistance LV4 increases resistance to paralysis. Always active, mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Sleep resistance LV4 increases resistance to sleep, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Petrifaction resistance LV6 increases resistance to petrification, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Charm resistance LV1 increases resistance to charm, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Increased maximum magic power LV7 increases maximum magic power by 70, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7 increases automatic magic power recovery by 35%, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Superhuman strength, LV6 increases strength by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0, strength bonus. Calm mind LV6 increases intelligence by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0, intelligence bonus. Unbreakable strength LV6 increases defense by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0, defense bonus. Sealing magic LV3 increases magic defense by 15, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Swift wind LV6 increases agility by 30, always active. Mana consumption, 0, agility bonus. Special move LV5 increases dexterity by 25, always active. Mana consumption, 0, dexterity bonus. Good luck LV4 increases luck by 20, always active. Mana consumption, 0, luck bonus. Physical attack resistance LV5 increases resistance to physical attacks, always active. Mana consumption, 0, defense bonus. Magic attack resistance LV4 increases resistance to magic attacks, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Fire resistance LV8 increases resistance to fire magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Earth resistance LV4 increases resistance to earth magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Wind resistance LV3 increases resistance to wind magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Water resistance LV3 increases resistance to water magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Lightning resistance LV5. Increases resistance to lightning magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Ice resistance LV5, increases resistance to ice magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Dark resistance LV6, increases resistance to dark magic, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Steelheart LV4, slightly increases resistance to mental attacks. Also effective against intimidation, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Other special. Oracle LV1, special blessing skill for the priest class. Allows the user to receive messages from goddesses. Can be used once per day. Cannot be activated at will. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Divine communication LV2, special blessing skill exclusive to the Shrine Maiden class. Allows communication with goddesses. Can be used once per day. Usage time limit, 2 minutes. Mana consumption, 60, magic power II bonus. Map making LV2, reflects roads and national borders on maps. Also allows changing the map's orientation. Mana consumption, 0, magic power II bonus. Soul armor LV2, retains the soul of a monster that has been killed by the user and grants one of its stats to the user. Maximum number of soul armors, 2. Mana consumption, 5 magic power II bonus. Slave magic LV3, allows the user to bind a target with a slave contract, either as a soul bond or servitude. Maximum possession cost, 150. Mana consumption, 30 only when binding a slave contract. Magic power bonus. Other monsters. Charge LV7, charges forward at 310% of ability stats. Movement range can be specified. Maximum distance, 5 meters. Mana consumption, 17. Agility bonus. Bite LV8, for 1 second, applies a 330% bonus to ability stats when biting. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Photosynthesis LV6. When exposed to sunlight, natural healing power and magic power recovery are slightly increased, always active. Magic power bonus. Hardening LV6. Temporarily hardens the body, increasing defense by 11 times for the duration. Effect duration, 1 second. Mana consumption, 15, defense bonus. Physical defense up LV4. Increases defense by 12%, always active. Mana consumption, 0 defense bonus. Forced awakening LV9, forcibly awakens all members of the same species within range. Range, 1800 meters. Mana consumption, 50, dexterity bonus. Increased status abnormalities resistance LV7, increases resistance to all status abnormalities, always active. Mana consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Call to assembly LV7, forcibly gathers monsters with the resonance skill in the vicinity. Effect range, 210 meters radius. Mana consumption, 17. Intelligence bonus. Digging LV8. Dig holes skillfully. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Mana consumption, 2 strength bonus. Acid resistance LV8, increases resistance to acid, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Stomp LV7. Attack downward with 310% of your strength. Mana consumption, 17, strength bonus. Enhanced sense of smell LV4, temporarily increases sense of smell. The degree of increase depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 0, luck bonus. Insight LV4, gives a slight understanding of the strength difference between creatures within sight. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Roar LV4, inflicts the intimidation effect on a 4-meter range in front and has a chance to nullify mental damage inflicted on oneself. Mana consumption, 40 magic defense bonus. Whirlwind LV6, sweeps around 720 degrees with 280% of the user's ability stats in power and speed. Can move slightly when used. Mana consumption, 19, agility bonus. Sleepy Eyes LV3, activated while looking at the target's eyes, this ability puts the target to sleep. If the target agrees after the ability is explained, the success rate is 100%. If the ability is not explained or the target does not understand it, the success rate is determined by a combination of factors such as skill level and the target's resistance value. Mana consumption. 9. Magic defense bonus. Claw technique LV7. As long as the user is holding a claw-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action can be enhanced to 310% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption. 17. Strength bonus. Ignition LV6. Ignites the user or objects the user is touching within a specified range. The effect ends when the skill is cancelled, but the fire immediately loses control if the user is no longer in contact with the target. The amount of heat is determined by the skill level and intelligence. Mana consumption, 5 every 10 seconds. Magic power bonus. Fire breath LV6, breathes fire forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 45. Magic power bonus. Scorching breath LV5, breathes a huge, wide-range flame forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 70. Magic power bonus. White fire LV1. Transforms all fire-related skills the user possesses into higher-tier white fire. Heat output depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 20. Magic power II bonus. Hellfire pillars LV5. Generates 2 massive flame pillars that suck in, devour, and consume living beings at a distance of 15 meters from the user. The pillars and the dragon inside them cannot be controlled after being generated. Their movement becomes more active as the skill level increases. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 90. Magic power II bonus. Devour LV5. Applies a 390% bonus to all stats for 1 second when biting. Mana consumption, 32. Strength bonus. Decomposition LV3. Decomposes the target using mana. Decomposition speed depends on the amount of mana used. Mana consumption reduced by 20%. Magic power bonus. Absorption LV3. Absorbs liquids through magic. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Freezing breath LV6. Breathes freezing breath forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Cold damage depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 45. Magic power bonus. Stone Eye LV7. Activates while looking at the target's eyes, causing them to petrify. The faster the target moves, the faster the petrification progresses. Success rate is determined by a combination of factors, including resistance stats. Mana consumption, 17. Magic power bonus. Physical attack power increase LV5. Increases strength by 15%. Always active. Mana consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Immobility LV5. Temporarily immobilizes the body, increasing defense and magic defense by 16 times during the effect duration. However, the user cannot move at all while the effect is active. Effect duration, 5 seconds. Mana consumption, 75. Defense bonus. Other monsters, unusable. Sticky thread LV4, cannot be used. Magic defense bonus. Shed skin LV3, cannot be used. Magic defense bonus. Resonance LV7, cannot be used. Intelligence bonus. Acidic liquid LV7, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Mimicry LV6, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Spores LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Mutification LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Vaporization LV8, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Poison mist LV5, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Combination LV8, cannot be used. Defense bonus. Divide LV8, cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Firetail LV5, cannot be used. Agility bonus. Phantom LV8, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Shadow crossing LV6, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Attribute change LV7, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Earthbind LV6, cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Final Scream LV7 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Bonus status values. Each skill has a hidden bonus status value. These values cannot be confirmed for residents and are not displayed on the status screen, so you will not know the bonus status values for each skill unless you verify them. Skill Level 1. Adaptability +1. Skill Level 2. Adaptability +2. Skill Level 3. Adaptability +3. Skill Level 4. Adaptability +5. Skill Level 5. Adaptability +10. Skill Level 6. Adaptability +30. Skill Level 7. Adaptability +60. Skill Level 8. Adaptability +100. Magic power is doubled. Magic power II is doubled again. Skill points required to increase skill level. Prayer to the goddess. 0 to 1. 2 points. 1 to 2, 4 points. 2 to 3, 12 points. 3 to 4, 30 points. 4 to 5, 50 points. 5 to 6, 100 points. 6 to 7, 200 points. 7 to 8, 300 points. Increase in each stat with level ups. Level 110, all stats increase by 3 per level, except magic power, which increases by 6. Level 1120. All stats increase by 4 per level, except magic power, which increases by 8. Level 2130. All stats increase by 5 per level, except magic power, which increases by 10. Level 3140. All stats increase by 6 per level, except magic power, which increases by 12. Level 4150. All stats increase by 7 per level, except magic power, which increases by 14. Level 5160. All stats increase by 8 per level, except magic power, which increases by 16. The relationship between skill level, required experience points, and skill experience points obtained from monsters, estimated values when the required experience points for skill level 1 are set to 100. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 are 100. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 1 to 2 are 200. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 2 is 40 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 2 to 3 is 600. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 3 is 120 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 3 to 4 is 2,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 4 to 5 are 20,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 5 are 4,000 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 5 to 6 are 60,000. The experience points required to advance from skill level 6 to 7 are 200,000. How much experience is needed to go from skill level 7 to 8? 2 million. How much experience is needed to go from skill level 8 to 9? 10 million. List of countries mentioned in the story. Kingdom of Lagraith, the first country the protagonist visits. Kingdom of Waltz, east of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Freyville, also known as the Dwarf Kingdom, further east of the Kingdom of Waltz. Kingdom of Elgrand, country, where the reincarnated individual Takuya lives, northwest of the continent. Velfria Empire, country where the reincarnated individual Shiva lives, southwest of the continent. Kingdom of Albert, country where the reincarnated individual Marie lives, east of the continent. Republic of Ilion, country where the reincarnated individual Hans lives, southeast of the continent. Kingdom of Odesson, north of the continent. A country where there is a high possibility of reincarnated individuals skilled in glassmaking. Papal state of Famil location unknown. A country where the Shrine Maiden lives. Kingdom of Jure, west of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Ortran, a country near the Kingdom of Freyville, where a beginner's dungeon is said to exist. List of books in possession. Pharmacology Encyclopedia. Differences in skill characteristics by system. Unknown magic skills. History and prospects of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Auction hosting country. The scale and trends. List of magic tools, Volume 2. Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Volume 1. Skill level verification, Farming Edition. Who do you think I am? I'm Romando. Military strengthening. How to raise a great horse. Let's get a cat. Chapter 259, Reopening and Expansion. My mana consumption from the base to Bezart was about 950. The sudden decrease in mana initially made me feel nauseous, but I've gotten used to it. Now, I quickly give away any leftovers as souvenirs to people I know. These include the Hunter's Guild, Pisason's equipment shop, the Billy Corn Inn innkeeper, the people at the church, the Indian-looking guy at Kari's, the shoemaker, and the old man at the food stall. Carla dismantles the monsters I hunt, but no matter what I do, there's always a lot of leftover meat. Alicia is probably on the upper plateau most of the time, but there are only 4 of us, and even if there were more, there would still only be 9 of us to eat it. Even if we butcher a unicorn, which everyone loves, we can't eat it all. It's also not enough to sell to Orgusan, the big shot in Falmenta. So I decided to give away the leftover meat before it goes bad. That's how it is. Rill has also safely returned and is apparently secretly patrolling the upper plateau at night. I guess we'll have even more leftover ingredients from now on. Maybe we should learn how to make smoked meat, even if we can't age the meat for a different flavor. My job is to earn money outside and run errands in town, so I'll leave the cooking to someone else. Good morning. Ara Loki-kun, it's been a long time. I heard you came back. Yes, I'm not settling down in Bezart, but I've arranged it so that I can stop by any time. Mei-chan was so happy. What happened? She should already be on her way to Rocker Plain. Oh, I just brought some leftovers, so don't worry. Here, have some of this meat. I placed the block of meat on the counter, completely blocking Mei-chan's mother's face. Isn't this a little too much? We can't eat this much at our house. That's why I'd like you to ask Mei-chan to share some with Xing-kun and Pada-kun. I don't know where they live yet. Aurora, my husband will be back for lunch, so I'll ask him then. Now that I've come back, I should find out where they live. I heard that there are a lot of other children at Pada-kun's house. I'm sure Pada-kun will be happiest if I deliver it to him. I don't want to seem like a stalker by using my flight and investigation skills to find out where they live. Yeah, I'll just ask them next time I see them. If that's the case, I'd really appreciate it, I said. I left some magic tree fruit for Mei-chan's house. With my bag lighter, I headed for the entrance to Waltz. Grill Morgue. It's been a while, I thought to myself as I headed straight for the Mercenary Guild. Today was the day I was resuming my mapping of Central Waltz, after all. I've already been to the main hunting grounds, so I checked the hunting ground information just in case. From here to Freyville, though, my main focus would be on defeating bandits. I also collected all the loot I had buried. I have to save up money somehow. Otherwise, I won't be able to buy my next book. I'm not going to take on the hidden boss that will probably appear in the Isla Wilderness, because I don't want to die yet. I'd like to try if I can escape after spawning it, but it's too much responsibility considering the possibility that it will remain in existence. It's probably a good idea to wait until I can reliably defeat the normal surface bosses on my own. There's a group of 15 bandits near Vargest Mountain Pass. I don't know the exact location, but if the reward for defeating them 4 days ago was 4.5 million beak, that's not bad. I'm currently escaping after killing 16 of them alone. The group is large, but 400,000 beak is too cheap. For now, I'll use jumping to take out anything that catches my eye. Then I'll take it to the receptionist, Milfi-san, who is grinning as she watches. Long time no see. You still can't reach me, I see. I should be able to reach you soon. Well, probably. But you're still alive, aren't you? It looks like you've completed a few requests. Oh, so you get information from other towns, too. Of course, we share information with neighboring towns. In the mercenary business, fresh information is vital. We can't afford to be as slow as the Hunter Guild at passing information. Does Milfi-san have a grudge against the Hunter Guild? I think she's right, but she's being a bit harsh. Is it because they're rivals? Well, there's no need to pry. I just need to find information on any bad guys in areas I haven't yet finished mapping. I'm heading east, so please let me know if there's anyone in that direction. With that, I resumed mapping the interior of the crack, which I had interrupted when I found Zio and Carla. I connected the outer map and continued mapping as I moved up and down. I had a vague feeling that the base inside Pomera was warmer than here. It's about 2,000 km north, so if I fly at high speed, my nose will freeze. By the way, I got a little carried away when I gained skill points and raised my map-making skill to level 4. There are various reasons for this, but the main one is that I wanted to improve my mapping efficiency. When I raised my skill from level 1 to level 2, I felt that my mapping range expanded slightly. However, this wasn't explicitly stated in the detailed description, so I was unsure if it was just my imagination or if it had actually happened. This time, I decided to test it out to find out for sure. I flew straight through the unexplored black area, leveled up to level 3, and immediately returned to the map screen. From a certain point, the lines that extended slightly became thicker. This cleared up my confusion, and now I'm certain that the mapping range expanded slightly. Once I realized this, I raised the skill to level 4 without hesitation, and I have no regrets. I now have only 16 skill points left, but my mapping progress will accelerate. Once mapping is complete, I'll be able to move on to the next country with a clear mind. Besides, these are skills I can't gain experience in from monsters or people. If I'm going to use skill points, it's better to use them on these kinds of skills, so I'm sure it was a good use of them. I had also heard that there was a map zoom function at skill level 4, and I finally learned how to use it. It's only about 3 times the current scale. Before, I had to repeatedly scroll the screen to measure distances and positions. 3 times the scale is more than enough for moving around Lagraith and Waltz. Level 3 was display or hide movement history at will, but now that I've cleared the traps at Zio's place, I don't think I'll have any use for it. And so, about 5 days passed. I erased the black parts on the map as if I were coloring it. After 2 simple cleanups along the way, I arrived in Entra, the capital of the Kingdom of Waltz. I had promised to study the country with Wrist once I arrived at the capital, so I wandered around the city with her, part exploring and part on a date. With my advisor by my side, I saw aspects of the city different from what I had seen with Lagraith. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but the food prices really are high, aren't they? That's correct. The environment is different, so it's understandable that some ingredients are expensive. But even the meat from pigs and chickens, touted as local specialties, seems expensive. If the taste were different, I could understand, but my taste buds are ordinary, so I can't really tell the difference. Me too. I don't think the quality justifies the price difference. The 2 of us eat street food and groan. Prices vary from double to 5 times, as much in some cases. If the price difference were due to a few special spices or ingredients or limited items, I wouldn't think anything of it, but for some reason, everything seems expensive. It doesn't seem to be limited to food either. Clothes and daily necessities also seem a bit expensive. They're neighbors with a common currency, so why is that? Maybe it's because of discrimination and tension that caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate. I think the main reason is that information was blocked. If you don't know about the outside world, you might think it's normal. I say that, but of course that's true. Without anything to compare it to, you can't judge anything. Even if you are exploited and living in a difficult environment, you will convince yourself that it is better than nothing if that is the norm around you, and there are even worse environments nearby. When I think about it, it's probably inevitable that black companies come to mind first for modern Japanese people. The alleyways were narrow and dirty, and many people who appeared to be homeless were lying on the ground. Among them were small children. Although I've been in similar environments before, I've only just realized that I've hardly ever seen such obvious scenes in Lagraith. I'm almost done with the map of the Kingdom of Waltz. I hope things will improve as more people come and go. Don't worry, I'll do it, I promise. Wrist is doing what she has to do, but I don't intervene in the situation before me. I act with the understanding that this kind of world is normal. That's all. As planned, I only stayed half a day. Besides coffee, I spotted a few hemp products that might be useful. However, feeling that I would probably never come back here again, I left the royal capital of Entra, shaking off several agents who were following me. Chapter 260, The Second Country. The royal capital of Lagraith is Falmenta. I went straight to the 3rd floor of the commercial guild inside. I looked for the shiny, shaggy head I remembered and found someone who looked like him sitting at a desk in the back, working on something. Waddle-san. Hi. Oh, isn't that you, Loki-san? What brings you to this floor? Usually, even if you have business here, you go to the first floor. He probably never imagined that the next one was already finished. So, the next one is done. What? TT then quickly bring it here. It's only natural that he would panic when I said that while waving parchment paper around. He led me into a private room where I showed him a copy of the map of the Kingdom of Waltz. Waddle-san gasped in amazement. It's only been about 2 months, and you've already finished it. I'm flying around, you know. Please have someone who knows more about it check it. He nodded silently and ran off into the back with the map in hand. At first, I wondered if this was the right method, but considering how quickly he responded, I think it was the right choice. Should I deliver the completed domestic map of the Kingdom of Waltz to the commercial guild in Waltz instead of Lagraith? To be fair, the former would be the obvious choice. Both are independent organizations spanning multiple countries, but unlike the Hunter Guild, they have close ties to their respective countries, which the commercial guilds tacitly acknowledge. If I'm not careful, Lagraith could be the only one with access to the information. However, no matter how I look at it, it would be difficult to entrust the sale of the map to the Waltz Commercial Guild. It's not impossible, but I've concluded that it would require a significant amount of time. After all, I have no connections in the Kingdom of Waltz, nor do I intend to build such relationships. Starting with the obvious question, if there is no one to prove that the map is reliable, then a hand-drawn map is nothing more than a child's doodle. Even if I take it with me, I certainly won't be granted permission to sell it on consignment. In the worst case, they may confiscate the map under the pretext of examining it and leave me with nothing. The quickest way to prove the map's reliability would be to ask the commercial guild in Lagraith, with which I have connections, to confirm it. If they confirm that I made the map of the Kingdom of Lagraith, then I might finally gain some credibility. In that case, you know what? It's too much trouble to go through all the steps, so it's quicker to take it to Waddle-san, with whom I already have a business relationship. Considering the total amount of money I have, it seems like I've finally gained some credibility with the commercial guild in Lagraith. It's okay. I didn't know anyone in the Kingdom of Waltz that well. I didn't notice anything strange about the town's layout, so I thought it would be fine. I wasn't suspicious, but I'm surprised at how quickly this is happening. No, it's better to be cautious than to have trouble later. You just finished reviewing the map of Lagraith and started selling it, right? No, haha, that's not true. It just took longer than expected to prepare for production. He's trying to cover it up, but it's obvious. When I gave Bezart a map as a souvenir, Yagov-san looked genuinely surprised. This means that even someone as well-informed as him only found out about the map when I stopped by. While I was touring the main, hunting grounds of Waltz for over a month, the Commercial Guild was working on a detailed map led by the government and conducting a minimal review of it. Now that they've finally started selling the maps, that explains the mysterious fluctuations in my earnings. Perhaps the fact that I personally purchased the map as a souvenir to give to Bezart is what started it all. Well, never mind that. The real issue is this. I have no intention of siding with Lagraith just because I have a personal relationship with the old lady. I don't want anyone to get greedy because of the map's extra information, so I'm going to give them a heads up. Make sure you sell this map in cooperation with the Commercial Guild of the Kingdom of Waltz. What do you mean? I brought it here because I didn't want to build a relationship with the Commercial Guild of the Kingdom of Waltz from scratch. I don't have that kind of time. That said, I don't want to take sides with the Kingdom of Lagraith either. I see, you want it to sell well in Waltz too, right? Exactly. Selling their own country's map in Waltz would take a lot of courage, so I don't think I should interfere. However, if it benefits trade, the influx of people, or the Commercial Guild's overall sales revenue, then it's fine to sell it in other countries. If you're concerned about disadvantages in terms of defense, then you can continue selling it through trusted merchants from Waltz. However, if you decide to sell Waltz maps only in Lagraith, I will no longer distribute maps from other countries here. It's still only 2 countries. If all countries had completed maps and were under the same conditions, it would be different. However, I think the disadvantage of being the only ones to reveal the information is still greater at this point. The information will spread eventually, but for now, only a few people have access to the maps. So, I have no intention of forcing sales. What I want is for Waltz's maps to be sold properly in their country. Will Lagraith and Waltz sell maps of only their own countries? Or will each side handle their own country's maps, share the information, and have Lagraith receive a portion of the sales made in Waltz? I am not familiar with the commercial guild's financial situation, so I'll leave it to them to decide. However, if they accept these conditions, I'll continue to make and sell maps here. The income from the maps is just a bonus. It would be ideal if I could make significant profits, but I am satisfied as long as I can expand my knowledge of the world and the world of its inhabitants and earn some additional income in the process. Ultimately, we agreed to the same terms as last time. I will receive 15% of the sales proceeds after the sales price is determined. However, since they said they need to discuss how to sell the maps with the Waltz Kingdom's commercial guild, I agreed to wait for the results until the next map is finished. Although they said it was the Waltz Kingdom's commercial guild, I'm sure they'll discuss it with Lagraith's higher-ups first. I don't think the old lady would do anything unreasonable, so I'm fine with leaving it as is for now. From Lowenfort, where Antonia Fire Rock Cave is located, I headed east. Excuse me, I'm intruding. As I apologized, I casually entered the dwarf kingdom of Freyville. I didn't pass through the checkpoint, though. I entered the country by sneaking in from above. I muttered to myself that I would make up for it by contributing plenty of materials and continued straight ahead, with the Abraum Mountains on my left. According to A-rank hunter Gromsan, there were towns of miners at the foot of the rugged mountain range, and beyond that was Freyville's largest city, Risperia. Risperia had the A-rank hunting ground, the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. Many dwarves are said to live there. My main goal here is to find equipment. I need to find the money to acquire it. Even in an A-rank hunting ground, I don't think my level will go up much, but I have to collect skills too. Most importantly, I must prioritize being promoted to A-rank, or I'll be at a disadvantage when accepting quests. I have a letter of introduction from the esteemed General Master Orgusan in my hand. It details my achievements and my deposited balance. He told me that once I'm done, I must return to the royal capital immediately because the reward for the materials in Pomera cannot be transferred. However, he wrote the letter for free on that condition. I suppose Orgusan is probably excited to obtain those materials, which are usually impossible to get. I can't help but think it's a strategy to prevent me from selling them elsewhere. Still, I'll take the mini VIP treatment and thank him for it. Still, this place is like a prison. As I landed in the town, I noticed that there were a lot of row houses that looked very similar. I went to the Hunters Guild to check the monster information, but I immediately noticed that something was different about this town. There were only a few soldiers with spears wandering around and almost no one else. I couldn't find the Hunters Guild either. I had never seen such a scene in a town this size, let alone a village. Kid, where did you come from? I was treated like an intruder, so I immediately fled into the sky. Upon closer inspection, however, I saw that the town was surrounded by high iron fences and realized that this must be a workplace for criminal slaves. After passing through several other towns, some with ordinary miners and others completely deserted and in ruins, I finally spotted a large town that was clearly visible from a distance. Its massive, imposing presence on the flat land and the thick stone walls surrounding it reminded me of the royal capital of Falmenta. However, part of the city seemed to be eroding up the slope, as if being worn away. Another tall stone wall surrounded it, like the handle of a bag, and dug deep into the mountains. Further ahead in the mountains, I saw something small flying through the sky. That must be the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. Just how strong can I become in this town? My heart raced with anticipation as I descended toward the largest building with the highest roof in the center of the town. Chapter 261, Dwarf Town. Ohohoho. The main street visible from the roof is home to a population of 50% dwarves. Small old men and women walk around everywhere, and when I join them, I feel like I've grown a little. Along the main street, there are wooden signs with hammer marks, unlike anything I've seen before, and standing signs with ingot-like marks. The fantasy atmosphere is irresistible. After landing at the commercial guild, I wandered around looking for my destination. I soon spotted what felt like the largest hunter guild I had seen so far. It was 3 stories high and wide. Even though it was daytime and most hunters were out, the noise inside could be heard outside. This energy is great. I had bad memories of Lowenfort, but once inside, I saw the same scene. There were many people recruiting parties or discussing plans. As I glanced at them, I headed straight for the reference room to read the monster information. Koit's Dragon Burial Mountains. A vast dragon's nest, located in the mountains of the long northern Abraham Mountains. The hunting grounds are divided into 2 layers, above and underground. Above ground, wyverns and winged dragons fly in the sky. Underground, small dragons called Quiribur can move freely between land and water. There are also snake-like creatures called Mizuchi that drag their prey into underground caverns. The required equipment and party composition differ drastically between the upper and lower areas. The number of relatively safe underground hunting grounds is quite limited. Therefore, hunting on the surface is generally recommended. There is no way to attack aerial enemies. Additionally, if you go underground in search of valuable materials, you will need emergency escape equipment, such as light sources and ropes, in case of an emergency. I see. This is quite different from what I had imagined. Since it's called a mountainous area, I thought the ground mentioned in the description referred only to the surface. I didn't expect it to be a 2-layered structure with an underground area. From what I can gather, the underground seems more difficult and has higher material value. There's also no information on special monsters like bosses. The explanation seems sparse for an A rank, but I know from experience that the quality of information in reference books varies by author. If Gromsan were here, I could ask him about it. I looked around the lobby, but he was nowhere to be found. It wasn't going to be that easy, so I decided to ask the receptionist for more details. I rushed over to the lady who seemed to know the most. "Hello, I'd like to ask about the Koit's Dragon Burial Mountains. With that equipment, you must be from Lowenfort. What would you like to know?" I guess that's good enough. Wearing proper equipment and hiding half of my face with face armor greatly reduces the likelihood that I'll be underestimated because of my short stature and age. I just studied in the reference room. Is the underground hunting ground more difficult than the one above ground? Difficulty, well, you could call it that. In terms of monster strength, there shouldn't be much difference. However, it's easier to understand if I say that the death rate is completely different. I understand what you mean, but is that because of the terrain? Exactly. The underground is, in a word, the bottomless pit. Once you're dropped into the valley by a Quiribur, most won't be able to climb back up. If you fall into a body of water, you won't die immediately, but the Mizuchi will try to drag you deep into the earth. You'll get tangled up and won't be able to get back out easily. Additionally, many areas are pitch black with no light, and the footing is said to be extremely poor. I thought Dragon Burial Grounds was the burial place of dragons, but it's also a place where people die and never rise, becoming a graveyard. What Gromsan said about hunting and being hunted makes sense, even if I don't like it. Are there really people who enjoy hunting in a place like that? These days, hardly anyone goes all the way inside anymore. Even underground, the relatively safe areas tend to have waiting lists. The supply is insufficient, so the material value is high. Ho-ho. As we talked more about material value and body parts, I learned that the general practice here is to bring back the entire body intact, without dismantling it. Magic stones, hides, fangs, and claws are obviously valuable, but even the meat, though slightly lower quality, is in high demand. Additionally, bones and blood are traded at high prices. The lady clearly told me that dismantling bodies on site is not recommended. However, the reference book also mentioned their size. Even the smallest Mizuchi is 3 meters long. If you think about it, a regular-sized Quiribur or wyvern could be around 5 meters long. If that's the case, I'm fine with it, but how will the others carry it back? When I asked the lady about this, she told me that the hunters here don't use baskets, but rather large carts. They load 3 or so slain monsters onto the cart and push it back, relying on the strength of A-rank hunters. Alternatively, there are specialized porters who pride themselves on their strength, but who also want to avoid death. This is possible because the hunting grounds are in the mountains, and the return journey is downhill. This made me nod in agreement. However, due to factors such as weight and load adjustment, They often end up dividing the monsters into several parts anyway. By the way, are there any rare monsters or bosses here? I panicked a little after saying that, thinking that rare might not be understood. But it seems that different language comprehension did its job well. I've never heard of any rare monsters, but there are bosses in the depths of the underground. However, it's been a long time since the last one was defeated. It's definitely been over 10 years. It's not hidden. From what I've heard, it's not a hidden boss, but a normal one that appears in the open. The defeat rate is extremely low, though, and there are no survivors who have ever defeated it. Because of this, the Hunters Guild decided it was too dangerous and stopped releasing information about it. Even the lady only heard the terrifying words, "You'll suffocate," from those who came before her, so she doesn't know any details. That means defeating it will be a life-or-death battle. Well, that's true of any boss, but I'm feeling especially determined, probably because I'm a complete idiot. I've gathered all the necessary information about the hunting grounds. I'll hand over the recommendation letter from Orgusan to ensure my achievements are properly recorded. All that's left is to gather materials until I'm promoted to a rank. Glancing at the request board, I knew I couldn't accept any jobs right now. I headed toward my next destination, the blacksmith's shop. Chapter 262, Balnir Blacksmith's Workshop. I headed to the blacksmith's shop called Balnir that Gramsan had told me about. I found a large, beautiful building, and it made sense that almost everyone in town knew about it, as it was so well known. However, when I entered, I wondered if it was actually a blacksmith's shop. Along the walls were pieces of equipment made from what seemed like lower-grade materials, but their designs were so stylish that I thought, wow, these are cool. At the long counter, I saw a dwarf, a human, and a beast woman, representing different races. Glancing into the workshop in the back, I could see at least 6 male dwarves hard at work. 4 paintings of dwarves with different faces hung on the wall behind the counter, presumably representing the most skilled blacksmiths. Gramsan had told me that this was the shop of the best blacksmith in town, but it seemed more like a general workshop that brought together blacksmiths. I'm thinking about getting some new weapons and armor, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Yes, thank you. Do you have any specific materials or designs in mind? Materials? I'm not really sure yet. I'd like something really good if possible. I felt embarrassed even saying that, but if money were no object, what could they make? I had no basis for making a decision, so I asked them to start with the basics. The female dwarf at the reception desk smiled briefly, then quickly regained her composure and took a large wooden board from under the counter. Our shop is led by Bulk, who was selected as one of Respiria's 4 master craftsmen. We collaborate with the other 3 craftsmen to create equipment. We can make S-rank equipment, and we have experience making SS-rank equipment. Oh. However, when I looked at the wooden board she handed me, I gasped at the price. Weapon crafting fees. S-rank weapon 3rd grade, 150 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 50 million beak. A-rank weapon 4th grade, 30 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 30 million beak. B-rank weapon 5th grade, 8 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 3 million beak, but nominating the 4 master craftsmen is not possible. Armor production fee, mineral processing. S-rank armor 3rd grade, 350 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 80 million beak. A-rank armor 4th grade, 100 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 50 million beak. B-rank equivalent armor 5th grade, 30 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. The blacksmith designation costs an additional 5 million beak, but nominating the 4 master craftsmen is not possible. No way, this is way too expensive. I'm only interested in the higher ranks, so I focused on those. However, the armor production costs are extremely high. Well, I can kind of understand why, though. It's probably because of the dungeon. For some reason, even if you get the actual item or a special bonus, only weapons and accessories drop. There's no way around it. You have to commission a highly skilled and exceptionally crafty dwarf to make armor. That's why it's expensive, yet people still commission it. That's probably how it works. However, does minimum mean the absolute lowest price? That's correct. That's the price for a small size, like a dagger. If I were to have a short sword the same size as this weapon made with S-rank materials, how much would the crafting fee be? For a short sword of that size, it would be an additional 20 million. So the total crafting fee would be 170 million beak. So, how much would the raw materials cost? Adamantium is a highly rare and popular material. Even for a short sword of that size, the cost would easily exceed 500 million first, gathering that much material would be extremely difficult. Most people spend years gradually collecting the materials. If money is no object, you could use our material collection service to significantly shorten the process. You don't have to make it sound like an MMO. Spending years gathering materials to make a weapon. This is like the games I used to play. After reviewing the total cost and production time if it were dropped to a rank, as well as the meaning and effect of the nomination fee, I began to understand what Malta's guild master, Orlando-san, meant by extortionate business. For better or worse, the dwarves here are smart. Since only a few people can craft decent high-tier equipment, they've formed an alliance to standardize prices. Furthermore, the dwarves known as the Four Master Craftsmen, who have a significant reputation, have stopped accepting direct commissions. Instead, they have centralized all requests through the Balnir Company. That is why there is a referral fee. Consequently, craftsmen can focus on their specialized work, and order management is streamlined to avoid unnecessary overlap or downtime. Additionally, since customers are unaware of the allocation, they're required to pay an extra fee if they request a specific craftsman. The referral fee is paid voluntarily by some customers simply because the point of contact is centralized, which wouldn't be possible if each craftsman worked independently. From the customer's perspective, if the market is small, they may not notice the high prices. Even if they do, when they consider the time and effort required to find another service provider, especially for high-end customers, they have no choice but to accept the prices. The fact that they haven't been weeded out suggests that they must provide quality service that truly satisfies their customers. Armor crafting fee, leather processing. S-rank equivalent armor, 3rd grade, 300 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 80 million beak. A-rank equivalent armor, 4th grade, 60 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 50 million beak. B-rank equivalent armor, 5th grade, 20 million beak. Raw materials are sold separately. Blacksmith designation costs an additional 5 million beak, but nominating 4 master craftsmen is not possible. The price list for leather processing equipment is written on the wooden board that was shown to me. Considering that I had my current B-rank armor made for 2.5 million beak, this price seems like a joke. But it's not a bad thing. I feel terrible about it, but this is something that would be done without question in a country like Japan with a proper legal system. It just gives a glimpse into the ugly side of people who become cunning for money. I wonder if the dwarf in Lowenfort was ostracized by the village. At times like this, it's those who can't keep in step who suffer. No matter how honest and virtuous their actions may be, humans will often clash when their interests are at odds. It's something I've known since childhood, something that's just the way things are. I hate it. Only the people involved know what really happened. All I know is that someone completed a 20 million beak order for 2.5 million beak. Even though it was a rush order requiring an additional fee, the person finished it in 6 days instead of the standard 20 days here. I thanked them and left the shop. If possible, I'd still like to ask that person. It's not just about the money. I want to entrust the order to someone who is a good person. With that in mind, I took a detour to Lowenfort. Chapter 263, Clumsy Person. It's the same old rundown shop on the back street. I rang the poorly constructed doorbell, entered the shop, and saw the dwarf man arranging materials on a desk in the back. Hello. You're that rude kid from the other day. What's up? Need your equipment repaired. Despite his initial complaint, he examined my equipment closely. But that wasn't why I was there this time. I leaned over the counter and told him what I wanted. This may be sudden, but what kind of equipment can you make? What a sudden question. I can make anything up to B rank. Are you asking me to make something higher than B rank? If you can, I'd like to ask you to make something for me. That's why I came to you. Why? Hi. I was taken aback by his sharp retort. I didn't expect him to ask me why. Why did you approach me? I never said I could make it. Besides, this is Lowenfort. You don't need A rank equipment in a B rank hunting ground, do you? Well, equipment is like a partner you entrust your life to, so I'd rather have mine made by someone I trust. And if I may be so bold, I'd also like to contribute to your sales. As I said this, I looked up at the ceiling, where a large rain stain was spreading. It didn't look like it would collapse soon, but Zio's log house was clearly more impressive. I started to worry about this person's financial situation. He's not broke, so where is he spending his money? Did you happen to go to Balnir? Yes. I see. Was it thriving? The building was large and beautiful. There were 3 women working at the counter, and there was a self-portrait of the master craftsman hanging on the wall. Tusk, they've been poisoned. I guess I was right after all, but that's only half of it. Maybe. Did someone put you up to this? She said I could make money if I did what she said. She said she'd produce it for me, and she spouted other nonsense. That woman. I can pretty much figure it out from that answer alone. They don't understand that if we get too greedy for money, the hunters will push themselves too hard and die. It's probably that woman again. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes is probably Marie, the reincarnated girl. So, they're taking a cut of the sales as a production fee or something. I refused, so I don't know. I don't understand such complicated things. All I know is that some of the guys who didn't agree to the proposal had their shops burned down. Now, they have to rent space somewhere else, but they can't get A rank or higher quality materials anymore. You mean, so that's why you moved here? I didn't ask about this before, but now is the time. HMPH. Here, I can make equipment without any unnecessary interference. I can still get B rank mithril. If they bring me the materials, I can make armor faster than other blacksmiths can. Those words were certainly true. But even after he finished speaking, the dwarf man stared intently at his own thick hands. I still want you to make it for me. From what you said, you can make A rank equipment if you have the materials, right? If I have the materials, then I have a proposal. I don't know if it will work. But if one condition is met, there is a possibility. When I made the proposal, the old man, the dwarf who called himself Lodge, definitely changed his expression. He wasn't here by choice. He probably wanted to craft higher-ranked equipment himself, but he lost his position because he insisted on doing things his way. That's why I wanted to help him in any way I could. Ideally, I'd like to make all of my and Carla's equipment. I almost said so, but I held back, thinking it was too early since I hadn't accomplished anything yet. I should save that for when things go well. First things first, though, I needed materials. I told him I'd be back and immediately headed for the hunting grounds. Section: a few kilometers north of the additional outer wall surrounding Risperia. As I moved through the sky, I looked down on a winding mountain road reminiscent of Japan's Irohazaka. I arrived at the Quoits Dragon Burial Mountains. The area is dominated by tall trees and large rocks, with grass-like undergrowth, giving the area the appearance of a plateau. Though the ground is far from flat, there are many stable spots for hunting, and multiple parties have taken up positions near Risperia to fight the flying monsters. Geographically, this area is a mountainous valley, and the monsters fly in from the high mountains on both sides in search of prey. Black holes were visible here and there from the sky. Those must be the entrances to the lower levels, the underground. While it seemed unlikely that anyone who chose the sky as their hunting ground would slip and fall, the black holes among the green and brown mountainsides looked eerie, depending on their size. Some were large, while others were small. Many people had gathered near the entrance to the hunting ground. It seemed there were 2 groups: hunters who carried the materials themselves and those who hired people specifically for transport. The transporters carried small loads of 1 to 2 materials and transported them to a special zone, surrounded by additional walls extending along the mountain slope. No one else does this because it requires an established trust relationship with the transporters. Well, that doesn't matter to me. Magic detection. I deliberately fly to the empty mountains on either side and slash the dragon species that appear one after another. If this were my first A-rank hunting ground, I would be more nervous. But I've fought A-rank monsters in the depths of Pomera before, so I'm bored with aerial combat now. I didn't expect to have a hard time here. Although I thought their attack methods were troublesome, I quickly cut off their heads and stored them in midair. The foreign objects floating in the air must be conspicuous. I am especially grateful to the close-range wyverns that come right up to me and try to eat me. Occasionally, they release shock waves, but they just blow me away a little when I'm in the air. I bet it's tough for the people fighting on the ground, though. A huge subdragon, about 5 meters long, dives down rapidly with its claws out and unleashes a shockwave just inches above the ground. The tankers holding their shields are knocked off balance, and the rear guards are almost carried off into the sky when they get blown away. They have to intercept them every time they come down, making it a nerve-wracking battle. But I think the winged dragons are more troublesome. There are only 2 types of monsters on the surface: winged dragons and wyverns. Though they differ in the presence or absence of scales and size, they are similar monsters with green bodies. However, the winged dragons, which are about 3 meters long, do not come close. Instead, they continuously unleash fairly powerful wind magic from a distance, which must be extremely annoying for those hunting them on the ground. They must be taken down using only long-range attacks. To make matters worse, the wind blades they release are difficult to see, so relying solely on your eyes will result in being sliced to pieces. They also use magic that creates tornado-like restraints. Some hunters have been caught in them, so magic perception is an essential skill if you plan to hunt here. On the other hand, if you have this skill, you can see the movements of the invisible wind magic, making it easier to take evasive action in advance. All right, that's 50. Can I keep going? What I'm watching is the magic power consumption over 1 minute. Your world will change completely if you acquire it, so I'm carefully checking the magic power consumption of the Ultra God skill, Spatial Magic. Thanks to the solid groundwork I laid in Pomera, I can now automatically recover about 15 magic powers per minute. To offset this magic power consumption and generate an additional 50 magic power in 1 minute, how much storage capacity would be required? I was conducting that experiment at the same time. It is said that using an entire creature as material is preferable. First, I'll go to the Hunter Guild's dismantling site for a proper buyout. If I need to, I'll go to a dangerous area near the Special Hunting Zone, the Special Zone, and sell the materials to a shop that buys materials at slightly lower prices. If I'm in a bind again, I'll take the materials to Orgusan in Falmenta. He'll be happy to help since the materials are A-rank. Mizuchi is cheaper, at roughly 800,000 to 2,500,000 beak per body. If it's just flight, I think the limit is around 50 million beak per day with the weightless cargo transport. However, with a god-tier skill, the world changes, as does the income. Phew, ha ha ha. I'll keep earning until the guild cries that they've reached their limit. I'll earn enough to not worry about money for the time being until I reach my limit. After all, doing things inefficiently in secret doesn't suit me. If it's going to be discovered sooner or later, I might as well go all out. With that resolve, I began cutting the heads off every monster I saw. Chapter 264, The Favorite Underground. Day 2 in the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. After moderately increasing my shockwave and wind-resistant skills, which allow me to rapidly improve my skill level on the ground, I explored the underground area. After entering the cave through the large opening near the entrance, I followed the long slope leading underground. Beyond the point where faint sunlight still reached, I found a water source. If you bypass the side, it appears to continue inward further. However, the area ahead is shrouded in darkness. Near the boundary with the water source, I saw several groups of hunters engaged in combat with monsters. Several other figures were visible near the walls. Night vision. So this is what they call waiting in line. With a level 7 skill, the colors became richer, and I could see them in a slightly clearer tone than just sepia. That's why I was able to notice a familiar face in the crowd. Oh, Gromsan. Could that be Loki? Yeah, it's a little dark and hard to see. Light. In darkness like this, the color of magical power isn't a problem. With that thought, I conjured a glowing orb above my head, illuminating the people waiting in line. Some people asked, "How'd you do that?" But that wasn't the point, so I just smiled wryly and ignored them. You finally made it here. Ouch, it hurts when someone slaps me on the shoulder like that. Yeah, I've been here since yesterday. I was planning to explore the underground today to see what it's like. Explore, wandering around here alone. You're still the same as ever. Ha ha ha, your weapon is different from the last time I saw you. Foo-foo, thanks to you. The colors in the cave are a bit off, but I saw a large one-handed sword with a different shape than the one I saw before. The blade is quite thick, giving the impression that it's more for defense than offense. Judging by the amount of material used, it must have cost a fortune. My limited knowledge makes me think about things I shouldn't. The thickness is amazing. It feels like a defensive weapon rather than an offensive one. I'm a tank, so a weapon has to be able to defend in a pinch, or it's useless. Hey Grom, introduce us to. Is this the flying savior you were talking about? Yeah, he's the one who saved my life. Loki, these are my party members. We've been together for nearly 15 years. When I looked over, I saw a man in his mid-30s. Similar to Gromsan, a mysterious bear beastman, and two women who bowed slightly in greeting. I followed suit and bowed deeper. They seem polite and not like bad people, so I feel a little relieved. Still, what an unusual party composition. Two people had big hammers, one had a spear, and one had a staff. Except for Gromsan, everyone else's armor was minimal, which could be interpreted as a sign of abandoning defense. They must have noticed me looking at them. The bear-like beastman, whose age was unknown, thanked me for saving Gromsan and taught me how to hunt in this area. Contrary to his intimidating appearance, he seemed like a talkative old man. Dragon blood is valuable, and its value varies greatly, so it is recommended to crush it rather than cut it. Except for pure tanks, everyone else should wear light armor to maintain mobility in water combat. The first-hand accounts of those currently active are invaluable when it comes to the dangers of the multiple holes, the simplicity of the underground structure, and other minor details. Other people provided additional explanations as well, so they must be quite experienced. When it was Gromsan and his party's turn, I thanked them again and floated away. Gromsan and his companions were adults who understood. That's why they only gave me advice. The basics of hunting are different, so it can't be helped. As a token of my gratitude, I chanted encouragement. Well, I'll explore further inside too. Good luck, thank you so much. Yeah, don't do anything crazy like you used to. Let's go out to dinner sometime. If we meet again, I'll do what I can to repay everyone in some small way. With that thought in mind, I flew into the darkness ahead. Haha, there they are. Once I crossed the underground lake, I found that the depths were a paradise for monsters. Amidst the faint light filtering through the ceiling's gaps, I slowly made my way across the land, slaying Quirrubber, the four-legged, bluish dragons, as I found them. If I want to take down a lot of them without using magic, this is my only option. Even if the exchange rate drops, I can make up for it with speed and numbers. Besides, you have acquired terrain resistance LV1. Hadohata. I can't wait to gain more experience points for this interesting skill. Its true nature is unclear, but it's classified as a passive skill. Strangely enough, even A-rank monsters only possess it at level 1. This skill feels rare, and I think it'll be useful in a variety of situations. Come on, come closer. As I throw stones into the lake, I swing the severed head of the Quirrubber toward the underground lake. Splash, splash, splash. Drawn by the scent of blood, several Mizuchi, monsters that resemble giant salamanders but are more snake-like, emerge from the underground hole. My seniors had warned me earlier to be careful because these monsters are highly sensitive to sound and blood. I slashed at them from the air, slashing repeatedly. The water is freezing cold. I avoid touching the water as much as possible and refrain from wasting magic. I repeatedly slash and store until the monsters in my field of vision are gone. Then, I move on to the next area. Just as I hear voices that must be other hunters coming from the depths, I finally spot what I'm looking for in front of me. Even with my night vision, I couldn't see the bottom of the darkness. A deep underground valley. Well, what will happen now? As if drawn in, I dove into the depths of the valley. Chapter 265, Treasure Hunter. It's deeper than I imagined. Of course, there are differences depending on the location, but it's clear that the drop exceeds the elevation difference of the plateau at the base. The depth is certainly more than 200 to 300 meters. Without the ability to fly, climbing up would be impossible, and despite my fear, my expectations grew. If you fall, your body will never recover. So there must be something at the bottom. Unbreakable, light orb fly. When I launch the 4 orbs downward, they bounce off the rock walls like super balls and illuminate the area ahead. This is the magic technique Zio taught me. They're not unbreakable, but in situations like this, it's easy to understand their internal structure and use them. The balls that bounce off and fall all roll in similar directions. As I descended, I carefully used investigation to make sure I didn't miss anything. Then, about 10 minutes later, the bottom of the valley, whose depth I couldn't estimate, was definitely there. There was no special square or hidden passageway. It was simply the bottom of a real valley, surrounded by rock walls on both sides and filled with ordinary bats flying around. There wasn't even a single human bone, which should have been there if someone had fallen, so there was no sign of the object I was looking for. So, no conclusion could be reached yet. The only thing I knew for sure was that no one had fallen here in years. The hunters' voices I heard earlier must have come from that direction. Keeping that in mind, I moved across the valley floor. Then, while carefully examining the objects with investigation, I finally detected a reaction. I couldn't see any monsters, but I didn't know what was there. I moved cautiously through the valley. Oh, I found bones illuminated by light. This is probably where the cliff drops off. Beyond that point, the number of bones increased, and there were areas where they appeared to be piled up quite far ahead. A little further ahead, I found what I was looking for. I can't identify the material due to my low level of appraisal, but it was definitely a mineral-made weapon. It was rust-free and beautiful. The contrast with the white, broken corpses made it seem unreal. I looked at the weapon for a moment and, I'll gladly take it. I stored it away. I wasn't going to wallow in unnecessary sentimentality or feel guilty about taking the dead's equipment. I had already abandoned such Earth-like feelings. Doing so wouldn't benefit anyone in the end. Instead, I thanked them properly and took everything they had left behind. In exchange, if they had been killed by monsters, I would take down 100 times their number. The scattered items were varied. Some were caught on the edge of the cliff, and others were buried among the bones. There were not only weapons, but also many discolored ornaments and coins that I had never seen before. However, all the leather armor was destroyed. Many pieces were unrecognizable, as if they had been fused with the rocks. Leather is easy to obtain, though, and unless it's S rank or higher, it's not that rare, so it's probably fine to leave it as it is. I collected all the valuable items I could find. Once I was done, I continued hunting monsters and moved on to another valley. I had planned to collect everything, but the volume was overwhelming, so I decided to sort through the items I had collected first. Then I headed to the dismantling site in Risperia. Hello. The guy at the dismantling site was startled to see me. There were more people here yesterday, but today, only this guy is at the counter. Oh, are you the only one here today? Everyone else has been working all night since yesterday because of you. We can't leave the warehouse because we haven't finished sorting the materials. Oh, that's great. The guild will make a lot of money. The guy's face twisted, but that's probably just how work is. Are you still doing it today? Of course, but today it's the 2 types from the underground. It's not as much as yesterday, though. Really? Really? Then please take them directly to the warehouse. I noticed yesterday that the hunter guild in this town is unusually large. It turns out that half of it is a material warehouse. Apparently, many guilds that manage hunting grounds where large monsters exist have warehouses like this one. If 5-meter-tall monsters were brought in one after another, the dismantling site would quickly become overwhelmed. I headed to the back warehouse and looked at the space, which was as big as a gymnasium. There are clearly more people than yesterday. Did they hire some part-timers? About 10 people were frantically working on the dismantling. As about 50 new monsters were released into the empty space, the man from earlier turned pale and immediately started counting them. Ah, that's better. After all, it's best to just do it openly. Not wasting time is best. Some of the workers are screaming and looking desperate, but honestly, this is just the beginning. Once the treasure hunt in the valley is over, things will get more serious, so don't get discouraged. Well, even so. Just to confirm, are you sure you're okay? When I asked him, he looked exhausted but nodded weakly. If that's the case, he's not likely to break down anytime soon. After depositing the reward at the guild, I immediately headed to Lodge-san's place. He was doing something at the long table in the back, but he must have heard the doorbell because he noticed me right away. What's the rush? Are you here to report that it was impossible? Even as he said that, he seemed restless and uneasy. After all, Lodge-san knows that I can fly. He must have thought my proposal was possible. I didn't rush him and placed an axe on the counter. Mithril is used for weapons, but the core material isn't visible. Damascus steel has been embedded in rings and swords, like the one I saw today in the dark. As an amateur, I'm unable to identify the metal just by looking at it, so it would be quicker to have a professional take a look. What about this? I asked him straightforwardly. Did he take that as I'm confident? Low-key, I'm afraid this is mithril. It's a high-quality piece with a very high purity, though. Lodge-san said it wasn't bad, but he was clearly disappointed. I quickly moved on to the next one. Then what about this? Hi. Which one is this? This is also mithril. Do you have several of these? Ah, I see. Lodge-san knows I can fly, but he doesn't know I use spatial magic to store things. That's why he saw me without a heavy load and thought I didn't have anything worth identifying. In that case, I'll let him know. I want to rely on him for equipment in the future. I've already decided to be upfront, so to gain his trust, I have to start by being honest with him. With that in mind, I answered. I don't know the exact number, but I think I've stored about 5 stores worth of equipment. Chapter 266, The Place I Seek. My confession must have come as a shock to Lodge-san. He was visibly shaken, yet he continued to identify each piece of equipment that I pulled out, one by one. Yes. My mithril. This is mithril. How about this? This is silver. It's downgraded. Waya. Then around the 10th piece. Next is armor. When I pulled it out and said that, both Lodge-san and I said, huh. It has this color, sort of like silver mixed with black. It's a shade that I feel like I've seen before maybe. Whoa. Whoa. WHOOH. This armor is Damascus steel, no doubt about it. Phew. 555 finally. I was a little worried inside. Seriously, is it really mixed in? Come to think of it, I'm also using a combination of silver and mithril. The equipment that Gram-san, who seems to have been around a long time, finally got his hands on is Damascus made. If it's an A-rank hunting ground, wouldn't about half the people have it? That's great. I'm really glad it's mixed-ins. That's true. With this, I should be able to make you a decent short sword at least. Well, assuming I have the seed fire. Ah, that special magic stone, right? That's right. You need it for melting and forging Damascus steel and higher grades. Come to think of it, I'd completely forgotten about that. But if it's as I expect, it'll probably be fine. If it turns out to be one of those cliché items you see in video games, that'd be hopeless. In this world, though, they probably lean towards being halfway realistic. That's a heat issue, right? Yes, but do you do blacksmithing too? No, not at all, but I can produce white fire. Would that work somehow? I guess he wouldn't understand even if I explained it to him. So, I lit the fire directly from my fingertip. White fire. And made it white right before his eyes. Then, Lodge-san's eyes changed color. He forcibly pulled my arm toward the workshop area behind the counter. He moved me right in front of the furnace and told me to feed the flame to it. I did as instructed. Lodge-san held his hand over the fire and stood frozen for a while. His expression was intense, and I assumed he was confirming something, so I didn't speak out of turn. Amidst the roaring sound of air violently combusting, I stood silently, wondering what to do. Then, keeping his gaze fixed on the fire, Lodge-san spoke. Loki, who are you? It was a question I had heard often enough. I hesitated for a moment, but decided there was no point in hiding it now. I answered immediately. I'm one of those people from another world. I see. Did you have a bad impression? After all, that woman is involved. Essentially, Lodge-san has had his place taken by that woman. That kind of thing depends on the person. It's not as if you can lump everyone together just because of their race. I personally can't tolerate that woman named Marie. Same here, I felt pretty bad about the price at Balnir. But that doesn't mean I dislike dwarves. That's why I came to see you, Lodge-san. I thought you were a good person. Would you make equipment for me and my companions? You have companions. Yeah, it's for our own base though. We're surrounded by A-rank monsters, so we need decent gear. That's one hell of a place. Haha, the scenery is amazing, and the monster meat is tasty, but seriously, there's nothing else. You can just go wild gathering high-tier materials. Oh, you mean that? This guy is probably a serious weirdo, too. Then again, maybe he's just pent up with frustration from holding back all this time. I'm fully aware that I'm a flawed weirdo myself, so I don't really care about things like this. As I gave him rough answers to all sorts of questions about monster information around the base, Lodge-san got super excited, probably because he didn't know most of it. But his excitement abruptly shifts. He snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Let me confirm something. Yes, I understand that you and your group can handle A-rank monsters, but do you also plan to gather S-rank materials? Hi. Well, S-rank materials are a given, and we'll gather even higher tier ones too. Plus, we want to collect boss materials as well. Man Lodge-san, what kind of question is that? Given that S-rank is adamantium tier, I assume there are even higher tier materials. In a fantasy world, it's definitely orichalcum. Of course, we're going to collect that stuff. The problem is the other slot that still seems to be open. Hurricane feels a bit weak despite using all my gaming knowledge. I'm still unsure about this one. Plus, I have no idea how useful boss materials are. Kuhahaha. You just casually say you'll gather them like it's nothing? I knew it. People from other worlds are all idiots. Is that black magic power, the one that's similar to monsters, is another characteristic of yours? Only after being called out did I realize what I'd just done. What the hell was I thinking? Casually lighting up my fingertip right in front of him. I'd forgotten entirely that I was testing whether white fire could be substituted. Whatever. It doesn't matter anyway. If I prioritize my blacksmith's greed, I have no choice. I'll make as many as you want for you and your buddies, just get me the materials. And since I'm tagging along with you, it looks like I won't need that fire seed after all. Oh well. Thank you, wait, tagging along with me. Did I mishear that? I swear I heard something weird. If we go to Loki's base, I'll get access to A-rank materials I don't even know about. You'll gather even better ones, right? Well, that's the plan, but there are only 3 of us, including me. People come and go a bit further away, but basically, it's just the 3 of us living freely, you know. I see. No. What do you mean by I see? Why are you answering with such a straight face? There aren't any shops there, you know. But you've got that storage thing, right? You solve most problems with it, right? Well, yeah. Besides, even if I went back to Resperia now, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. As long as Balnir exists, no matter how many materials Loki supplies me with, I'll still get harassed. That's probably true. In the end, pricing is what becomes the obstacle. If Lodge-san could match Balnir's prices, most problems would be solved. But if he could have made that decision, he wouldn't have been driven out of town in the first place. He stubbornly refused to go with the flow precisely because of his core belief that equipment exists to keep hunters alive. Lodge-san keeps prices low because raising them would put a burden on hunters. Balnir, on the other hand, prioritizes profit above all else. They're bound to clash. When that happens, it's regrettable but undeniable that numbers hold the advantage. It would be different if Marie and I were to clash, but I haven't even reached that country yet. Still, even understanding that, it's hard to abandon Lowenfort, where he's finally settled. That would stray from the pride Lodge-san holds. What about Lowenfort? There must be plenty of B-rank hunters who rely on Lodge-san's skills, right? HMPH, there are, but actually there aren't. I learned that well enough while working in this town. What do you mean? With the occupational blessings of either blacksmith or master blacksmith stacked, there are quite a few blacksmiths who can handle B-rank materials. Of course, Lowenfort has them, too. So what are you saying? There's no reason it has to be me. Sure, if I make B-rank gear, it'll be finished faster than if someone else did it. But that's about it. For someone used to making B-rank gear, the quality won't be that different. I see. That's why it's perfect. I was saving up money, planning to travel someday to find a town where I could gather S-rank or higher materials. Looking for my place in the world. He has no home. The two at the base are ancient people, an endangered species. Plus, there are those unfortunate gods up on the plateau. There are plenty more reasons to say no, but do I really want to? If so, that's a different matter. If that's what he wants, then go for it. Honestly, that's how I feel. If the environment doesn't suit him, we can always send him back. Even if our base is in Palmyra, without the map-making skill, there's no way to know exactly where it is. There's just one thing I have to ask him. Even if Lodge-san were to create equipment at the base, I wouldn't have the proper channels to sell it. I don't think setting it up would be easy either. If things stay this way, we won't be able to uphold Lodge-san's idea that equipment is meant to keep hunters alive. Is that really okay with you? What the hell are you talking about? You were a hunter too, weren't you? It seems like you've got the wrong idea. I'm no saint, you know. I have my likes and dislikes like anyone else. Back in Rasperia, at least, when I couldn't do blacksmithing work properly anymore, nobody came to me for help. All at once, my regular customers and clients walked away from me. Even after I moved to Lowenfort, you were the only one who went out of their way to come to me specifically. WL, I understand that you have exceptional mobility. But still, having someone rely on the skills you've honed yourself, that must have felt good, right? Seeing him laugh and scratch his nose, I couldn't help but laugh along. True, there's not even space to store materials here. Do you want one? A massive storage area for materials. Cuckoo, that'd be awesome. I could stockpile materials I've never seen before or rare boss-level materials. Lodge-san spread his thick, stubby arms wide and his eyes sparkled. Well, whatever. If it's harmless, it's best to let someone pursue what they're passionate about. If he can realize his obsession at that base, he should go for it. It's so spacious that it wouldn't bother anyone. If problems arise, we can tackle them one by one. Still, I should probably ask everyone else for their opinion too. I'll check with the others at the base first, so I'd like to put this on hold for a while. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly straightforward though, and Lodge-san started preparing to move in the following day. Chapter 267, Huge Warehouse. It's the third night since I started hunting in the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. As I watch the landscape change day by day from above, I ponder my future base. The upper plateau remains unchanged, with the goddesses doing as they please. Currently, there are about 10 half-built houses along the river, as well as the stone warehouse that I prepared. Behind them are piles of lumber and stone stacked like mountains. The houses seem to disappear and reappear every time I look, so I suppose Alicia is teaching everyone how to build using the one that's finally been completed as a base. The light from the magical illumination tools never goes out, and frankly, those girls never sleep. At night, I imagine they're trying out new skills and learning all sorts of things. The only downside is the sheer number of half-finished projects, but as long as they're not doing anything reckless, everything is fine. The only pitiful thing is the vast expanse of farmland left dug up and abandoned. I really need to head to the beginner dungeon as soon as possible to get some seeds. As for the lower plateau, its living base was steadily and solidly expanding. There's a circular lake, probably about 4 to 5 kilometers in diameter. On the western bank stood 2 small houses, one for Zio and Carla, and one for me. Behind the houses, in one corner, sat a pile of monster materials. A wild boar that Carla had caught in the forest was wandering around. Zio had apparently trained the boar, so it was fine even without a fence. Carla steadily expanded the safe zone around them. Though stumps littered the ground, the area up to the cliff had already been cleared, and there was good visibility over a kilometer around the houses. Just before that was a stone-built blood pool, a monster dismantling area, and a makeshift warehouse for drying hides. They were all built with earth magic as instructed. I probably still needed to clear a bit more. Even so, having come this far, it seemed unlikely that monsters would approach the houses themselves. A shared storage shed stood between each house, one of my earliest creations. It provided just enough space to keep things dry in the rain. Beyond that were shared spaces, such as baths, desks, and bonfire areas between 2 houses and the lake. Zio is currently building a dock on the lake. 2 large cavities were hollowed out inside the cliff face. One cavity houses a refrigerated food storage area, and the other cavity houses goods recovered from bandits. Surprisingly, few structures exist outside these cavities. I'm holding off on building my own home on the upper plateau, by the way. Initially, we agreed that I would stay on the lower plateau until Zio was safe, just in case something happened to him. But honestly, building a house up there would make me feel incredibly out of place. After all, I'm just a commoner. The upper plateau is strictly for the goddesses, so I established a rule that I'll mainly stay on the lower plateau, but occasionally pop up to the upper plateau for fun. Felon and Wrist complained, but neither of them has built their own house yet. When I told them about my exclusive, secret base project, they both shut up. Problem solved for now. Now the problem is what to do about Lodge-san's house. Zio, can I give the house you built for me to that dwarf, Lodge-san, who we talked about yesterday? That's fine, but what about Loki's sleeping spot? You can't build a house in just a day or two, you know. I can sleep in a hole I dig in the cliff, so don't worry about me. Besides, I'm busy hunting monsters and searching for treasure. I could stay at an inn in town until things settle down. The meat and blood are super delicious, so I'd really like it if you could bring back a dragon. No, I'll admit the meat is incredibly delicious. But even after sharing some, there's still a lot left over. Besides, the price they pay for it will probably drop soon, or they'll just refuse to buy it. When that happens, I'll bring it back here. Lodge-san wanted the ingredients too. Human affairs are such a hassle. Compared to that, there's absolutely nothing troublesome here, right? That's because there's literally nothing here. Hearing those words, I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It's only because these two are so resourceful. In this normally far too barren environment, wouldn't they start complaining about wanting to go back after just a week? Honestly, if it weren't for the condition of blood, Zio and Carla could definitely live here without me. Zio mentioned that it's getting easier to carry logs, so if his strength keeps coming back bit by bit, it'll be even better. Whether Lodge-san, who's closer to an ordinary person, could endure this environment is another matter. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have him. With these thoughts in mind, I walked across the vacant lot behind the house, chanting, "Force it, plow," and shot magic from my feet, churning the soil into mounds. I still couldn't cover a wide area, but the spreading tree roots twisted and snapped. I tossed the troublesome stumps toward the house. They'd make good fuel, and Zio might find some use for them. Once I cleared an area about the size of a gymnasium, I began the experiment. How large could I make the maximum stone wall possible with level 6 earth magic? I chanted the spell, focusing on achieving a thickness of about 30 cm. Create a large, flat stone floor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then, before my eyes, the stone floor materialized. I was amazed at how seamless and beautiful it was, like a single slab. But it's spreading way beyond what I imagined. Isn't this just a bit too much for my intelligence to handle? Whoa, that's amazing. Not bad, low-key. No, you two, don't just praise it so casually. What I built was huge, big enough to cover the entire schoolyard, not just the gym, and it spilled far beyond the neatly leveled frame I made. When I took out the magic gem and rolled it, it rolled slowly and steadily. This was a good kind of failure. After that, I erased it, leveled the ground, rebuilt it, and rolled it again. As I pondered whether I could make a spirit level, I finished building a ridiculously huge warehouse with 6 stone-covered sides. Just as with the bath before, there was no distortion in the molding, whether it was due to the magic's influence or not. If you fit it perfectly, you couldn't feel any gaps. I increased the thickness of the 4 walls and buried them deep into the ground, resulting in a low ceiling height. However, when I put the lid on, it naturally formed a ventilation opening. I figured this might actually work. With this vast space, which I estimated to be around 400 m x 200 m x 100 m, it could easily serve as Lodge-san's workshop. I was wondering what to do about the woodpile, but with this much space, I could probably build it inside. Yeah, it's almost too tall as it is, so maybe we could add levels inside the warehouse later. That depends on how hard we work from now on. We'll think about it again when we have more stuff from hunting and defeating villains. Well then, the dwarf uncle might move in as early as tomorrow, so both of you, please take good care of him. Chapter 268, New Companions. I'm Lodge, an advanced blacksmith. Loki wouldn't stop talking about how great life is for a blacksmith here, so I decided to move here. I can craft any metalwork or equipment you need. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I am Rigmaer. I don't have an official occupation, but if pressed, I'd say I'm a demon from a blood-drinking race. Due to certain circumstances, my powers haven't returned yet, so I'm training while doing detailed work, like building houses. I'm Carla. I'm also a blood-drinking race, but I only get blood from Loki occasionally. Usually, I drink monster blood. I handle dismantling the monsters that Loki and I hunt. Should I just give the materials to Lodge-san? He turns to me in the middle of his introduction for some reason, so I nod and answer. You can keep drying the hides like before, but feel free to move all the non-food materials to the big warehouse. What Lodge-san uses from there is up to him. Zio, could you help out with the cart? Yeah, leave it to me. Got it. I've heard about you. As expected of Loki's companions, you're a race I've never heard of. Well, nice to meet you. The carts prepared in the royal capital of Falmenta to conceal the spatial magic were proving useful at this base. Zio was using them to transport goods via teleportation. I'd also entrusted Carla with the special baskets that I no longer needed. Moving cargo should be easier now. Still, even with terms like demons and blood-drinking races thrown around, Lodge-san doesn't seem the least bit fazed. He did say that he doesn't judge people by their race, so maybe it's just a minor thing to him. Seeing that reaction, Zio and Carla clearly showed relief. Are those two observing, too? I directed my gaze toward the cliff above. Alicia won't be coming to greet Lodge-san this time. That was decided yesterday. Her purpose is to serve as the representative of the upper plateau, overseeing the base and acting as a liaison with the lower plateau. Since she has already met Zio, the representative from the lower plateau, further contact would be risky. Even though we're learning from past wars to avoid repeating mistakes, those two are practically the only ones who were directly involved. Besides, unlike them, Lodge-san might get bored and head back to town. I think Alicia is just watching over things, but I wonder if Rill is okay. Perhaps because Alicia learned how to build a house, she thought she could learn too. This time, she was fussing about going to greet Lodge-san herself, but no one would ever allow it. If Rill gets involved, it will absolutely be discovered sooner or later. When that happens, no one knows what will happen. We can't have everyone suddenly vanish from this world. While she can roam freely on the upper plateau, contact with the lower plateau is strictly forbidden. As befits a god, you should just watch over them, I said, trying to persuade her. Rill was sulking, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Honestly, I felt like complaining. Why should I, a mere commoner, have to be mindful of the divine realm's rules? Well then, shall we head straight to the supply warehouse? It's my first time seeing a waterfall this big, and it's also my first time seeing a warehouse this huge. Bigger is better, isn't it? You can even use it as your workspace. Hey. Inside the warehouse, light filtered in through the gaps above, but it was still dim. Even so, the materials piled high along the walls were obvious. Lodge-san seemed to lose his words. Light. After all, the materials had been moved into the warehouse yesterday. On the left side of the warehouse, metal equipment, including yesterday's treasure hunt haul, was piled up like a mountain. On the right, materials from nearby monsters hunted by Carla were still piled high, though significantly reduced after being sold for cash. Toward the back, facing the forest, looted equipment from bandit raids and leather gear used by hunters who were annihilated during raid battles were haphazardly arranged. I was still debating how to dispose of these items, so they remained stored for the time being. Lower-grade materials, such as daggers, are in demand for dismantling, so I intend to send those to Paisa-san. However, pushing too hard with other gear might actually hinder business. Since I have a decent cash flow now, there's no rush. I can discuss it and sell the clearly unnecessary stuff for cash in a town later. I'll buy some light-emitting magic tools tonight, so it's dim now. Bear with it, okay? That's no problem. Also, since I'm also a mercenary, the type of metal gear I use will depend on future monster-slaying requests. As for monster materials, I travel the world, so I plan to gather various types while hunting. If you need specific materials, I can hunt for them in bulk, so don't hesitate to ask. Seriously, that's awesome. Right. I'm not sure if it's a stove or a furnace, but one might not be enough. I meant it as a joke, but Lodge-san seemed to take it seriously. He muttered, straight-faced, "We'll have to add more of these," so it looks like he'll be able to do whatever he wants. After that, we sat at the outdoor stone table, which served as our base's dining area and coordinated with Lodge-san. I asked him what he could do besides blacksmithing, what his skills were, and what his usual life was like. As I'd suspected, he wasn't overly concerned about money. He just wanted interesting materials and plenty of good booze. It seemed fine to give him all the alcohol I got as spoils from defeating bandits. Regarding equipment crafting, he didn't say not to do it, but suggested moderation. He understood that leather armor was especially difficult to sell for cash after it was crafted. After melting down all the metal gear we had and crafting complete sets for me, Carla, and Zio, he planned to research the field of composite materials, using methods that minimized material waste. While hurriedly sorting the materials by type, I found 2 Damascus swords, and Carla found a Damascus axe spear that was about twice his height and looked like a halberd. Zio appraised them and found that one had the brute strength enchantment and the other had the lightning attribute enchantment. Melting them down is inevitable, but they're the perfect weapons for practicing with a longsword. Well, I'm heading out to hunt. Let me know if you need anything from town later. Got it, and low-key. Yes. Just speak normally. It'd be weird if you were that formal with me alone, right? Oh, sorry. All right then, Lodge. I'm off. He crossed his arms and nodded deeply as I teleported to Resperia. Zia told me, too, so I really need to start saying it myself eventually. Even though I'm more used to it now, closing the distance with people is still hard and scary when I can't act like it's just a job. Especially when it's someone older with a lot more life experience. But little by little, bit by bit. Next time a similar situation comes up, I'll try saying it myself. I resumed my treasure hunt underground, setting such small, personal goals separate from the hunt. Chapter 269, wasn't this about promotion? Koit's Dragon Burial Mountains, Day 10. On the night of Day 4, the dismantling site in Resperia finally activated its pass. Therefore, I delivered the materials to the Resperia Special Zone material buyer. Perhaps because they deal in cash, they issued a pass in just one day. After that, I took it to Lagraith's royal capital, Falmenta, for a few days. In the end, however, Orgusan activated the pass, so I ended up back in Resperia. That's the current situation. Well, it's a shame since things were finally getting sorted out. What are you talking about like it's none of your business? It's impossible now. It's impossible, do you hear me? I'll die from overwork if this keeps up. Are you pretending? No. I thought it was a comedian skit, but he's apparently dead serious. Still, they must be concerned about freshness. Despite looking like they're about to drop dead, they don't stop working. It's incredible. Plus, even with this much work, they only say, "We can't keep up with the work," and they never lower their prices, claiming that they don't need more materials. Dragon species materials must be in incredibly high demand. Since the town is huge, it doesn't seem like meat becomes oversupplied either. Maybe hunting here is a good option whenever I'm short on cash. Oh, right, Loki. The reception staff said to call you if someone spots you. Oh, does that mean a promotion? Whoa, did you reach S-rank level or something? No, I'm still B-rank. If anything, it's about an A-rank promotion. Come to think of it, I hadn't been to the reception lobby since the first day. There wasn't anything major on the quest board, and the forgetting the promotion incident has become a tradition since Bezart. After thanking the staff at the dismantling site, I headed straight to the reception area. I called out to the lady who had answered all my questions on the first day. As expected, she took me to the guild master's room. A bald, chubby old man greeted me, rubbing his hands together. He doesn't seem very hunter-like. Is he the type like Yagov-san? But the room had an air of luxury about it, making him seem like a completely different type altogether. No, Loki-san, you've finally come. I am Omri, the guildmaster of Resperia. Sorry I didn't notice, I'm Loki, pleased to meet you. Please have a seat over here, this way. Right. I sat down on the sofa, but it felt like I was being treated more like a client than a hunter. I glanced at Omri-san's eyes. He's smiling politely, but it's the same look I often gave clients during business negotiations in Japan. If I let my guard down, things might get dicey. I've heard the rumors. I hear you've been supplying the dismantling site with enough materials to make them scream these past few days. Since they're all monsters from the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains, it's truly remarkable. No, I am the one grateful for your purchases. And this humility. Do you understand? You're the ideal hunter. Yes, absolutely. I wish others would learn from you, the receptionist lady said. You may return to your duties now. Now then, Loki-san. While your promotion to A rank is certainly part of why I summoned you, there's another matter I wish to discuss. Having endured the farce, I sighed inwardly, relieved that they were finally getting to the point. Ever since I began using spatial magic in public, I'd braced myself for this kind of conversation. The problem was how much he intended to demand of me, given his position as guild master. How about utilizing that unique ability to take charge of all logistics in the continent's central region? Hi. Omri-san raised a single finger, declaring it the optimal solution. I couldn't help but gasp at the audacity of the proposal, the boldest I'd anticipated. He vaguely referred to it as a unique ability, but I was certain he had overheard all the talk at the dismantling site and knew I possessed it. Now, he's trying to get me to say the words, spatial magic myself. Omri-san is now asking me to handle the continent-spanning supply transport that the reincarnated Marie is doing right here in the central part of the continent. Given its scale, I thought a commercial guild, a merchant house backed by nobility, or even the nation itself would eventually step in. But for it to be the Hunter Guild of all places, is the guild truly for the people, as its founding principle states, or is it just a way for its members to satisfy their own desires? Either way is fine, as my answer is already decided. I have no plans to do that. May I ask your reason? The main reason is that I can't get stronger doing that transport work. There are plenty of reasons, and I understand their desire for me to do it all too well. After all, using Marie's supply transport means becoming a vassal state. If one place falls, the impact will surely ripple to neighboring countries. But everyone wants to avoid being the sacrifice. For the nations in the center of the continent who are watching the situation around them and seeing only a dwindling future, a hunter like me, who moves solely for money, would be invaluable. But sorry, my goals are different. I think Omri-san misunderstands that point. Strong, you say? You've already defeated so many A-rank monsters. Aren't you already more than strong enough? In my personal opinion, I'm just starting to move beyond being a rookie E-rank hunter. I'm not even at 10% of the strength I aspire to have. Hi. Besides, don't most people train hard to get strong so they can earn big rewards? What else is there? I'm the opposite. I need money to get stronger, so I try to avoid tasks that don't directly lead to strength. I'm aware that I have a gamer's mindset, but that's an undeniable fact. I judge money spent on gear, materials, and books to gain knowledge as necessary for the goal of getting stronger. Hunting monsters and villains is meaningful because it's part of the process of getting stronger and earns me money. However, transporting goods through spatial transfer just for money is far from my objective. I could understand it a little, but starting with the central continent's logistics, it seems like Omri-san has a grand plan that makes heavy use of me. Even so, it seems this person still hasn't given up. Only Loki-san can do it, and it should save many people. While it might not lead to strength, there's also the possibility of gaining unimaginable wealth. As a result, Omri-san and this guild would reap huge profits. I won't deny that. As he spoke, he pulled out a small vial from a pouch at his side, the same type used for Zeo stock, which I knew well. Inside was blood that had turned dark reddish-black. No, that was likely its original color. It's the fresh blood of the dragon species inhabiting Quoits, specifically the highly potent Quirrubber. Dragon blood is said to be the very source of life. It's used as an ingredient in various high-grade potions, and as a base for medicines that cure many diseases. The drawback, however, is freshness. Even when sealed in bottles or jars like this, its potency diminishes over time. So, you want me to transport it? I don't expect you to handle all the transport. There are plenty of others who handle cargo transport and escort requests. I thought perhaps you could handle items directly impacting people's lives. But earlier, You specifically mentioned wanting me to handle the transport alone. That would be ideal, but the reality is different. Sigh. Hearing all this, I inwardly clicked my tongue. I wasn't losing out, it was actually a favorable deal for me. Still, I felt like I'd been played. I guess you can't let your guard down around someone who's become a guild master. He's the same type as Yagov-san. I felt like I'd been skillfully maneuvered down to the absolute minimum Omri-san was willing to accept. Bringing up life or death matters after the fact, dragon blood is the source of life. If you knew anything about fantasy worlds, you'd nod along, thinking, yeah, that sounds legit. Actually, both Carla and Zio were chugging it, saying, delicious. Delicious, the whole time. After that, we finalized the transport plan using spatial transfer, incorporating my suggestions. It wasn't anything particularly complicated. First, I'd tell them which towns I could reach in advance. While hunting in the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains, I'd notify the guild beforehand. This way, while I was hunting, the guild would gather all the items I wanted transported at once. The items would be placed in the warehouse where dismantling occurs, as well as in several other warehouses for temporary storage after dismantling. The guild would collect these items, and I would deliver them to hunter guilds in towns within reachable distance. Then, I would obtain a receipt signature from the receiving guild. This would mark the designated request completed status for Omri-san, and the payment would be deposited with the guild. Incidentally, it's a bit unusual, but even if I moved the deposit to the royal capital of Falmenta, they set up a separate deposit function for Risperia. Since the guildmaster can force it through at his discretion, not only can the designated request rewards be deposited anytime in Quoits, but material rewards can be deposited as well. Having my name and face remembered really pays off in situations like this. Most importantly, I absolutely will not take on regular jobs. This point was firmly agreed upon. Requests such as come back in X days or deliver this weekly disrupt my schedule and are a nuisance. The arrangement is that, when I happen to pass through Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains, I'll carry anything within reasonable limits as a favor. This way, there isn't any risk of my losing out. It seems I'll also be contacting guild masters from other countries. The problem is whether others will also ask me to transport things for them. People like Orgu-san and Orlando-san will probably ask as if it's the most natural thing in the world. How I dodge those requests will show my skill. Well, I have a feeling I won't be able to dodge them at all. So, what about the main topic, the promotion exam? From the day Loki-san appeared, hunters reported strange sightings. A bizarre entity floating in the sky and slashing dragons. For some reason, the dragons' corpses disappeared one by one. Acha. And then, there's the incomprehensible amount of materials gathered day after day. Do you really think we need a mock battle? Apparently, I've already become an A-rank hunter. Chapter 270, Reconnaissance. The day after, I unexpectedly became an A-rank hunter. With all the major suppliers of key materials completely overwhelmed, I decided to explore the deepest underground levels for reconnaissance purposes. While treasure hunting in the valley, I'd gradually pushed further in, but predictably, the deeper I went, the scarcer the loot became. A clear sign of how few people ventured that far. Still, I found a few things, so I kept searching, though I mostly skimmed the valley floor to save time. As I made my way in and took out monsters along the way, I came to the end of a long, steep descent. From experience, I immediately knew that the opening ahead was too suspicious. I was able to reach this point so easily because I was flying. However, even with the light illuminating the ground, the only passable path was a narrow strip along the wall, and the footing was poor. If this were a group raid requiring collective movement, it wouldn't just be a matter of suffering from the heat, as with Varakan. The terrain was so poor that casualties would be a very real possibility during the journey. Peering inside just before the obvious opening revealed no signs of life whatsoever. There was only one option: advance until I could see clearly. I entered the dome-shaped space with utmost vigilance and finally grasped the full layout of the boss field. This terrain is quite terrifying. Rather than a dome, the room was more like a sphere, which would have been pitch black without a light source. The sole entrance, where I stood, was positioned almost precisely at the center of this spherical structure. Yet advancing just 3 meters revealed a vast subterranean lake stretching out ahead. The room was huge, likely 400 to 500 meters wide, but it was only slightly surrounded by flat ground, about 3 meters wide. The bulk of the room was occupied by a deep blue subterranean lake. Within that lake, a shadow so enormous and eerie that it was clearly the boss swam with grace. Its size, just how big was it? It seemed larger than the black elephants near the base, but judging size underwater was tricky. There were other things that bothered me as well. There were things within the lake and in the upper half of the room that were not submerged. Countless small holes about a meter wide dotted the entrance, radiating a suspicious atmosphere. "You'll suffocate." Recalling the guild lady's words, I instinctively looked back at the path I had come. There lay the long, descending slope that had stretched out before me just moments ago. Are these holes meant to save people or finish them off? Which is it? But I'd be fine if it was just me. Keeping an eye out for an escape route, I flew overhead to catch the boss's silhouette again. Deep breath, I held it, ready to endure whatever came. Insight. I tried to gauge the enemy's strength. Phew, just a little down maybe. By feel, it seemed closer to the rockish I'd fought in the sea of trees. I still don't understand how insight judges strength, but this wasn't a monster that made my hair stand on end or knocked me off my feet. Since it's a normal boss whose skill set I can peek at, it's definitely closer to Varaken's level than King Ant's. Then I can do this. I should be able to. If the death rate is too high, I'll just have to handle it alone. But what about unseen skills? 3 types. No need to rush. This boss has remained untouched for years because it is considered dangerous. First, I'll level up the crucial skills for this boss fight to level 8 around the Pomera base. Then, I'll challenge the boss again. Since I was returning to base anyway, I stowed away a huge haul of monster materials as souvenirs before heading back. Section. Hey, Carla, I have a lot of materials, so I'll leave this to you. Paisa, dragons only. Can I really drink all of this? Only Carla and Zio drink blood, so do whatever you want. Oh, neither of you are good at pharmacy, right? I'm totally useless at it. I've never seen Master make medicine either. Guess we have no choice. But just one for now. With that, I sliced through the slain Quirubber, hung it up, and collected its blood in a hastily made stone jar. Maybe Mei-chan's parents could do something with the blood. Since there'd be tons of leftover meat, I'd bring some over for them to try. I left the rest for Carla, who started dismantling it frantically as if it were his favorite food. I went to the backyard to feed the wild boar some corn that I had bought at the stall before heading to the supply warehouse. Lodge was working in a corner of the warehouse while Zio was building shelves a little further away. I'm back. How's it going? Is everything okay? Oh, welcome back. The second furnace is fine too. I've already started melting stuff. Lodge seemed to like the corner. He had set up his own private workspace there. The furnace that he and Zio built together was a large type, mainly designed for melting metals. Currently, they were melting tons of iron weapons obtained from the bandits' loot, partly as an experiment. Looks like the wind-blowing magic tool's doing its job, too. If we combine your white fire with these things, I think we can handle most minerals. The warehouse has gotten brighter, too. Oh, did they sell any copper? After he said that, I took out the one piece I had stored away. It seemed like Lodge wanted this material, but apparently there wasn't any in the warehouse. I bought extra since it was sold at the ore-specialized ingot shop. Today's haul should cover the treasure hunt gear for now, but since I also brought back quite a few Quoits monsters, I think Carla will eventually bring the materials over here. Awesome, that's a huge help. Seeing him work while drinking from a barrel within arm's reach was shocking, but his face was only slightly flushed. He wasn't even close to being drunk. Besides, having one A-rank weapon crafted would normally cost at least 30 million beak for a formal request in Resperia, and the cheapest option would cost around 10 million beak. Getting that done for free meant the cost of the booze was negligible. As long as the product is decent, he can do what he wants with it. Then there's just, Zio, do we have enough wood? We're fine for now, but we've started making charcoal outside too. It's better to secure a bit more just to be safe. Well, there's a huge surplus of upper stuff, so I'll go get some. I'll eat over there today, so feel free to drink as much dragon blood as you like, Zio. I brought plenty today, and Carla's processing it now. Ho, all you can drink today. That stuff makes me feel like my power surges. He says it's just a feeling, but honestly, you never know what might trigger it. Since it's called the source of life, I want Zio, who looks drained of vitality, to drink it. Lodge isn't weak either. If Zio could regain enough strength to avoid being instantly killed by the monsters here, I'd feel more at ease. After moving some of the mountain of lumber from the upper plateau to the materials warehouse, I headed to the dining table on the upper plateau. Alicia, who'd been practicing cooking, called everyone over, so I laid out the dishes I'd procured in Resperia. I'm so glad I pushed myself to max out spatial magic. After all, it means I can bring back as much freshly made, piping hot food as everyone wants. This meal served as our group's report meeting, which is held roughly once every 10 days. While the goddesses mostly shared their impressions of sightseeing in the lower world rather than giving actual reports, I told them that once my preparations were finished, I would start doing interguild transport work on the side. Wrist seemed to grasp the significance immediately, her hand pausing mid-bite. This work might stimulate the central continent or turn into something far more significant. That's something we won't know until we try. Since they also wanted me to transport ready-made equipment and ore irregularly, this will likely not result in a net loss overall. All I can do is hope the Hunter Guild handles things smoothly behind the scenes so I don't get arrested for tax evasion. Oh, and I should probably mention this too. I found the boss. I'll challenge it once I've trained a bit more. This time, Rill, who had just perked up and resumed her activities, froze completely. Which one? These words came from experiencing the King Ant battle. So, this is a boss with a history of having been defeated before. I've figured out the spawn pattern for that shady hidden boss, but I'm not going to bite off more than I can chew, so don't worry. I see, but you know. Are you sure it's okay? I think 90% of that was concern. But perhaps because a hint of wanting to join the fight was visible, Rhea, not me, drove the point home. It's the same kind of monster as when Loki was set up by the race, right? Exactly. The hunting ground rank for this one is A, so it seems stronger than the last one, but it feels about the same level as me right now. Then we shouldn't help you so easily. It'll hinder Loki's growth and make you dependent. Rhea, you sound so much like an Oni-san right now. Oh, Oni-san, you say. Foo-foo. I agree. It only matters because we're letting you solve it yourself as much as possible. That's probably the point, right? That's correct. As expected of Felon. However, if something were to happen, it would be difficult to bring you back to life again, you know. Well, I understand that. I guess Feral is against monster hunting. She wouldn't say anything about normal hunting, which isn't life-threatening, but she'd probably object to boss fights. But right now, Loki-kun will be fine, right? Regardless of whether you win, you can use spatial teleportation if necessary, right? Yeah, Alicia's right. If things get dicey, I'll escape right away. I have no plans to stick around until I'm on the brink of death. Well, that's good to hear, but I'm still worried. Defeating those strong bosses is how you get stronger, after all. That's what adventure is all about. If you're scared of the boss, you'll never reap the rewards of defeating it. I want the boss's skills, and I can also get materials to craft equipment from it. Huh. Oh crap, I forgot. Yeah, what the hell am I doing? The Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains are an A-rank hunting ground. The boss there is probably S-rank, or maybe even higher. Depending on Lodge's skill level, even if I defeat it successfully, it'll be a waste of a good find. I really need to get some preparations done quickly. While pondering this, the lively dinner party passed peacefully, filled mostly with casual chatter. Chapter 271, Power Level. My blacksmithing skill is level 6. With the advanced blacksmith's blessing, it's boosted by another +2, and I've been crafting decent S-rank gear this whole time. So what does that mean? I can craft perfect gear, up to S-rank. Ho. First thing in the morning, I approached Lodge, who was enjoying his morning bath with a mug of beer, claiming it was to sober up. He readily gave me the answer I wanted. Why now? Since you didn't ask, I just assumed you'd heard about me in Valnir. No, not at all. I just kinda hesitated, thinking it might be bad to ask. It's part of my job, so I'm not hiding it. Seriously, you came to see me without knowing that. He grumbles something like, "Pht," while rubbing the tip of his nose, but I don't want to see an old dwarf blush. Does this mean I can relax about my equipment for now? I thought he could only craft A-rank equipment, but apparently he can also craft S-rank equipment. It seems Lodge is actually pretty capable. Well, worrying about that now won't do any good. After that, while I was shaking the bathwater, I asked him about this and that. Apparently, he never boosted his blacksmithing skill with prayers. He leveled it up to level 6 purely through hard work and experience. From childhood, he and others were taught by their parents and elders that developing blacksmithing skills through prayer meant nothing without experience. I think dwarves pass down job-related skills to their children firmly. Consequently, the contribution points he gained unexpectedly during combat or other opportunities were often used for auxiliary skills, such as body strengthening. The path to becoming a skilled blacksmith seemed optimized precisely because dwarves are a race specialized in blacksmithing. But even knowing that, I deliberately tell him, "All right, let's power level." Hi. He lets out a completely baffled voice, but since Lodge is a natural-born blacksmith, my resolve doesn't waver. I'm going to be grinding skill levels in Pomera anyway. I expect that Respiria's dismantling site will calm down in about a week. Then, I'll go back to Quoits to grind money and skill experience until I hit the limit again. Inside Pomera, though, I won't need to bother with spatial transfers. I can just have him follow me and share the experience with him. Plus, the area around the base is full of muscle-brain types, and the monsters aren't that fast. Here, there's no need to worry about missing a shot and having Lodge get attacked, so we can focus on power leveling. Besides, Lodge is a genuine blacksmith. I wouldn't say this if he were a hunter with many skill options or someone who is unsure about their future path. However, since he has decided to make a living solely as a blacksmith, improving his skills through prayers isn't a waste. By watching the goddess's activities, I figured that out. Alicia had never built a house before. At first, she clumsily assembled a ramshackle hut that was crooked from the start. But before I knew it, she had somehow finished a decent little hut, albeit at the cost of many abandoned practice huts. The other 5 also began to see their half-built homes take shape day by day. That's probably because all the goddesses have high construction levels. Job-type skills expand your existing knowledge and experience. However, if your skill level is high, you must acquire that knowledge and experience significantly faster than someone with a lower level. Therefore, if you want to master a single path, it's more efficient to first raise your base skill level aggressively and aim for a combined skill level 10 with the job blessing. If your base skill level naturally reaches 10, you can change jobs and reassign the buff's benefits to a different skill. That way, there is no loss. Lodge had a quizzical look on his face, as if he understood the explanation but didn't quite grasp it. When I got S-rank or SS-rank materials, having a high skill level meant there would be more to gain from them. After hearing this, his eyes gleamed, and he immediately retorted, "Do you have any prospects of getting them? I went to see the boss of the Quoits Dragon Burial Mountains. I don't know if I can beat it right away, but I'll take down that thing eventually. For sure." Oh, gargoyle, that brings back memories. Lodge downed the beer in his mug in one gulp and stepped out of the bath with a splash. There was one guy who looked like he was cross-dressing on the lower plateau, but everyone else was male, so it wasn't a problem. Then I'll go with your plan. Getting my hands on that material is a dwarf's dream after all. Section. For the next 2 days, Lodge and I hunted relentlessly in pairs around the base. We returned to the warehouse occasionally to add equipment to the furnace for smelting. However, I continued to clear more land by cutting down trees and slaying every monster I encountered. Lodge stood behind me, surrounded by lumber, watching this scene intently. As we finished each section, Carla swiftly collected the lumber and monster corpses, while Zio immediately began processing the wood. All things considered, the expansion work around the base was quite efficient. So, can you feel the difference in agility? Nah, compared to the beginning, I can't really tell the difference anymore. You can't tell from the outside either. But well, maybe we should stop for now. Since the inhabitants of this world have no concept of levels, it was all trial and error. Agility seemed easiest to gauge, so I had Lodge hop side to side right in front of me. I'm not sure who would find it entertaining to watch a barrel-like little old man hop side to side with a deadpan expression. but it was crucial for measuring progress. As expected, on day 1, his agility stats skyrocketed, turning his hopping into a bouncier, springier movement. By around noon on day 2, his bouncing had grown into a springy leap. After that, however, no major changes were visible. This meant the explosive growth phase had ended. The estimated current level is around 50. From here on out, it's time for serious, steady leveling up. It's now just a matter of whether he wants to continue. At least his overall stats have improved, making him less likely to die. He's probably earned enough skill points, too. All right, then. Let's head to the nearest church and give it a try. I told him that there are people living on the upper plateau, but I can't exactly say that they're gods. If I asked, though, perhaps they might help. As I pondered such things, Lodge and I teleported to the town of Bezart together. Chapter 272, An Unexpected Arrival. It's a pretty small town, huh? Haha, well, it's nothing compared to Resperia. But it's the most important town to me. I see. Lodge must have nerves of steel. Even though we were flying through the air, he chatted casually the whole time. This dwarf's head isn't normal. After we landed somewhere suitable, Lodge headed straight for a clothing and shoe shop, saying it was precisely the time to stock up. For my part, I headed for the Hunters Guild, wondering what to do with the mountain of meat I had. After all, this is where you come when you're stuck. Amanda-san, you like meat, don't you? It's incredibly delicious meat. You really do appear out of nowhere. Is that the unicorn meat you brought last time? If so, I'd love some. Eating that stuff really improves my skin. She said this while rubbing her cheeks. However, I honestly couldn't tell a difference in Amanda-san. However, the young receptionist beside her nodded, so perhaps the idea that the meat is good for beauty is actually true. Did I mess up the meat selection? I had that thought, but I had absolutely no intention of taking it back, so I showed her the huge chunk of meat instead. It's a different kind of meat today. It's from a dragon-type creature, so it's definitely delicious, but I have a lot of it. Could I at least leave it in the training grounds? Well, if I leave it here, maybe people who want it will just take it themselves. Amanda-san's face looks scarier than ever, though. I've never seen anyone use the training grounds in Bezart. There's no need to glare at me like you're on the verge of dying from stomach pain. Before that, what kind of meat did you say? Wah, D-dragon meat, but that means ririre. Re-rejuvenating meat. A gulp. No, I don't know. Apparently, dragon meat is believed to restore vitality to the body. It's not just delicious, but also quite popular as rejuvenating meat among men and women alike. But it's expensive and only available in a few places, so it's usually considered a food for the wealthy, she explained with great fervor. The girl next to her and I were both dumbfounded. Since I had heard about the effects of blood, I could understand why such stories circulated. There's quite a lot, so you can eat as much as you want until the meat spoils, right? If you have a place to put it, that is. With Yagov-san's single command, the Hunter Guild's training grounds were open to the public. Honestly, the Guild's training grounds aren't that big, so if people really went all out, they would overflow. Still, more and more people gradually showed up, happily taking the meat home. It really felt worth bringing it all. Patakun's mom borrowed a huge basket, but it's not like the amount would decrease that easily anyway. By the way, what about that map you brought? It's so popular that even townspeople who aren't hunters come to peek at it. Those 3, for instance, never seem to get tired of studying it. My storage capacity had finally decreased enough to stop draining my magic, so I left the scene to Amanda-san. She was gazing at the mountain of meat with a rather lecherous look. Suddenly, she looked at me as if testing something and said that, by those 3, she must have been referring to Xing-kun and the others. People's thoughts vary when looking at the map. If they ask for help, I help within my means when they want to do something. I thought that was my way of repaying Bezart, but those 3, There's no point in overthinking it now that they're not here. I simply conveyed that it was the best outcome, then headed to Pisason's place. After giving him the most useful remaining daggers and meat, I grabbed a stone jar and hurried to Mei-chan's house. Apparently, Mei-chan's mom knew about dragon's blood when I gave her a bottle of it as a souvenir. She was thrilled to study it further. Apparently, dragon's blood is used more often in alchemy for making potions, but Bezart doesn't have any alchemists. Here, if they have it in stock, they'll provide me with a restorative tonic that helps eliminate fatigue. I couldn't be bothered to take it all the way to a stranger's place. After handing over what I had to give and distributing the meat, I wandered aimlessly down the main street and ran into Lodge, who was leisurely eating skewered meat at a food stall. We headed straight to the church. After I told Sister Marise about the prayer request and other matters, the little old man standing beside me nodded slowly and looked surprised. It was evening, so it was crowded. After seeing Lodge line up for prayer, I whispered my request to Sister Marise, thinking, this is where my job starts. Sister Marise, what should you do if you don't want to show the judgment result? You see, my companion is a dwarf. Being a dwarf excuse was a bit forced. But I wanted to avoid having Sister Marise and the other church officials present, so I made up a flimsy reason. Everything, including the bonus from divine protection, would be reflected on the obsidian tablet. If things went well, the level 10 blacksmith skill would show up exactly as it was. Even outside the small town, this would be an astonishing accomplishment that would spread like wildfire. Regardless of whether we believe the church, the best option would be to choose one where no one sees the result. Marise-san responded to my proposal, though she seemed reluctant. Truthfully, since something happening to a sacred artifact would be disastrous, the rule is that someone from the church must be present for the status check. But since people often mention wanting to hide their abilities, depending on the offering, we can keep the door open and watch from outside. I mean, what is the church thinking, making such backdoor rules? Ho ho ho, in that case, could we request that arrangement this time? As long as it's run by humans, even if it's a church, that's just how the world is. The way they put it probably makes it sound like a rule imposed by the papal state with no real benefit for the people. Well, that works out nicely. I show her the generous offering of meat and say, Amanda-san from the Hunter Guild said it has rejuvenating effects. Marise-san nods deeply, as if to say, leave it to me. Besides the old priest, the church is full of nuns. It looks like Bezart's church will be on my side if anything happens now. Divine communication. Can someone please raise Lodge's blacksmithing skill to level 8 without using any blessings? Whether it succeeded or not, Lodge himself wasn't sure yet. He tilted his head as he walked toward me. He then followed my lead and grabbed the handle of the obsidian plate. Marise-san and I watched him. Lodge stared intently at the results of the obsidian plate, hidden from outside view, and twitched in reaction at a certain point. Then, he slowly turned toward me, grinned, and showed his teeth. Section. The four of us laid out the various meals that I had received in exchange for distributing the meat. Then, we ate freely and carelessly. Can you believe it? Today, we had grilled fish for the first time in ages. Despite my modesty in saying my house can wait until last, Zio is still swamped building shelves for the material warehouse, so the small boat construction has stalled. I wonder if I could build a sunken hearth someday. Or, if I really put my mind to it, I could explore the sea. As I thought such thoughts, I watched the dancing sparks and Lodge eating his meal beside them, laughing heartily. If I set my sights on it, I'll reach level 10 in no time. This fact brings me both genuine joy and envy, leaving my feelings incredibly complex. Yet, the man himself remains completely unchanged. He tore into the meat with gusto and gulped down alcohol as if washing it down. What matters isn't just gaining the skill, but what you achieve using it right. When I congratulated Lodge immediately after leaving the church, he replied matter-of-factly. He was absolutely right. It's a perspective typical of the people of this world. However, knowing about bonus stat points and various ability values, I couldn't simply nod in agreement. I used 500 skill points, the amount needed to go from level 6 to level 8. Thanks to my class buff, I could easily skip the toughest levels, 9 and 10. Even knowing I have my own strong advantages, I couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The level 8 to 9 zone. Even with monsters conveniently possessing skill level 5, you only gain 2 to 3% per day. And let's be honest, leveling up from 9 to 10, even if I focused solely on grinding, it would take years. Lodge had the groundwork, yet he still reached level 10 easily. This makes me wonder why the inhabitants of this world don't aim for efficiency. Maybe they're not keen on monster hunting because it carries the risk of death. Or perhaps it's because they're recommended to party up to spread that risk. It could also be because the number of strong hunting grounds is limited and their locations aren't known. Several factors have likely contributed to the current situation. Back when maps existed, were people reaching skill level 10 commonplace? Were there also plenty of people aiming for multiple pinnacles? I have no idea what it was like in Zio's era, let alone earlier. However, I've learned that power leveling at this base lets anyone safely boost their abilities. I've also learned that no one else seems to use such a forceful method. He's a true craftsman, unwavering in his dedication. With these thoughts in mind, I took a small sip of the wine I'd received as a thank you gift. Chapter 273, Secret Room and New Equipment. Despite the snowfall in Risperia, our base was relatively warm. For that reason, I laid out the fluffiest Kuki fur from Pomera, my absolute favorite, on the floor and slept in the first stone storage shed I built. Now that I had come this far, I finally decided it was time to put the plan into action. The power level significantly expanded the safe zone around the base. Until now, monsters had never come close enough to our house. With the house this far from the forest, there was no need to stay glued to it for constant vigilance. Sneaking out late at night, I headed straight for the front of the waterfall, where the splashes were tremendous. Since our house was still a ways from the falls, the sound was pleasant enough, but right in front of the falls, the roar was terrifying. Still, I couldn't resist the allure. I floated in midair and shone my light, spotting a spot right in the middle of the cliff face. Then, I used water magic to block the water's flow. I immediately used spatial magic to carve out a passage just wide enough for one person, creating a temporary entrance. A secret entrance hidden behind a waterfall. This is pure fantasy. It was just the right amount of pointless work to take a break. For now, I sealed the entrance with earth magic, leaving just enough airflow. I carved deeper and deeper until the sound of the waterfall became soothing. Then, I created a personal space approximately 10 square meters in size, accessible only by spatial teleportation. I named this place Secret Room Number 1, and I brought out my earth-made personal items and my armor with holes in it. Next, I placed a light-emitting magic tool and a magic tool for drying from List of Magic Tools, Volume 2 here. That should prevent my belongings from getting moldy. It works anywhere as long as I have magic stones instead of electricity, so in a way, it's more convenient than Earth. Since I'll probably sleep here sometimes, I'll leave bedding and such here for now. If I feel the need, I can create new rooms as I go, right? I'm terrible at building, but carving is my specialty. As long as this plateau stretches endlessly, I can expand my underground space however I please. Haha. Just imagining all of this has me excited, so I don't think I'll be able to sleep right away. Well, I might as well try to reach my goal sooner. I'm aiming for night vision level 8, so I headed out to the late-night hunting grounds to beat up some owl monsters, stolas. Section, a few nights later. After dinner, Zio was measuring his strength with a log when Lodge, who had been watching nearby, suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, I've melted down quite a bit of equipment, so I can start making Damascus steel weapons now. Everyone, tell me what you want. Oh, I want a spear axe and a dagger that cuts even better. I only use mine for woodworking. The borrowed mithril axe is more than enough, but having some fine tools made of the same mithril would probably speed up the work. I thought I'd decided on some things, but being asked like this makes me hesitate. Carla really took a liking to the halberd that he picked up on a whim. Ever since he started using that old hand-me-down, he's been taking down black elephants. How he manages to swing a weapon twice his height is a mystery, though. But if that's what he wants, that's what matters most. Zio spends a lot of time with tools, too, so if using higher-grade materials helps his work progress, he should go ahead and use them. The shelves in the warehouse are filling up with ingots, or rather, oddly shaped chunks of metal that hardly qualify as ingots. Considering how much he's gathered, it might be better to have Lodge make things like saws. As for me, it's a sword. Should I go short or long? I can't make a snap decision and end up agonizing over it. The old longsword I'm currently testing isn't difficult to handle. It occasionally drags along the ground when I swing upward, and that's the only time the length bothers me. Which should I choose? Seeing me stuck like this, the three of them offer what could be taken as advice. I saw you fighting the other day, Loki. You'd be better off with a bigger weapon. You've got serious strength, but your weapon's too light. It seems like you're not unleashing your full firepower. Yeah, Loki's good at aerial combat too. Having a larger weapon could easily be an advantage. Bigger ones are just cooler. But Carla's just stating the obvious. Even so, I'd always made these decisions alone until now, wishing I had friends to help me. Hearing advice like this moved me, and I couldn't help but get a little choked up. After hearing that, I knew I no longer needed to hesitate. Then I'm going for something huge. Then another 10 days passed. After squeezing in 4 days of dragon hunting in quoits and sending the eagerly awaiting dismantling site staff to hell, I leveled up the immobility skill for the boss fight. Then Lodge finally called, "Loki, it's ready." "Hi." "HMPH, I'll clean up, you go ahead." Oh, is this the unthinkable? My heart pounded with excitement because I had been looking forward to this. Zio's expression probably meant that he already knew it was finished. Since it was after dinner, Carla was called over as well. The two of us headed to a corner of the material warehouse, which was also Lodge's workplace. On the long workbench, several pieces of equipment were laid out neatly for easy viewing. Naturally, our eyes were both glued to the workbench. "Shall we start with you, Carla, since you have fewer items? This is the axe spear you requested. Considering the size of the surrounding monsters, the tip is quite long to maximize its thrusting capability. Whoa, with this, I might be able to pierce a black elephant's heart if I'm lucky. This is the dagger I made as a backup weapon for close combat. The grip is made of leather from a monster you killed, like that bull-like one, so it shouldn't slip and should be pretty sturdy. I made the blade longer for fighting monsters. If you need one for dismantling, I'll make it separately." After hearing the explanation, Carla gripped the dagger. It must have felt comfortable because, after simply saying, "Thanks," he began bouncing around and repeatedly practicing slashing motions. He really is quick, and this one's for Loki. Lodge's call drew my gaze back to the 4 pieces of equipment. This is the hidden ace you requested. It's classified as a large sword, bordering on oversized. Considering your height, calling it an oversized sword wouldn't be wrong. Now then, give it a swing. Taking his advice, I picked up the greatsword, which looked to be nearly 2 meters long, and swung it powerfully to the side. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as I thought, most people can't swing it that fast. The shaft isn't wobbling, is it? Yeah, it's lighter than I imagined. Or rather, it's easier to handle. But with your height, it's bound to scrape the ground no matter what. That's why I designed it for aerial combat and added thickness to the center so you can use it for blocking, too. Normally, you can just stow it away with your magic, so it shouldn't get in the way. That's true. And this is the everyday show weapon. It's slightly shorter than a standard longsword to prioritize maneuverability. Even so, it should handle most monsters just fine for you. The grip is shortened to fit your hand size, so it should be easier to handle. This is amazing. I gave it a quick swing. It's slightly shorter than the trial longswords I've tried before, so the ground isn't as much of an issue. There was little play in the grip. It didn't shake. I can't judge its sharpness here, but its ease of handling is vastly superior to any other longsword I've picked up. It's also the same size as the dagger Carla requested. Once I stored it, I couldn't benefit from the bestowed effect, so I needed 2 weapons that I could keep out. A dagger seemed like the perfect choice. Since opportunities for dismantling work have decreased, it's fine to think of it simply as a secondary weapon. So, this is the Water Attribute Enhanced Armor. It's primarily made from Querrber leather, which offers decent physical defense and moderate water resistance. The lining uses Mizuchi leather, which is strong and smooth. This should be the best choice for facing Gargoyle. It may feel heavy for leather armor, but I don't think it will bother you too much. The surface is distinctly bluish with thin scales. This is definitely the same Querrber hide that I have seen many times before. When I try it on, I notice that the inside feels smooth, or rather, slightly squishy, with a texture that clings to skin and clothing. As promised, the weight isn't really noticeable, and moving my body in various ways doesn't cause any discomfort. But don't forget this one thing. Water resistance makes you tough against water currents and pressure, but it won't prevent you from drowning. If you can't breathe, you'll die just like anyone else. You'll have to figure that part out yourself. Of course, most people drown, right? Seems like it. I've heard plenty of stories about hunters who never made it back, even after successfully defeating the boss. Drowning isn't my problem. I can always leave whenever I want. What worries me is whether the boss's mechanics lean more toward being game-like or realistic. I think I've come to understand Felzasama's tastes, or rather, her vague preferences, in creating this world. But whether they lean one way or the other will drastically change how hard future bosses are to beat. Thanks, I'll do everything I can to ensure that I won't die. That way, I can bring back the boss materials. All right. I'll be waiting with high hopes. It seems that next, he'll be making Zeo's tools while also crafting water-resistant leather armor for everyone. After thanking Lodge again, he looked quite happy, surrounded by materials. I headed outside the supply warehouse. There, I sat down next to Zeo, who was sitting on a log and gazing out at the lake alone. Lodge was really fired up about making armor for you, too, Zeo. Apparently, he plans to eventually make a full set for every element. HMPH. Even if I wore it, it wouldn't do me any good, would it? I might even lose to the wild animals around here. But remember, at first, even lifting a single log was tough. Now, one log is pretty easy, right? And magic. Just because your magic power is low doesn't mean you can't cast all kinds of spells. Well, that's true. It's good that you're recovering bit by bit. Armor isn't just for fighting. Its purpose is to protect you and keep you alive if something happens. Even after saying that, his expression still seemed somewhat downcast. Probably because he used to be powerful enough to catch the eye of the gods. That's likely the source of his worry. His current inadequacy and frustration. If I were in his position and had experience that passed strength, I'd probably feel the same way. I'm sorry, I can't be of much use now, but someday I'll repay this debt. Zeo. What? You're the one who sorted the accessories, right, Zeo? Lodge said he wasn't good at appraisal. Well, yeah. The trinkets I tossed into that wooden box. I'd meant to sort them before challenging the boss, but somehow, while setting up the shelves, they'd ended up in several different groups. It wasn't just a simple matter of sorting rings and necklaces. That kind of work would be impossible without someone with a sufficiently high appraisal skill level. This place only works because you're here, Zeo. If it were just me, I'd probably dig a hole in the cliff and never come out. Lodge would likely die while forging, and Carla, well, he'd probably just keep drinking blood forever. But honestly, without you, I don't think we'd be living this peacefully. So, like I said before, I'm clueless about this world, so I really need your knowledge, Zeo. Everyone does what they can, what they're good at. We support each other to make things work. That's what companions do, I think. Yes, the companions I fought alongside long ago were like that, too. Huh, so you had companions during your prime, too, Zeo? Yeah, the companions I wanted to save but couldn't. I see. Well then. Use your power to help me avoid dying. I have no idea what's so great about those accessories, even though they're made from high-grade materials. HMPH, that's fine. But my appraisal level is definitely 7. The only thing I could identify was the adamantium ring mixed in. As we headed toward the material warehouse, I recalled a similar incident from back in the royal capital, Falmenta. Back then, Felon was there, trying to help me the same way. But I felt like it was cheating. But strangely, asking Zeo for help now didn't stir up those feelings. Is this the difference between a god and a person? Vaguely pondering this, I confirmed Zeo's appraisal results and picked 2 accessories as new equipment. Chapter 274, I've started as a bestower. You have acquired lightning magic LV8. The notification flashed across my vision. Finally, my preparations for the boss fight were coming together. I exhaled and teleported back to base. There were plenty of other skills I could level up, but they only provided stat bonuses. I didn't plan on using them in the boss fight. For now, I'd challenge the boss once. If that proved impossible, I could always return later to grind and improve my raw strength. The destination of my teleportation was my secret base. In the center of the room sat a handmade stone chair designed to look like a recliner, but it offered absolutely no reclining function. It sat there like a lump, the only unsolved problem I faced. Leaning back and closing my eyes, I pondered the last remaining bestowal skill. In the end, though, guess I'll just have to figure this one out myself. Even after days passed, even while hunting and thinking about it, Even while seriously daydreaming about the bestowal skill in this calm place, I still couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, I always came to the same conclusion. Initially, I considered having Lodge learn it. I also thought about asking Paisa-san, who already had a bestowal skill, to teach it to me. I even consulted others, thinking it would be best if Zio had it. However, a bestowal skill isn't just about the skill level itself. The level of the bestower's own available bestowal skills is also crucial. In fact, you could say that's the main factor. For now, I think increased automatic magic power recovery is the only viable choice. However, I still don't know which skills can be bestowed on each body part. Having a high-level selection of various options would be more convenient overall. Therefore, it seems I have no choice but to collect any and all skills myself for the bestowal skill alone. Honestly, I'd rather not spend skill points on skills that can be obtained from villains. Given Felon's reaction, a skill point reset is highly likely to exist somewhere. I'll definitely acquire it eventually and adjust things later. Alright, let's do this. You have acquired Bestowal LV1. Bestowal LV1 can bestow attributes or specific skills onto equipment. The number of bestowals, combinations, and duration depend on the skill level and the target equipment. Magic power consumption, 50. Consumes 5 magic powers every second until completion. This seems a bit more complicated than I thought. Also, after acquiring it, I noticed that bestowal isn't in the job-specific slot, judging by the skill list. Above the skill tree are things like magic transfer, appraisal, and trap creation, which I've never used. Since it's an active skill, it's probably better to think of it as a separate category from job skills. If that's the case, then I shouldn't fail due to a lack of knowledge or experience. With that in mind, I removed all the equipment I was wearing and laid each piece out on the ground. This included the large sword that I rarely show in public, my everyday longsword that feels slightly short, my subweapon dagger, my full leather armor, and head-face armor for water attribute enhancement, plus 1 ring and 1 necklace. Each piece was carefully selected with Zio from among the items I'd picked up. I tested how much bestowal I could apply to each item, one by one. First, I picked up the large sword. Recalling how Paisa-san had worked in the past, I held my hand over the sword and thought, bestow, increased automatic magic power recovery. Then, black mana flowed from my hand into the sword, and the magic power consumption stopped immediately. Checking the status screen, I saw that the magic power consumption was now 55. This meant that the initial 50 MP plus 5 MP for the 1-second activation time had been consumed. As expected, the first strike was easy, even with bestowal LV1. I'll need to confirm with Zio later, but since Paisa-san had previously applied increased maximum magic power LV5 with bestowal LV2, it's unlikely that there's a level restriction on the target. Then I moved straight into the second shot. If it's an A-rank mineral equivalent, yeah, no problem after all. The operation time was about 10 seconds. I completed the second shot much faster than Paisa-san had before, and I breathed a sigh of relief that things were progressing as planned. This clears the minimum threshold I was aiming for. Clearly, the material value of A-rank minerals makes a significant difference. Then came the third attempt, done on a whim. Not even a reaction. I expected it to fail, so I wasn't disappointed. If it had worked at bestowal LV1, 3 successful examples wouldn't be rare. After that, I proceeded to add 2 increased automatic magic power recovery to the longsword and dagger, just like before. It seems the mineral's mass doesn't affect how long it lasts. Then I applied it to the 2 accessories, finally completing my current equipment. Large sword, hidden ace, material, Damascus. Bestowed, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7. Longsword, daily use. Material, Damascus. Bestowed, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7. Dagger sub, material, Damascus. Bestowed, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7. Full leather armor, material, A-rank composite material, water resistant specialized. Bestowed, Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. Face armor, material, A-rank composite material, water resistant specialized. Bestowed. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. Accessories 1 ring, material, Damascus. Attack power increase, medium. Bestowed. Physical attack resistance, LV3. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. Accessories 1 necklace. Material, Damascus. Defense power increase, medium. Bestowed. Increased water resistance, LV2. Increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7. When combined with my own skills and the effects of bestowal, the constant increased automatic magic power recovery that I have active is equivalent to an impressive 11 demon-level items. It's an absurd way to stack them, but I deliberately chose accessories with only 1 bestowal slot that were otherwise empty. The magic power recovery cycle takes about 8 hours to reach full capacity. I grasped this concept through daily cycles of exhausting my magic power and then sleeping. What would happen if increased automatic magic power recovery, LV7, which increases magic power recovery by 35%, started kicking in? I tried equipping everything and testing it out. Oh ho 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 ho. Seeing my magic power recover by 1 point every second, I couldn't help but laugh strangely. My heart was racing uncontrollably. Previously, recovery was just under 15 points per minute, but now it surged to nearly 4 times that. In terms of spatial magic storage capacity, this might be enough to swallow an entire school, not just a gymnasium, and still recover naturally. Terrifying, the bestowal skill is terrifying. It's disappointing that a quick calculation shows it's additive rather than multiplicative. Still, the percentage increase is astonishing. If that's the case, I want to share this joy with everyone. Zio and Carla belong to races without natural magic power recovery, so increased automatic magic power recovery would be meaningless for them. However, I still have 4 necklaces left over with no bestowal effects that I bought earlier in Malta and the royal capital, Falmenta. Stacking multiple increase maximum magic power effects would open up all sorts of possibilities, especially for Zio. Why not throw a bestowal party and ask everyone what they want? With these thoughts swirling in my head, I teleported over to where everyone was, feeling lighthearted and cheerful. Chapter 275, Underground Lake Boss. I stood before the boss's room in the Quoit's Dragon Burial Mountains. While doing a final check of my stats there, I mentally confirmed the plan for what lay ahead. Name, Loki Yuto Mamiya, salesman. Level, 58. Remaining skill points, 14. Magic power, 54 84 54 84 652, plus 48 32. Strength, 2108, 349 plus 1759. Intelligence, 1340 355, plus 985. Defense, 1825 343, plus 795, Varakan plus 687. Magic defense, 1540 333, plus 1208. Agility, 1419, 348 plus 861 Winged Dragon, plus 210. Dexterity, 1618, 342, plus 1276. Luck, 844 343, plus 501. Blessing, none. Title, King Antslayer. Acquired skills, Combat and Tactics skill. Swordsmanship LV7, Dagger Technique LV7, Stick Art LV7, Martial Arts LV7, Staff Technique LV5, Shieldmanship LV5, Archery LV5, Axe Technique LV6, Spearmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6, Scythe Technique LV6, Dual Wielding LV1, Throwing Technique LV3, Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV7, Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV4, Command LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Encouragement LV5. Magic System Skills, Fire Magic LV7, Lightning Magic LV8, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV7, Ice Magic LV6, Light Magic LV5, Dark Magic LV6. Non-attribute magic LV8, healing magic LV5, barrier magic LV1, spatial magic LV6, time magic LV5, magic power manipulation LV6, magic power detection LV4, abbreviated chanting LV5, activation standby, magic range increase, job system skills, construction LV3, mining LV3, logging LV4, hunting LV7, dismantling LV7, cooking LV6, farming LV6, fishing LV4, sewing LV5, fine arts LV2, painting LV2, crafting LV2, processing LV3, animal husbandry LV4, foraging LV4, communication LV5, housekeeping LV6, negotiation LV5, music performance LV2, pharmacology LV3, etiquette LV3, dance LV1, singing, daily life system skills, jumping LV4, flight LV8, voice amplification LV3, different language comprehension LV8, arithmetic LV4, memorization LV5, keen hearing LV3, concealment LV8, riding LV7, escape LV4, presence detection LV7, stealthy movement LV4, trap creation LV6, trap removal LV6, vision enlargement LV6, investigation LV5, farsight LV6, night vision LV8, swiftness LV5, appraisal LV2, mind's eye LV2, magic power transfer LV3, trap detection LV1, bestowal LV1, pure passive system skills, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7, increased maximum magic power LV7, physical attack resistance LV5, magic attack resistance LV4, steel heart LV4, superhuman strength LV6, calm mind LV6, unbreakable strength LV6, swift wind LV6, special move LV5, good luck LV4, seal magic LV3, petrification resistance LV6, poison resistance LV8, paralysis resistance LV4, sleep resistance LV4, charm resistance LV1, fire resistance LV8, water resistance LV6, dark resistance LV6, lightning resistance LV6, ice resistance LV5, earth resistance LV4, wind resistance LV6, other special, divine communication LV2, map-making LV4, soul armor LV2, oracle LV1, slave magic LV3, other monsters usable, bite LV8, dig LV8, photosynthesis LV6, physical defense up LV4, sleepy eyes LV3, claw technique LV8, insight LV4, stomp LV7, call to assembly LV7, hardening LV6, acid resistance LV8, status effect resistance up LV7, roar LV6, charge LV7, whirlwind LV6, forced awakening LV9, enhanced sense of smell LV4, fire breath LV6, ignition LV6, white fire LV1, hellfire pillar LV5, scorching breath LV5, devour LV5, decomposition LV3, absorption LV3, ice breath LV6, stone eye LV7, physical attack boost LV6, immobility LV6, shockwave LV6, terrain resistance LV4, other monsters unusable, spores LV5, mutification LV5, resonance LV7, sticky threads LV4, shedding LV3, acidic liquid LV7, mimicry LV6, vaporization LV8, poison mist LV5, combination LV8, separation LV8, flame tail LV5, final scream LV7, phantom LV8, shadow step LV6, earthbind LV6, attribute change LV7. Since my last scouting trip, I've trained harder and upgraded my gear, returning as a man brimming with magic power thanks to bestowal. I need to breeze through normal bosses, otherwise the path to the hidden boss will remain distant. I exhale sharply, steeled with resolve. All right, let's test it here first. After deploying several light orbs as light sources above the boss's area, I began. Stealthy steps. Flight. Insight. Clinging to the ceiling, I watched the giant shadow swimming in the underground lake. Finger lightning. First, I gently cast magic onto the lake's surface. Then, as if the spreading ripples were the signal to begin, an ominous, low rumble like an earthquake echoed, and the water in the underground lake began to rapidly recede. For some reason, the water seemed to flow into countless holes. Simultaneously, a figure emerged, a navy blue dragon swimming with grace and possessing large black wings and thin webbed membranes. Its body was larger than the black elephant's near the base. Including its long tail, it appeared to be nearly 30 meters long. Yet its frame appeared somewhat elongated, giving it the appearance of a hybrid between a dragon and a serpent, a form perfectly suited to the term water dragon. That neck looks easy to snap. Presence detection, magic power detection, body strengthening, ignition, white fire. I targeted the moment the water dragon, gargoyle, surfaced from the lake. I rapidly descended while unleashing a burst of wind magic. I swung the greatsword down with a mighty swing toward its neck as it emerged. Yura, power blade. Jaya, ha. Normally, I would not have anticipated a melee attack at this stage. Only after the water had largely receded did the melee classes tumble down to the bottom of the underground lake. Until then, ranged classes positioned on the sparse, flat ground encircling the area attacked sporadically from a distance that seemed just within reach. Amidst the gargoyle's ear-piercing screams, words like "that's cheating" seemed almost audible. But after deciding not to let my guard down anymore, I knew I had to go all out from the start. In a watery area, however, there's no point in forcing the enemy to ignite. Whether it's the scale's effect or high magic defense, the flames don't spread from the wound when slashed. Then, Thunder Spear, pierced through at high speed. The lightning magic spell was unleashed the moment I moved away. Bang! Just before it was about to strike Gargoyle, the spell's trajectory changed drastically. It collided with the rock wall surrounding the spherical field instead. Though its power was restrained, the impact still caused chunks of rock to crumble and fall. I watched the scene intently through the gap in my arms, anticipating the possibility of it rebounding back at me. It was one of the skills I hadn't yet acquired, Mirror Water. From the name alone, I'd expected it to be a reflection-type special skill. Finger Lightning. Finger Lightning. Finger Lightning. After casting the spell several times for analysis, I realized that this skill has an auto-triggered, semi-random reflection effect. Just before impact, a water-like membrane appeared for an instant and sent the spell flying off in a random direction, disregarding the angle of incidence completely. One shot bounced straight back at me. If I could solidify my defense in auto-reflection mode, casting spells would be pointless. If it were like Varakin, there would be stages. The receding water and visible lake bottom meant the first stage was for melee classes. Satisfied with that conclusion, I decided that the time was right. I used spatial teleportation into the passageway that led to the boss room, escaping the boss chamber. I confirmed the mechanics I should grasp when things seem manageable, including future boss fights. Well now, which will it be? After casting a full round of self-buffs, I plunged back into the spherical boss field. I see this game's stacked against me. There, a perfectly still lake surface stretched out without a single ripple. An eerie shadow, showing no signs of damage, swam leisurely along the bottom of the lake. Chapter 276, Special Skills Revealed. Resets are a pain, but I'm glad I figured this out now. I accepted reality with surprising calm. Ever since the suspicion of monster respawning arose, I no longer thought of this world as completely real. It felt like reality was interwoven with a game, or maybe the other way around. Such a bizarre, twisted world. To keep defeating bosses going forward, I needed to confirm whether leaving and rejoining was actually effective whenever I had the chance. Every main boss so far, whether it was the Queen Ant or Varakin, had existed in a vast, isolated boss room. What would happen to the boss if I escaped that space, or if everyone was wiped out and no one remained to continue the fight? The answer varies by game, but for bosses, an environmental reset is the most likely outcome. In other words, start over from the beginning. I'd hoped for a more realistic scenario where the boss retained its damage even if the attacker escaped, but judging by this result, that's clearly not the case. The instant return of the water level means this space has been reset. If the damage had carried over, I could have used all sorts of sneaky teleportation, escape tactics. Guess it doesn't work that conveniently. Muttering that, I promptly tossed a pebble into the lake to dispel the water. Section. The gargoyle coils like a snake, raising its upper body and opening its massive jaws. Nearly 10 meters tall, it poses a significant threat to melee classes with its attack, where sharp claws and a huge mouth capable of swallowing humans whole descend as if from the sky. It activates an auto-counter against attack magic with unpredictable reflection points, which can cause friendly fire on the caster and distant allies. This renders ranged magic units unable to engage. To make matters worse, high-pressure water jets assault from the wall surfaces like spears, likely an innate skill of the gargoyle. Is this random too? Though infrequent, the firing positions were so erratic that predicting the next shot was impossible. It was clearly locked onto me as its target. Even with my water resistance maxed out, the pain contorted my face. Still, as long as the jets didn't pierce my body, it wasn't a problem. I swung my greatsword wildly and relentlessly attacked Gargoyle's neck, widening the wound. Then, after only about 5 minutes, the gargoyle's long neck snapped straight up, and it let out a huge cry. It was a cry unlike the screams before. As if taking that as a signal, massive amounts of water gushed out from the countless holes where water had been flowing before. It was clearly a phase transition into the second stage. Targeting the neck really does speed things up. Wait, oh. Thanks to my presence detection, I immediately noticed the massive amounts of water gushing out of the hole above the underground lake. But the volume was too great to dodge. Water poured over my head in a torrent, and I was immobilized as if swallowed by the muddy flood. Oh, crap. If this keeps up, I'm done for. I felt surprise and cold, but the strongest feeling was sheer panic. If I were swallowed by the water, I'd fall into the lake, which was rapidly returning to its original state. If that happened, giant tornado, repel the water. It was an instinctive decision. A whirlwind centered on me spun, drawing in the water and creating a small pocket of open space. I dodged the water pouring down from above, weaving through it somehow, and made it to the ceiling of the boss field. Ignition. BRRR, challenging this boss in winter. Maybe I shouldn't have. I began to regret the timing of my challenge slightly. But as I caught my breath and watched the water gushing out of the hole beside me, the lake instantly filled with water. Yet the discharge didn't stop. It swallowed the small patches of land surrounding the area. While the discharge from the hole in the ceiling eventually stopped, the water level steadily rose. What if I hadn't been able to fly? Seeing the shadow of the gargoyle swimming slowly underwater made me think about how much more freedom of movement I had. The hellish underwater battle would have surely already begun. The entrance was the only escape route, but if everyone fled, the boss would reset, making escape a risky option. Moreover, in a situation like being swallowed by a waterfall, it was impossible for everyone to conveniently escape through the entrance. I was suddenly flipped from the first stage, where I was the hunter, to the second stage, where I was the hunted. Even here, barely able to move properly, I could easily imagine many hunters losing their lives. Even for me, clinging to the ceiling, the meaning of suffocation finally dawned on me. Hey, seriously. I thought that, even if the water level rose, it would stop somewhere, leaving at least the upper part of the room exposed. But that hope was in vain. The entire room was filled with water. Realizing this was bad, I used spatial magic to carve a small, makeshift hole, but water seeped in through it too. I realized that the only safe zone was the original hole in the ceiling where the water had stopped draining earlier. But it was too late by then. The water suddenly began to flow with intense force, like a whirlpool, robbing me of my freedom. This was one of those innate, unfamiliar skills that had appeared when I peeked at the skills. Stop the water's movement. I couldn't speak properly underwater. Still, I conjured an image of manipulating the water and tried to halt the flow with water magic. But perhaps my magic was no match for the boss's ability, as the spell I hastily cast was insufficient to halt the water's movement. Just as I managed to move slightly, Swift Blade, with the light source extinguished by the current and my vision nearly destroyed, I intercepted the charging gargoyle in a split second. Even if I thought calmly, the fate of those who couldn't reach the safe zone was pure despair. Vision destroyed, unable to breathe, barely able to move, being devoured by a giant dragon. If this continued, escape would be impossible. I had to go against the current and swim upward at all costs. Even for me, relying solely on presence detection in this situation was extremely dangerous. Yet, the water flowed downward with overwhelming force as if being drained to the bottom. Above, the water should no longer exist. I fended off the gargoyle's repeated attacks with water magic, hardening, and swordsmanship. Frustrated by the delay in activation, I finally moved to the ceiling above the room. I regulated my breathing and tried to assess the situation. Ha ha, why you bastard? Instinctively, I crossed my arms to shield my face. The moment I let my guard down, this happened. Two compressed, needle-like water spears flew in from separate directions, slightly apart in timing. I darted into an upper opening to survey the situation. Then, as the water drained away, the gargoyle gradually calmed down. I see. Endure the attack and resist the flow of the draining water. If you survive unscathed, you enter bonus time. That's one set, huh? After all, it's a water monster. Without water, it seems it can do very little. Once it enters this mode, the auto counter will probably reactivate. Then, you're just a big, easy target. Now, I'll finish you off right here. As I descended, I gripped the greatsword with both hands and slashed down hard, adding to the wounds I had already inflicted. Gugalia. The neck twisted and shifted in an instant, though it hadn't been particularly thick to begin with. This alone should have inflicted considerable damage, but the real battle begins now. Just as with Varikan, I threw my weapon aside. Sacrifice. Hardening. I immediately used a combination of martial arts and claw techniques, thrusting my hand shoulder-deep into the scarred flesh with Thunder Blast. Guaya. And then, gotcha. I forcefully moved my hand around inside its neck, found the target bone, and gripped it with all my strength. It was pretty thick, but I was determined not to let go, no matter what. Burn every bone and ounce of flesh in its body. Explode, Thunder Blast. Guo. Smoke billowed from Gargoyle's body. Ahaha, the mirror water skill is useless if the magic hits inside the body, right? I only observed the skill. I don't know its actual effect. But judging from several attempts, it seems to be a defensive barrier that activates just before touching the body's surface. If it requires a water membrane, firing it into the body, where there's no space to create such a thing, makes the skill irrelevant. Ooh, thunder, shatter the cells in its head and explode. Thunder Blast. Goo-hoo-hoo. Even so, its base magic defense must be high. When I used a level 8 lightning spell for the first time, it didn't blow its head off. The meat probably won't be usable, but as long as usable parts like the hide for equipment are intact, that's fine. Even after discarding my weapon and losing some magic power recovery, I still have more than enough. I'll keep firing as many shots as I can. My head's tingling, gah. Suddenly, my neck jerks violently. I'm being swung around, and my hand is still stuck inside its neck. Hanging upside down, I look up. Gargoyle's head is pointing straight up. Goaa. I've heard this cry before. It's different from a scream. It seems the phase has shifted to the third stage. Chapter 277, I'll Come Again. How the hell do you win this with a normal raid party? Gritting my teeth, I latched onto its neck and fired off the most advantageous magic I could think of in this situation. Lightning magic. Scorch every inch of flesh and blood from the neck. Explode, Thunder Blast. Endijiji. Two screams mingled and echoed. I'd underestimated this boss, but it was quite competent. I thought the lightning wouldn't travel through the body, but when I entered the third stage, I was suddenly struck by lightning that felt like it pierced my skull. It wasn't a one-time fluke. Even the second time, when I braced myself, the lightning bounced back at me. The only possible cause was a skill called mirror water. Had the flesh inside melted or shrunk? Was it a mistake to reach in and grab its bones? Even with magic detection, there's a moment when magic condenses upon activation. It must have created mirror water in that brief moment. Still, thanks to my thunder and paralysis resistance, I sustained minimal damage and shook off the paralysis quickly. Freeze the surrounding water and plateau. I said this to prevent Gargoyle from diving back to the bottom of the lake. I needed to seal it while it was paralyzed and slowed. Dodging damage with only immobility wouldn't suffice. As it entered the third stage, water gushed up from the bottom again, swirling and churning. I had no intention of pulling my thrusting arm out, though. If I did, it could escape to the depths of the water. So, acting instinctively, I froze the water to prevent Gargoyle from submerging. However, water still gushed up relentlessly from below. I repeatedly created layers of ice, freezing the ground beneath Gargoyle and its lower body, immobilizing it. With its neck locked in place, the only attack Gargoyle could make was to fire water spears in all directions. Annoying, generate a solid stone wall around me. Trying to protect myself from the increased barrage of water spears, I created multiple stone walls around me. Without pausing for a moment, I paralyzed Gargoyle, unleashed magic from my feet, and continued freezing the area around it from below. And then, finally stopped. The steadily rising lake surface came to a complete halt. Before me lay Gargoyle, more than half of its body encased in ice. It shook its head sluggishly as it struggled. Seeing no point in continuing to unleash self-destructive magic, I pulled my arms free from its neck. I used ignition to melt only the parts buried in ice, freeing myself from the frozen world. My entire body was freezing, but I couldn't afford to care about that now. Gargoyle had only its long neck and head above the ground. Its movements were sluggish and its breath labored, but its eyes were far from dead. It glared at me piercingly. Precisely because it's the boss, it has value and meaning. That's what makes it so difficult. Muttering to myself, I retrieved the longsword I had stored away. Power blade. Gwawaat. You're already near death, aren't you? If the goal was to kill it outright, there were other ways. I could have burned it from within or used spatial magic to erase the frozen, immobile parts. However, I was particular about how I won, keeping an eye on materials I could reuse for future equipment. In the end, severing the head was the best option in the long term. Soul armor. Well then, I'll come again. Igwa. Power blade whirlwind. You have leveled up to 59. You have leveled up to 60. You have acquired Devour LV6. You have acquired Circling Water LV1. You have acquired Circling Water LV2. You have acquired Circling Water LV3. You have acquired Circling Water LV4. You have acquired Circling Water LV5. You have acquired Magic Detection LV5. You have unlocked Magic Envelopment. You have acquired Mirror Water LV1. You have acquired Mirror Water LV2. You have acquired Mirror Water LV3. You have acquired Mirror Water LV4. You have acquired Water Resistance LV7. You have acquired Formless Water Spear LV1. You have acquired Formless Water Spear LV2. You have acquired Formless Water Spear LV3. You have acquired Formless Water Spear LV4. You have acquired Formless Water Spear LV5. Haya perfect. Section. I retrieved Gargoyle's corpse, along with the surrounding ice. While it burned brightly white, it rapidly melted the ice. Down in the underground, or rather, as far as my investigation could tell, the drainage had caused the water to flow into the hole. The greatsword that I had discarded in order to be unarmed was still lying there. If some teleportation warp resets the space, losing the weapon that Lodge made for me would not be a laughing matter. Reluctantly, I sprawled out on the ice and leisurely checked my spoils while heading underground. Are only Mirror Water and Circling Water usable? Those flying, spear-like attacks would probably turn the enemy into a beehive if they lacked proper resistance or magic defense. They seemed effective against multiple foes, though. Well, they seem to be usable only in that special spherical field environment. If they don't work, I'll just have to accept it. Besides, I feel like I could achieve something similar with water magic, albeit on a different scale. The real issue is the two usable ones. Checking the detailed descriptions made me sigh involuntarily. Man, these have some serious quirks. Circling Water LV5 forcibly circulates water over a wide area. Range and speed depend on skill level. Magic power consumption, 70 every minute, cannot be activated in areas without water. Mirror Water LV4 automatically defends against and reflects magical attacks using water. Reflection accuracy depends on skill level. Magic power consumption, 30 every 10 seconds, cannot be activated in areas without water. How should I put it? Both require water to activate, which makes them incredibly inconvenient. They'd probably be amazing if I could limit the location, though. Circling Water seems to pair well with skills like Felon's terrain manipulation. If you need to move water on a scale beyond what water magic can handle, This is the skill to use. The fact that it doesn't require a long chant and activates quickly is probably a strength of the special skills possessed by bosses and monsters. But seriously, where would I use this? Compared to that, mirror water seems more practical and usable. It also requires water, but the amount needed is much less. To put it bluntly, I could scatter water in advance in case I need it. Thinking that way, the usage requirements seem much lower. The downside is that, despite being automatic, it requires prep work and isn't constantly active. Therefore, it can't serve as a self-defense mechanism. Even so, if used well in combat, it should be powerful. Today, I'll have Zio cast some light spells to confirm the finer details, such as whether the earth magic and ice magic material generation types are effective. Also, the result of the Soul Armor Challenge was an intelligence of 620. It's numerically neither great nor terrible. I could have probably gotten a better one elsewhere. Still, I achieved my immediate goal of equipping 2 boss types with exceptionally high stats. Self-enhancement is going smoothly. Haya, but still, MMM. Skill points. 133. I can't stop grinning about leveling up twice this time, which gave me extra skill points. Now, what should I spend them on next? I could level up Soul Armor one more time to prepare for the next boss and boost my weak agility stat. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. You have acquired Soul Armor LV3. Plus, when I saw the old lady use the magic envelopment technique that I unlocked this time, I felt a longing. Lost in such blissful daydreams, I arrived at the lake bottom before I knew it. The ice had melted away. There are several holes I can drop things into, so I generate light orbs and drop them inside. I can see the greatsword further back. Which hole should I put it in? Presence detection. Investigation. Light orb. Is this place connected inside? All the entrances were about 1.5 meters wide holes, and the light orbs I'd dropped into different ones all seemed to be heading in the same direction. Worrying about it was pointless. I stood at the entrance of a downward sloping hole. I grimaced at the smell of the wind blowing up from below for a moment, but then I plunged straight inside to retrieve the sword. Chapter 278, The Real Graveyard. I sent the light orb ahead to illuminate the path as I descended into the depths of the hole. The hole remained about 1.5 meters wide, allowing me to walk upright. Still, the smell wafting from the depths was unbearable. It was an unpleasant stench, unlike anything I had ever smelled before. It wasn't like chemicals, nor was it like hot springs. Retrieving the sword would settle it anyway. To distract myself from my unease, I told myself, I'll be back soon, and pressed on. The location of the sword, as indicated by the investigation, and the direction I was heading were the same. Then it must be. Impressive. This is. I couldn't tell how many there were, but the word sword suddenly triggered a reaction spreading from deep within. As I nervously switched the investigation command to weapon, the number swelled even further, showing me a reaction nearly as large as a massive mass. Could this be the real graveyard? It made perfect sense. Hunters had challenged Gargoyle countless times before. Those who fell were likely swept into this hole, bearing the burden of the drain like my weapon. If Gargoyle didn't devour them, they had nowhere else to go. Proceeding cautiously, I found that my sword was caught on a rocky protrusion midway through the hole. This was probably because it was a greatsword, nearly 2 meters long. A longsword would have flowed further without snagging on anything. The stench grew stronger the farther in I went, but I was almost at a place that could be called a treasure trove. Normally, it would be filled with water from the underground lake. Only those who defeated the boss could probably reach this place. However, if this was the hidden room beyond the boss field, the terminus of the underground cavern, then the worst-case scenario was certainly possible. Should I go on or turn back? I pretended to agonize. I'm sick. I knew this hesitation was pointless. Having come this far, I would inevitably succumb to curiosity. I advanced through the cavern slowly, taking steps slow enough to avoid death. I was always ready to teleport away. I was always alert, ready to detect any presence. I was ready to instantly detect any movement of magic. It's fine. It's fine, there's still distance. Even after this turn, there's still. Given the situation, I knew I was jumpy. My shoulders would twitch at the slightest sound. but I didn't understand why my entire body was on edge simply from walking cautiously through a cave. So, when the space I was looking for finally came into view, without using a skill, I grasped the approximate danger level and gasped, my eyes wide. The space ahead was quite large. Though I couldn't make out the structure, I could see that weapons were piled up like mountains. For some reason, a faint light illuminated the room. Deep within the room, a dragon sat. It was so enormous that the word huge couldn't begin to describe it. Its form was tattered, seemingly rotting and melting away. But it was alive. I couldn't explain why, but I knew it for certain. It had no eyeballs and showed no sign of movement. But if it had, it would have seemed infinitely more dangerous than anything I had ever faced. What should I do? Should I use it? This wasn't a moment to agonize over whether to fight. I spent several minutes pondering whether to use my skill to gauge its power. In the end, though, my curiosity won out. Even knowing I'd regret it afterward, I wanted to recognize the gap between myself and this new target. Insight. Even though I knew it would make me feel like I was dying, I still used it. Section, oh, you're back, how'd it go? Did you manage it? Yeah, I brought it down without a hitch. I brought the whole corpse back, so I'll hand it over later. Oh well. You don't seem happy at all, huh? It doesn't look like you took any serious hits. Did something happen? Haha, it felt like seeing hell on earth. By the time I returned to base, it was dark. The three of them were sitting around the fire, eating their meal. So, when I blurted out something so incomprehensible, it's no wonder they all looked utterly bewildered. But that feeling, it wasn't something that could be captured by words. It was like being forced to witness all the ways I could die at once or having my soul ripped from me. The greater the disparity in strength, the stronger and longer-lasting the impact. I have no idea how long I spent in that hole before I finally pulled myself together. When I came to, my stomach was completely empty, but I did learn one thing this time. The criteria for the insight check. I'd always wondered what they used to judge strength. But after the gargoyle fight, I got the sense that the skill's performance, scalability, and compatibility aren't really factored in. Gargoyle's insight check is pretty strong, but it's probably just a vague, it'll be a good fight kind of thing. In fact, it might be easier to say that I didn't really get that sense of unease from Gargoyle. This was true during scouting and even after preparing for the main battle. When we actually fought, Gargoyle was strong but surprisingly manageable. It wasn't an opponent that I had to fight to the death to beat. I was even worrying about the material state after defeating it while we were still fighting. The battlefield was water-based, and my proficient lightning magic gave me an advantage. Gargoyle's signature, fatal skill was significantly mitigated by my flight and spatial magic. These factors created a sense of ease, but insight doesn't seem to prioritize such synergy much. It judges strength more by stat values than by skills. This impression grew stronger from this result. Well, it's just a hunch. After confirming that my magic was regenerating while carrying the corpse, I told them that I would take it to the dismantling site where Carla often worked the next morning. Then I headed to the upper plateau. Since it was nighttime, all the goddesses were either building houses or wandering about freely. After letting them know, I started preparing the bath on the upper plateau. I had built it but had never used it myself. Today, I just felt like a change of pace. As I filled it with water, I thought, damn, I built this in one hell of a spot. Then, I superheated a suitable stone with my skill. As I soaked in the slightly warm water, I stared blankly at the countless stars and recalled the decaying dragon I had seen that day. What the hell was that thing? It was hiding, but its body wasn't concealed. Was it fair to categorize it as a hidden boss? That fundamental question arose first. Even after spewing out my entire insides, I was still vomiting. The sensation was probably stronger than what I felt with Hansan. It wasn't there before entering Waltz, but in my current state, its presence made me acutely aware of the vast strength disparity. Why was it there? What skills did it possess that I couldn't see? Could I obtain any usable materials by defeating it? And when would I be able to face that monster head-on? What's wrong? You seemed off, but now you look like you're having fun. Huh, did I seem like that? I turned toward the voice and saw Rill just landing on the edge of the bathtub. Your face was smiling. Oh, I guess that's how it always ends up. Gamers are like that, I guess. Pursuing strength is ultimately a world of self-satisfaction. Still, it's nice to have a place where you can show your results. The fact that I'm applying that to a life-or-death real-world situation just proves that my brain is fried. Hey, I saw a really powerful monster today. You mean that boss? No, another one deeper inside. Probably a hidden boss or something. I see, you made it back alive, huh? Haha. The air felt off even before I encountered it, so I was super cautious. But if there's another monster deeper inside, that means you defeated the one you were supposed to. Good for you. As she said this, she put her hand on my head. The emotion that had been completely overwritten by fear surged back up. That's right. I took down a raid boss alone, a boss that had been left untouched for years, all by myself. Hee, thanks. Since everyone's here anyway, how about we have a party with that rare boss meat you can't find in the market? I was also going to tell you about the specs of that soul armor you gave me once Rill's feeling better. What? Then I'll go tell everyone. I'll get things ready, so get out of the bath quickly. Rill dashed off toward the house with a whoosh. What a racket. I almost missed it, but finding the location of that hidden boss is clearly progress. Getting there will probably take a long time, but someday. Gazing blankly at the moon, which looked no different from Earth's, I quietly reached out my hand, thinking that I would grab it someday. Chapter 279, Various Goals. The next day at the base, Lodge, Zio, and Carla gathered at the detached dismantling site. Everyone was quietly looking forward to the boss's materials. By the way, Lodge, have you ever seen the real thing? Only once, a long time ago, but it was just the skin after it had been cut up. Back then, I wasn't even allowed to touch the materials. Oh, I see. Well then, let's get started. Here we go. With a thud, a massive dragon was pulled out onto the empty lot nearby. It looked as if it had been summoned, but its neck had been cleanly severed. The fact that the head had been cut into rings the day before, making it shorter, was a secret. Whoa, this thing is huge. It's massive. It's definitely one of the biggest I've encountered. You fought even bigger monsters, Zio. I've fought a few that were bigger than this. Among dragons, the ancient species can be twice this size or more. I see. By the way, have you ever heard of a rotten dragon whose body melted away? I looked expectantly at Zio, then at Carla, but they both shook their heads. I thought there might be a connection, given the way he talked about it, but it seems like a different breed altogether. Well, that dragon, or rather, that thing that was so huge that I ended up calling it a dragon, was way bigger than twice this size. Whoa, can I get right to it? Sorry, go right ahead. Carla, you too, please. Yay. Before I knew it, Lodge was waving his hands excitedly, and Carla was drooling beside him. If things kept going like this, all the blood would be gone, but even if I secure it, I have no use for it anyway. If necessary, I can secure it next time. For now, I'll leave it all to them. Can they really cut it up? I watched for a moment. Seeing Lodge use body strengthening to cut the hide, I figured it'd be fine without my help. Then, I'd better get on with what I needed to do. Well then, I'm heading out again. Take care of things here. Section. I went to Risperia and headed straight for the Hunters Guild. I informed Guild Master Omri-san that I would soon be transferring my money withdrawals to Falmenta, and he agreed to draft a letter detailing my balance. He asked for a little time, so instead of waiting around, I went to Quoits to get the high agility stat for my soul armor. While I was there, I carried materials to fill the gaps at the dismantling site. For this, I received a "You heartless bastard" from the man who always waits at the reception desk. Bathed in that most pleasant barrage of insults, I returned to Omri-san. Seeing the amount on the letter, I let out a strange "oh-ho." The digits. It's easily over 10 billion, isn't it? Well, it is a dragon species, albeit a small one. Bringing in that much material daily makes it obvious, doesn't it? Besides, it's precisely because we have assets of this magnitude that we can request cargo transport from Loki-san. Yeah. There's always the risk of someone running off with the goods. For Loki-san, the benefit of doing something so petty is slim to none. As the client, there's nothing more reassuring than that. Honestly, I couldn't care less about stealing monster materials from here. If the cargo is worth only 200 or 300 million, I'd haul it myself. It's the obvious choice. I guess my sense of money is completely broken. Well, even if I act like, Hey, I'm actually loaded. I'll probably blow it all and end up dirt poor again. Next up is the next goal. Once I finish mapping Freyville, I'll head southeast to the dungeon, the treasure-saving labyrinth. Deciding what to do after that still depends on this guy, though. I'd like to confirm something. Where are the S-rank hunting grounds located? Of course you would, Loki-san. Currently, there's only one open S-rank hunting ground. It's located in the Ionist Kingdom, a major power in the northeast part of the continent. Now you say, was it different in the past? I heard that one was swallowed up by the Velfria Empire in recent years and isn't open to the public. The other one is just written information. We don't even know if it actually exists. So the country forcibly monopolized it. How annoying. As a guild, since our opponent is that empire, all we can do is hope someone liberates it. You might think, what the hell are they doing with everyone's stuff, dumbass? But if it's a country that can crush complaints with force, monopolizing it might be the smart play. Clearly, it's an act that would turn the entire hunter guild against them. It's probably not something anyone in their right mind would consider. But that's precisely the kind of thing a cocky reincarnated person would casually do. Well, I'm certainly in no position to talk. Incidentally, the S-rank hunting ground mentioned in the literature reference apparently refers to the Northern Sea. There's probably no map yet because they couldn't investigate such a vast area, and no plausible locations were found off the continent. Is there an island, or is something fantastical spreading out there? My imagination runs wild, but even if I could go, it's still a long way off. For now, I'll tackle each immediate goal one by one. Oh, and while I'm at it, I should check this too. Amri-san, do you know a dwarf named Lodge? Lodge? You mean Lodge-san, formerly one of the 5 master craftsmen. I've heard he can craft S-rank equipment, so it's probably him. I heard he was in this town until about 4 years ago. Then it must be him. That's precisely when the group shrank to the 4 master craftsmen. This had been on my mind for a while. Lodge insisted on doing things his own way, and as a result, sourcing materials became difficult. I could understand that much, but there was also talk of his shop being burned down back then. He didn't want to talk much about it, though, and all I knew was that it happened about 4 years ago. The only option was to confirm with the Hunter Guild, the most neutral party. I'll cooperate with whatever they request, partly because I figured they wouldn't just brush me off. I'm not sure what Lodge thinks now, but setting fire to the place clearly crossed a line. If the people who did such a thing for profit are still living it up now, then please tell me everything you know about the people who cornered Lodge. Understood. I look forward to meeting you again someday. It seems the Resperia exclusive deposit function will activate today. The transferred balance will cover the immediate cost of purchasing the book. Going forward, I should receive any income earned in Resperia in cash whenever possible. That way, I can use it freely whenever the need arises. After finishing business with the Hunter Guild, my next stop is the Mercenary Guild, which is also present in the Kingdom of Freyville. I was told that the systems are shared across nations, with national-level management only. After glancing through the list of wanted criminals, I confirmed the details with the receptionist, who was quite pretty. It seems that when you change countries, your reputation resets, too, except for certain specialized mercenaries. However, I don't have enough free time to focus solely on mercenary work. As long as I get the criminal information and the bounty, anything goes. Hey, are you really going after this annihilation of the Bernold family? It had the highest bounty, so I took it. Was that a problem? No, the damage is extensive, so taking them out would be ideal. But the brothers leading it are former top-ranked mercenaries in this country, you know. Well, now I'd definitely like to hear the details on that. She probably meant it as a warning. But despite that, I was getting excited, so it's no wonder she was taken aback. By the way, what were their original rankings? I believe it was 25th and 38th. Looking up, I saw a large ranking board hung on the wall behind the counter. As in the Kingdom of Waltz, it was divided into 4 columns displaying the rankings up to 40th place. Could you tell me everything you know about them? Their characteristics, special skills, and area of operation. If it seems doable, I'll take it. The flustered lady brought over the documents and read the detailed information written there. It seemed they primarily operated in the southwestern part of Fravel. Yet information about them had reached as far north as Risperia, the northernmost region. Apparently, the damage was significant enough that the kingdom took it seriously. Take over the town. After hearing the lady's explanation, I wondered if that was even possible. When I think of the bottom-tier rankers, I remember the beastman stalker who charged like a bullet. He was certainly fast, but if you asked me if I could have taken him down back then, I would say yes. Now, I'm considerably stronger than I was then. So while 38th place is guaranteed, 25th place doesn't really threaten me either. As I thanked her and headed outside the mercenary guild, my thoughts raced. Might as well attack from the southwest, huh? Beyond that were only C rank and D rank hunting grounds, so I hadn't decided which route to take for mapping. However, if I had another reason to go there, I wouldn't hesitate. Those large bands of villains have been causing trouble for about 2 years now, yet remain unchecked. Honestly, that 30 million beak bounty feels a bit too low. Still, hoping for the various achievements that won't show on the surface, I left Risperia, the town that helped me grow so much. Chapter 280, Occupied Town. I arrived in town around 8 p.m. last night, and barely made it in time to get a room at the inn. It was a real shock. My training flight went so well that I used up all my magic power before I knew it. However, as I looked in the small mirror provided in the room, I could see that it was gradually taking shape. As I took off my shirt, I couldn't help but let out a suspicious chuckle. I've been completely obsessed with making it happen for the past few days, the materialization of magic power. Even after using wind magic during the flight, I still had plenty of magic power left. Thinking about how to use that surplus led me to enhance my flight ability. My levels in magic power manipulation and magic detection had risen considerably, so I had a good sense of how magic power moves. I also understood the process of releasing materialized magic power using non-attribute magic. Then came the step before that. The key is how much form I can hold just before release. If I failed, I would fire off non-attribute magic. But I kept training relentlessly, trying to grow wings from my back. Since starting this training, my magic envelopment experience has slowly increased. Plus, those vivid blue-purple wings that Rill flapped when flying were truly shocking. I really want to copy that. It's only natural that I, with my still burning boyish heart, would think that. I fluttered my wings, carefully suppressing my magic to avoid accidental discharge. However, I couldn't control it well, and my wings quickly dissipated into mist. Furthermore, the only part I can properly materialize is still just the base. Well, even so. I figured that with daily practice, they would gradually take shape. I straightened my clothes and began exploring Guinea, a town ruled by the Bernald family. Surprisingly normal, or maybe not. As I left the inn and strolled down the main street, I saw shops lining the pavement, street stalls, and people coming and going. At first glance, the town looked ordinary, but there was something gloomy and bleak about it. A strong, foul odor lingered in places, and even on the main street, damaged houses stood out. If you looked closely at the side streets just off the main road, you would see quite a few people huddled up and sleeping on the streets, even in winter. The town seemed to maintain some semblance of order, yet it felt undeniably close to a slum. Suddenly, I looked up at the sky, teleported upward, and surveyed my surroundings. I see. I hadn't noticed this when I visited last night. Guinea, clearly visible in the daylight, was a modest town isolated in a basin surrounded by mountains. Enclosed by high stone walls, it shouldn't have seemed extraordinary, yet it looked like a prison. Apart from the mountain pass stretching from north to south through the gap between the peaks, there were no visible entrances or exits to the town. At each entrance, there was something resembling a checkpoint blocking the road and causing a light traffic jam of carriages. Why were there checkpoints in such a remote mountain area? I thought, but I sighed at the obvious answer. Especially in the northeastern area, where the stone walls were thickest. That must be the D-rank hunting ground, supporting not just this town, but also the lives of people throughout the country. Then, on the southern high ground, opposite the hunting ground, there too was a large section enclosed by thick stone walls. Several buildings stood within part of the grounds, clearly larger in scale than the others, yet vast tracts of land remained unused. Needless to say, it was obvious who lived there. Even while confirming such things, my first destination was the Hunter Guild. I dashed into the reference room, seeing a new monster, the Casper League, the only one listed, made me exclaim, "Whoa." I couldn't imagine what kind of monster it was based on its name, but it was a D-rank monster nonetheless. Whether or not I hunt, it depends on its skills, so I figured I'd head to the hunting grounds first. Just as I was about to leave the guild. "Excuse me, are you a high ranker?" A panicked voice called from the reception area. I looked around, but I was the only one in the lobby. HM, high ranker. I believe that leather comes from a dragon species native to Resperia. I thought you might be an A-rank hunter or a high-ranking mercenary. Ah, I see. Well, I am an A-rank hunter. Then could you be here for a request? The cat-eared receptionist started to say, then covered her mouth as if startled. Ah, the guild is neutral, so maybe they're wary of rogues using eavesdropping. I understood the receptionist's beckoning gesture and followed her. Somehow, we ended up in the guild master's room. Faced with the tea that appeared naturally, I suddenly calmed down and thought, why am I here? I've met guild masters from various places, but meeting one face-to-face within 5 minutes of arriving is clearly not normal. It hasn't happened since Bezart. The situation must be dire, but still, these people seem to have misunderstood something. As I pondered this, I noticed the familiar square box in the corner of the room. Just how many skills could this barrier magic tool actually block? My apologies for summoning you so abruptly. I'm Horace, the guild master of Guinea. I'm Loki. I need to confirm something. Are you absolutely certain you're an A-rank or higher hunter? At his request, I fumbled through my pocket and pulled out my guild card, retrieving it from my storage. Whoa, you really accepted the request. From Resperia, right? If your other companions are waiting somewhere, could you have them come here too? Horace, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, was incredibly excited. The cat-eared beastman from the reception desk struck a small victory pose behind him, which was cute enough to make me smile. But the old man was leaning forward and spraying saliva as he bombarded me with questions. I could do without that. I'd appreciate it if he could cool his overheated enthusiasm down to a level closer to mine. Please calm down a bit. First off, I work alone. What request are you referring to? The one posted at the Mercenary Guild. The two of them froze, and so did I. Loki is a skilled hunter, A-rank or higher, who took a designated request from the Hunter Guild, right? I haven't taken any such request. Then what in the world are you doing here? Well, I came to check out this D-rank hunting ground. Then I heard about a town taken over by scoundrels from the Mercenary Guild. I was curious what it was like. Afed, the long-awaited ray of hope. Guild Master. Guild Master. Horace slumped like an empty shell, gaping wide-eyed in a daze. The cat-eared beastman mercilessly slapped him across the cheek to snap him back to his senses. What the hell is this? I stared at the scene for a moment, my mind struggling to catch up. Section. I see, so it's from the Mercenary Guild, but still, you have the resolve to take them down, right? I nod at Horace's words. His gaze is sharp despite the trail of blood from his nose. Well, as long as they meet my personal standards, yes. Though, from what you just told me, I think they're completely out of the question. So, you're not really worried about whether you can defeat them. I've never seen them, so that's part of it, of course. But I can always weaken their forces anytime. After Horace forcibly came to his senses, I think I understood this town's current situation. The organized villains were so despicable that they were almost impressive, but the information around here was vague, so I figured I'd just see for myself. What concerned me more was the response from the country and the Lord. I mean, this is a D-rank town, a fairly rare medium-rank hunting ground. I couldn't fathom why they were letting the villains run wild. With things reaching this level of disaster, why isn't the country doing anything? They did act. I don't know the exact troop numbers, but I heard a battalion rushed into the town. And what's the situation now? Well, the soldiers retreated after facing the bandits and never reached the town. Given the location, they were probably picked off by arrows and magic before they could clear the pass. And then, nothing since. Surely the country has military leaders capable of standing up to them. They probably do, but if they fought the Bernald brothers and lost, it'd be a disaster, wouldn't it? Every country wants an A-rank hunting ground, so the risk of invasion from other nations is very real. That's why they'd hire fellow mercenaries and settle it with money. For this country, what matters most are Risperia and the northern mining districts. Unless it escalates into a territorial dispute with another nation, they probably see this squabble in a backwater as no big deal. So the country just dumps the responsibility onto the lord without paying a cent. Well, that's part of a lord's duty when entrusted with the land. But sadly, word is that our lord's finances are already in such a state. A bounty of 30 million beak? The request and the amount seem completely mismatched. The mercenary guild was surprised I even showed interest. It's high compared to average bounties, but for someone strong enough to handle this job, it's laughable. No wonder nobody came. It's a miracle Loki even showed up. That nobleman feels like he's being kept on a leash, doesn't he? I agree. Reluctantly, I place the request with an outside hunter guild, even though it's technically out of line. They act however they please, but only because they're walking the razor's edge of provoking the nation's wrath. They probably understand that by keeping the nobles alive, but not fully empowered and applying forceful pressure, they can continue to enjoy the benefits. This is different from the image I had of an absolute aristocratic power structure. I hate it. These brothers might not only be strong, but also unnecessarily clever. Anyway, I have my own objectives. I'll do what I can within those. Please do. An A-rank hunter shouldn't be stopped at checkpoints when leaving town. If you know any hunters, please bring them along. No, that's a bit and also. The Hunter Guild requests that Horasan mentioned leaving town. It might not have got anywhere. If it had been sent, Omri-san and Risperia would have mentioned it to me. The fact that he didn't means the information might have stopped right here in this town. That woman, with the long red hair behind the front desk on the first floor, she's one of the Bernold brothers people, right? What? I noticed it by accident. The cat-eared beastman receptionist was wary of information leaks, so I tried various keywords with investigation to see if it was possible. The most troublesome thing for the Bernold brothers is probably not money, but the Hunter Guild, which might act on behalf of the people. If they wanted to shut down outside rescue requests, planting an insider would be the quickest way. I thought they should have noticed something like this. However, if the spy's concealment skill was reasonably developed, no amount of investigation would detect a reaction. That's probably how they've been leaking information all along. This seems larger in scale than I imagined. I should consult with Rhea about this. With these thoughts in mind, I left the Hunter Guild and headed for the hunting grounds. Chapter 281, Prison. The town built specifically for this hunting ground is wonderful. Getting around is easy. Even the mountain path only takes 30 minutes on foot or 2 minutes by flight to reach the D-rank hunting ground, Mount Ranchiel. Amidst the mountain woods that feel like a campground. Investigation, Casper League. I immediately began searching for my target monster. A jet black cat, seemingly less than a meter long, caught my attention. Its eyes were sharp, it snarled, baring its fangs, and it looked anything but cute. However, its fur looked exceptionally high quality. It was probably the kind of monster Carla would like. I used Mind's Eye to check this rather large black cat's skills. I immediately compared them to my own. It's not a perfect match, but it's decent. That was my assessment. Casper League. Jump LV3, bite LV2, stealthy steps LV2. My skills, on the other hand, jump LV4, bite LV8, and stealthy steps LV4. Bite is hopeless, but if I grind a bit, jump should reach level 6. I should also be able to raise stealthy steps to level 5. Little by little, bit by bit. If it leads to stat increases, grinding on weak enemies is no big deal. Might as well give it a try while I'm at it. With that thought, I put the skill Carla taught me into practice. Pursue the target relentlessly to the very end. I chanted this as I activated the rarely used dark magic. I visualized multiple black spheres floating around me. The fist-sized orbs scattered simultaneously in all directions. Dark magic seemed unique in that it was a hybrid system, blending magical and physical attributes in equal measure. Carla didn't really understand what that meant either, but if the spheres made contact with a tree, they would carve into it and continue forward. Unlike ice magic or earth magic, it left no debris and vanished immediately. Unlike fire magic or lightning magic, there was no risk of starting a fire. I'd been told that it could be effective in dense forests, depending on the situation, so this mountainous woodland should be the perfect testing ground. I kept my eyes closed and continuously generated tracking orbs with dark magic level 5, focusing on the reactions detected by my investigation and presence detection skills. This magic had two major drawbacks. First, it couldn't be modified to avoid targets other than the intended one. This meant that if people were in the way, the spheres could pass through them and continue chasing the Casper League. Therefore, I had to carefully check the area for hunters. There was no way I could use it outside the range of my presence detection. It was too scary. The other drawback was the slow tracking speed. Carla said this was characteristic of dark magic, but it was the opposite of the lightning magic I often used. I was uneasy about whether this magic could take down a fast-moving monster like Casper League. However, this problem didn't seem too concerning for D-rank monsters. The monsters saved me. The Casper League would just charge at me normally if it spotted me. As long as I moved while casting the magic, it would hit fairly reliably. I still had to run around gathering materials. Whether or not it's efficient is questionable. You have acquired jumping LV5. Skyleg has been unlocked. Whoa, I figure I should keep adding to my repertoire, just in case. Section, it was evening. After checking the status screen and nodding to myself in satisfaction at the likelihood of clearing the minimum quota by tomorrow, I scanned my surroundings. It seemed to be the time when the hunters returned. Here and there, I spotted figures carrying baskets on their backs heading down the mountain. That meant it was time to start investigating the villains. Stealthy steps. Erasing my presence, I followed the hunters. At the entrance to the hunting grounds, 4 men stood as if to block the way. From a slight distance, I watched them peer into the baskets filled with spoils and casually remove several hunted materials. Perhaps accustomed to this sight, the hunters returning to town showed no agitation. However, they also lacked any sense of vitality or vigor. Casper League and delicious swamp mushrooms, plus magic stones, exposed like that. Must be the goblin fighter stuff. They didn't seem to be targeting any specific monster. They were just picking things up haphazardly and moving on to the next. It was a rather slapdash approach, confiscating about 20% of the spoils. So this is the unique rule imposed on hunters. Seeing no sign that they had noticed me, I moved closer. The confiscated materials were sorted by type, packed into wooden boxes or baskets, and loaded onto a nearby cart. Where this was being transported would be thoroughly investigated later. Next, I checked the mountain pass checkpoint that I had seen that morning. When I teleported over, I saw the line of wagons stretching out before me. They were still backed up, even at this hour. Peering quietly from beside a hut, I observed that, like the hunters, those entering the town handed over part of their cargo and paid some money. Just as Horasan said, each carriage had only one escort who didn't look the least bit like a hunter. You could say they're organizing the bandits around here. Or perhaps they're collecting fees because people don't hire escorts. If that weren't the case, I'd never come to a town like this as a merchant. Additionally, some merchants passed through without being checked, simply because they were recognized. You couldn't tell by their appearance, but they were probably the same type of person as the woman who'd been mixed in with the Hunters Guild, people who are officially operating as part of the rogue gangs. When leaving, they were checked quite thoroughly to ensure there were no extra people aboard. Once you entered the town, only a select few who were approved could leave. When Horace first told me about it, I thought, this is basically a prison. But seeing this scene makes me realize he wasn't wrong. Neither hunters nor townspeople can just leave easily, even if they hate this town. Without a map, they know little about the outside world and have no plan for what comes after they escape. Furthermore, if they tried to flee, they couldn't use the mountain pass roads. They'd have to wander through the pathless mountains. Still, they don't band together to fight back because they can mostly manage to live within the levee's balance. Of course, it's also probably because the top dog is too powerful for them to stand up to. Flying back up, I watched where the materials collected by each group were headed. I tracked the loaded carts with my eyes as they passed through the main street and were taken to a large building in the southern corner. Inside the special zone, the buildings were partitioned by thick stone walls. There were 4 similar-sized buildings, so they were probably all consolidated here for easier management. Finally, to gauge their total strength, I surveyed the perimeter of the special zone. Is my investigation skill level insufficient? Or are they using magic tools to avoid detection? This is a bit troublesome. Grumbling at my inability to detect the brothers, I returned to base. Chapter 282, I'll stay true to myself. The once massive gargoyle has been neatly disposed of, leaving only a pool of blood at the dismantling site. Nearby, Carla lies sprawled out, gazing up at the sky with his pet pig. I asked him for a favor. Hey, I brought the materials. Oh, what is it this time? This time it's a big cat. With that, I dumped the stored corpse out with a thud thud thud. He stared wide-eyed, but he started petting the cat's corpse. This is nice, feels really good to touch. Maybe the people up there will like this too. Nah, I don't think Asia cares about dead cats. But she seems to be trying to make clothes. If we give it to her, maybe she'll make us some clothes eventually. Oh, then I'll dismantle it. Ask her next time, okay. Okay. After giving the pig what looked like a sweet potato that I had seen for the first time that day, I headed to the material warehouse. A huge gargoyle hide was drying in the center, and piles of other hard-looking materials, bones and fangs, were heaped in one corner. Glancing at those materials sideways, I clatteringly dumped the magic stones I got from today's goblin fighter into the wooden box Zio made for me. This base has magic tools for light sources installed all over the place. The consumption and recovery rates are completely out of whack, but it's always better to have a stockpile for emergencies. Next, I called out to Zio, who was relentlessly building shelves, and to Lodge, who was grunting at the gargoyle materials. I'm back, here's a souvenir. What's that? The color looks poisonous. Mushroom monsters. They're tasty when roasted, even with colors like this. They'd be a good snack to have with drinks. Did you know about these, Zio? They were common in the forest. I definitely used to eat them as a snack with drinks. Let me see. All right then, let's grill some up right away. Zio's been drinking a lot of alcohol from Lodge lately, after all. They're probably just the right kind of souvenir for 2 guys who look like old men. Also, they're D-rank, but I hunted a bunch of black cat monsters. If you want the materials, tell Carla. She's dismantling them over there right now. Got it. For D-rank, a wooden box's worth of materials should be plenty. More importantly, Loki, what should we do with this guy? The finger pointed at the gargoyle's materials, of course. He voiced the obvious thought. Well, I definitely want armor first. Full leather armor, the cool kind. By the way, Lodge, is this material something you can handle with your current capabilities? Hard to say. When I touched it during dismantling, the hide felt tough to cut. I'd guess this is high-tier S-rank material, but that's just a hunch. My appraisal skill can only identify up to A rank, which is level 4. I can't tell if it's S or SS. Yeah, I know. Well, I've got a pretty good idea of how to raise the money, so there's no need to rush to sell the boss materials. You can practice as much as you want, right? If it goes well, you can make some for everyone else too. Hehe, that's the spirit. Since Lodge knows the material is rare, he was probably holding back until he got approval. From here on out, it's about how much high-tier material he can work with and build his track record. If he keeps saying it's a waste, he'll never unlock its full potential. Now that he has raised his blacksmithing skill to 10, he should be able to handle SSS rank materials eventually. Then maybe he could show up the dwarf in Valnir who handles SS materials. However, Lodge might not want that, and it would just make me feel smug about my comrade's skills. Once the storage is tidied up, the next stop is the upper plateau. I hear it's almost time for everyone to come down. I feed small pieces of meat to the approaching cats while watching Alicia shake the frying pan in front of the hearth. The bricks that fell in made seem useful even here. It's a technology not yet present on the lower plateau. You've been cooking for quite a while. Do you like it? It's incredibly interesting because I can gain a lot of knowledge from memories. All races have evolved their daily meals through trial and error, continuous improvement, and refinement. Stiff. Your lines are shockingly stiff. People work hard because they want to eat delicious food. That's good enough, don't you think? Trying to act godlike now won't fool me. Her mouth curved downward, and her gaze, which had been chasing the cat, shifted abruptly to me. She looked shocked. She was trying to hide it, but her hand, which had been flipping the pan, had completely stopped. Alicia, the meat's burning. Alia. Sigh, I was actually kind of looking forward to her home cooking. That night, we had a roasted sweet potato party with the ones I'd procured. While we grilled a few mushrooms over the fire, I shared my concerns with Ria next to me. Is it really that big? Based on my impression from scanning the entire town, it's definitely not just dozens of people. There were rogue elements mixed in with the hunter guild and merchants, too. It feels like the whole town is contaminated. I've heard similar stories elsewhere. Really? Regardless of the era. Sometimes, a new nation is born through military domination. If they're scoundrels, wouldn't it be best to eliminate them all and cleanse the place? Rill held half-eaten roasted sweet potatoes in both hands as he reached a simple conclusion. But that's precisely why it's so troublesome. It's not that straightforward. Earth had similar corrupt organizations that spread and polluted, but with this kind of pattern, the severity of the crime varies wildly depending on the person. With bandits, you wouldn't have this kind of dilemma. The boss and his henchmen grab weapons and are intent on killing to steal goods and money. They're all guilty, so it's a simple, one-shot solution. Their last-minute remorse or repentance born from begging for their lives. Frankly, I couldn't care less. However, in an organization where people have different roles, the guilt of the higher-ups, the Bernard brothers, is completely different from that of the lower-level members. Consider a merchant who passed through checkpoints on a whim. If that merchant was just transporting goods for the Bernard brothers without knowing the details, you'd have to wonder if they should really be a target for execution. I wish I could see into people's hearts, but I don't know if that's a skill humans can acquire. If they clearly intended to kill me or others, I wouldn't hesitate. But the moment a slight curveball comes flying, my foundation shakes. I'm still too soft. As if reading my thoughts, Ria interjects. When Loki makes this weird face, it's dangerous. I thought so too, I just have a bad feeling about this. Weird face, I was just thinking about how to best resolve this, planning the steps. You look suspicious. If anything happens to Loki-kun, I'll erase that town. Well, it's unavoidable, but everything will be kept to an absolute minimum. If you go too far, it'll throw the world into chaos. Even so, Alicia, unless there's a huge power difference, that leniency and complacency will only end up hurting Loki. That's why last time, I kept getting beat and covered in blood while waiting for that decision. No matter how many laws exist, people ultimately judge one another. In any case, there will be those who rejoice at the outcome and those who resent it. In this world especially, judgment is often left to the whims of nobles, whose criteria are terribly ambiguous and heavily influenced by money and status. But that doesn't mean I have free rein to do whatever I want. If I go too far, I'll just become the evil I despise. Ria seems to have her own thoughts on this, but for now, we'll stick to the rules we set before. I'll stay true to myself and crush the evil I hate, as agreed. I'm really fine. I've decided I won't do anything halfway anymore. After I honestly stated what needed to be done and what I wanted to do, 2 days later, Operation Guinea Cleanup was set to commence. Chapter 283, Guinea Cleanup Operation. It was the inconspicuous hours of dawn. I carefully surveyed the entire town from above, but the brothers didn't appear in my investigation. I had checked several times yesterday at different times, too, but the brothers and the lord's whereabouts remained unknown. Ideally, I would have smashed their heads first thing, but if I couldn't even find their location, there was nothing I could do. Frankly, it was starting to seem possible that they weren't even in this town. If that's the case, I'll just have to tear them limb from limb. It would inevitably get messy, but if they weren't here, I'd have to stir up a commotion to lure them out. Steeling myself, I exhaled deeply and checked several key locations. I would carry out my next best plan, concealed within the darkness. Section. Sleepy. What, have you been drinking too much? Don't fall asleep in the middle of this. Nah, it's just that meat day got me all hyped up. You mean, you dragged someone out of the underground brothel again? Hey, the thrill of trying to escape, even though you can't, is irresistible. Don't worry, I didn't take her outside the walls. Caught yawning widely, the gatekeeper gave me a hard look. I knew deep down that this was a bit much. Sensing that I might actually pass out, I popped an herb meant to ward off sleepiness from my pouch into my mouth. Hey. The bitter taste was familiar, but maybe I had been taking it too often lately. I was getting used to the flavor, and it wasn't working as well anymore. I'll have to find some stronger stuff next time. Hey, Tiran. Where are you going today? To the town of Malik. I'll be back the night after tomorrow. Got it, don't you dare fall asleep on the way. Everyone keeps saying the same thing. That's the 4th time today. I'm saying it because your eyes are half closed. If you lose the cargo, Ash-sama will, hey, there's a kid riding in there. Seriously, is that an escape? My drowsiness vanished instantly. The fact that the checkpoint guards were yelling at me meant that the kid had snuck onto my carriage. If they think I helped an escapee, I'm definitely. This is no joke. I jumped out of the driver's seat and went to the back of the wagon just as the others blocked the entrance with their weapons. I peered inside and saw an unfamiliar kid. He had filthy clothes and a filthy robe. He was hidden in the gap of a wooden box, hugging his knees and trembling like a leaf. No matter how you look at it, he's just some town brat trying to use my wagon. You little shitty brat. Hey, Tiran, just checking, but you weren't planning on helping this kid, were you? Of course not. What would I gain from taking some random kid out of town? But isn't it the cargo handler's duty to ensure there's no extra luggage before leaving town? Well, yeah, I guess. If I admit to slacking off, it'll only make things worse for me. But honestly, I don't see anyone else doing that. What happens if someone tries to force their way out? Everyone in this town knows, from the oldest to the youngest. It's the rules, Tiran. Today's cargo run is cancelled. Explain yourself at the inspection later. W8, I don't know anything about this kid. The guys who usually chatted with me casually were now avoiding eye contact as if I were a sore spot. They were trying to force the kid off the wagon. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the gatekeeper I'd just spoken to advancing toward me with a rope in hand. This is no joke, no joke. This is no joke. Of all the people who have been interrogated, only a handful came back in one piece. Then, at least, let me prove that I'm not one of them. Are you trying to kill me? Even as I gripped the knife tightly, the kid being dragged from the carriage opened his mouth. What? He stared intently at me, and the atmosphere felt different from before, but I couldn't stop now. It's your fault. It's because you snuck in here. If I kill you here, then I can still. I don't know you, just die already. Section. The first fork is right here. With that thought in mind, I snatched the knife that was thrust at me and lightly slashed his arm. Horace-san, the guild master here, had told me what would happen if someone tried to force their way out of town. The severed legs would be displayed at the town center, where the main streets intersect as a warning to would-be escapees. However, I didn't know how deeply the people carrying goods or manning checkpoints were involved. That's why I chose someone from the Bernard brothers gang. A scumbag I wouldn't feel a shred of guilt about killing if he got dragged into it and killed by his own crew. He had deliberately tormented and toyed with a woman who had lost her legs. He should be grateful that I didn't execute him right then and there. What just happened? A man whose knife had been snatched from him pressed his bleeding wound, dripping blood. Why, you bastard? In this unexpected turn of events, the gatekeepers were the first to react. Spurred by the sight of a man advancing with a spear thrust forward, the 2 guards at the checkpoint beside him also drew their swords. Deliberately and slowly, as if struggling with a knife, I began to slice away at the man's skin bit by bit. Then, some of the frozen coachmen. The men with ugly faces who had been assigned as guards. The merchant-like man who had been watching the situation also came forward. Those manning the checkpoint on the other road also heard the commotion and ran over, weapons in hand. At first, many watched with curious stares as if they had found a rare toy. Blood. But as the number of wounded allies grew, confusion set in. My legs been stabbed. Little by little, anxiety overtook them. Finally, they watched as a panicked figure dashed into the town. With no further need for them, I disposed of everyone, including those who fled. I stowed away the corpses and abandoned carriages, leaving only the horses behind. You have acquired animal training LV1. You have acquired brewing LV1. You have acquired mining LV4. You have acquired beast language comprehension LV1. You have acquired animal training LV2. You have acquired swimming LV1. You have acquired escape LV5. You have acquired voice amplification LV4. Investigation. Bernard Brothers Gang. I see. Several horse-drawn carriages with drivers were scattered about. When I looked at one of the drivers, he wet himself, screamed, and collapsed onto the ground. He was the only one who hadn't grasped a weapon, and the rest were just ordinary merchants standing there in a daze. Investigation isn't omnipotent either. I couldn't possibly know where the line was drawn for who counted as part of the gang. Sometimes, changing the wording a little meant they wouldn't react at all. Then I'll leave it at that. If you alone have any desire to atone, please wait around here. If you try to run while still burdened by your sins, you'll die, you know. After leaving those words behind, I stepped into the town to greet the reinforcements. Chapter 284, Encroachment. Insight Body Strengthening Presence Detection, Magic Detection Investigation. Nice, there is no need to check. From the end of the main street, a large group of men is running toward me with weapons in hand. Their builds and faces clearly mark them as thugs. There are not only humans, but also beastmen and even women among them. At this point, with weapons pointed at me, it doesn't matter. Little by little, bit by bit. Hey Connie, is this the one? Why yes this brat, but wait. What's the deal? He's just a kid without a weapon. What the hell are the gatekeepers doing? We'll just kill him quickly. If he puts up a fight, we'll have to cut off his legs. This time I'll handle it. Hold on, why is an escapee in town? This town is being encroached upon. You little brat, causing trouble, gah. I grabbed the axe that was swung at me, snatched it away, and sliced off his head. Shouldn't an axe cut that deep? I did hold back, but either the axe was dull or it just stopped midway through the neck. Oh well. Villains offering weapons kept appearing one after another. My arm. My arm. Hey, that's too strong. Dangerous, let them know. He's not just an escapee, R-ing the bell. At that shout, several figures stirred amid the chaos of the main street. I see, so this is when the non-combatants in the gang move. I'd already picked up on their reactions with investigation. If they were just watching, they'd be like the guy who couldn't move at the entrance earlier. But the fact that they're trying to call for backup, that's already plenty evil. Provocation. Backup is more than welcome, so I won't stop them. I forcibly pull back the nervous-looking woman who had been glaring hatefully at me. Haha. She's coming at me with an expression you'd never normally see, a truly awful one. It looks like it could devour me whole. But you know, don't take away my place. It's you lot who take all sorts of things from everyone, isn't it? You have acquired appraisal LV3. You have acquired alchemy LV1. You have acquired alchemy LV2. See, damn it. You have acquired construction LV4. See, say. Why you fuck ga. You have acquired brewing LV2. Connie-kun, help. You have acquired trap detection LV2. If no one comes to help you soon, you'll die too, you know. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant ringing of the bell continued without pause, as if stoking the field's anxiety. Glancing up, I saw that it was indeed the church bell, though I could only make out the figure of someone ringing it in the distance. It's a priest's robe, isn't it? Either they forced their way in to ring it, or they've extended their reach to the church itself. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the latter. Clergy are human, after all. They're not immune to corruption, so I won't hesitate to execute them. After cleaning the area, I watched the man named Connie run deep into town. Then, I slowly followed him. The other side probably knows where I'm headed, too. It's not just an escape attempt. They're catching on to my other intentions and what they are. The formations and seriousness of the attackers coming at me made it evident, yet still, those brothers hadn't shown themselves. Whoosh! I grasped the incoming arrow and simultaneously saw a wind magic spell flying from another rooftop. Ignoring the magic, I used the throwing technique to hurl the arrow back at the magician. Once I reached the town center, the thugs with weapons vanished, replaced by ranged units. The non-combatants watching me had seen how relentlessly I had been disarming and fighting back. I knew this would eventually happen, and you could say the enemy was desperate enough to care little about destroying the town with magic. Still, there aren't many magic users. I'm disappointed by that, but the overwhelmingly high ratio of melee classes probably just shows that they're a band of former bandits. At least I gained skill experience points, but it's becoming harder to actually level up my skills. The last archer descended to the ground, which means their arrow supply is Bang, something familiar slammed into my temple. I got him. Someone finish him off. In response, the archer who had just descended from the roof gripped a dagger and closed in on me rapidly. 2 other men began to move as well. This coordination, a hunter party that was once D rank, this is troublesome. As expected, the lightning magic is too fast. It still seems impossible to dodge. Did you think I'd be paralyzed and unable to move? I grabbed the face beaming with glee and snatched the knife from his hand. I threw it at the woman on the roof. She fell to the ground like a collapsed doll. You have acquired dancing LV2. Stop right there. If you move any further, I'll kill this kid. The man held a longsword, its tip aimed at the child sitting on the ground. I sighed involuntarily at the sight. Many townspeople, curious about the commotion, gathered on the main street to watch the scene unfold. Most were peering out cautiously from inside houses or alleyways. This was typical of this stifling town, yet some children reacted differently. They stared at me as if I were a righteous hero. Haha, all right, don't you dare move. Gork. Why yeah, I won't kill you, I won't, but I will cut off your nasty little hands. Move and the kid dies. Got it. The man stroked the blade with his finger as he approached cautiously. The look on his face said that he knew perfectly well that no one would ever accept such a proposal. Naturally, I felt the same way. Landmine arrow. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion-like sound rang out behind the man. The man turned his head back in reaction to the sound. I snatched the sword from his hand and sliced off both his arms. Gwaya, my arms. My arms. Wasn't that what you were about to do? Keep making noise, and I'll slit your throat too. Jiga. As I delivered the finishing blow to the man convulsing from the lightning magic, I turned my gaze to the child. Thank goodness. He was still frozen in terror, but he was definitely alive because his wide eyes were fixed on me. This was the only way I could think to save him. It was a level 1 magic spell, and I suppressed its power as much as possible. Only a tiny overflow for an instant. I released it from my feet. At this level, no one should have noticed. I am monster. As he shouted this while backing away, I felt something tighten inside me, and a cold sensation spread. I gently closed my eyes. Chapter 285 Things I Have to Accept. Finally, there was no one left to attack me. Under the watchful gaze of countless pairs of eyes from the shadows, I walked south alone down the deserted main street. This empty time felt especially unbearable now. Somewhere, I suppose, I had this feeling that things would work out somehow. Of course, Carla and Zio were tolerant of my black magic, as were Hansan and Lodge. They didn't fuss over me. They looked at me for who I was, not the color of my magic. It was as if they were saying, so what? The goddesses were the same. Maybe, deep down, I'd started to think it wasn't such a big deal after all. I just witnessed the reaction people should have. To humans, monsters are sustenance and the source of terror that preys upon them. If there are no demons in this world, then it's only natural to be judged as a monster. So I have to accept it, finally. I've never seen your face before. You're a mercenary, right? Well, I suppose so. More importantly, I don't see your brother anywhere. In front of the gate, leading to the special zone in southern Guinea, was a large plaza where a man came out to greet me. He was a muscular man with short, spiky hair and was carrying a metal mass that could easily be called an oversized sword. Based on Horace-san's prior information, this must be the younger brother. Insight works, but neither investigation nor mind's eye registers a reaction. I still can't sense the older brother either. They are both definitely high-level concealment users. Scattered around us, thugs surrounded me and watched. Numerous long-range units armed with bows and staffs can be seen peeking out from the stone walls above. But something feels off. This isn't about fighting. This is. I have a proposal. You know about my brother, so you must have seen the guild request and made a special effort to come here, right? Well, I'll give you 50 million right now, more than the reward. Now, get out of this town. This unexpected proposal caught me off guard. What a painfully complicated way to go about things. It would have been easier if the two of them had just come out to greet me from the start. Disposing of the younger brother could be done quickly. But the problem is the older brother's whereabouts and intentions. All I know is that he was a magic-type job who wielded a staff when he was a ranker. I'd already played my cards, But if I took out the younger brother before he showed himself, the older brother might take unnecessary steps to escalate the situation. You're being pretty cautious, huh? HMPH, I can't figure out what the hell it is. Besides, you came here for the money, too, right? You should know better than anyone that no one would normally get involved for that level of reward. By the way, what happens if I refuse? No matter the cost, my brother and I will kill you for sure, says the former low-ranking member. HMPH, that was 5 years ago. I'm much stronger now. Haha. I paused and took a deep breath. Voice amplification. I give those watching around us now a 10-second grace period. If you acknowledge aiding these brothers and have the will to atone for your sins, drop your weapons and head toward the town center. Kukyuhahe. What happens if we refuse? Naturally, I'll kill every single one of you, no matter the cost. Ha, you alone against this many. 10-9-8. Seeing no need to hide it anymore, I pulled a longsword from my storage. But the atmosphere felt different than before. No one laughed. The younger brother in front didn't charge. Only an odd silence hung in the air as my countdown slowly progressed. The others surrounding us probably knew what I had done to get there. Yet, even with 2 rankers present, the top leaders who command the organization and carry immense expectations, trust, and fear because of their combat prowess, not a single one moved. They live in their narrow world and simply don't know. There are always those above you, and the gap is like grasping at clouds, a difference beyond imagination. And the younger brother, because he knows such beings exist, he's probably being shaken to his core right now. When he saw me, his face softened for a moment. He understood without a doubt that I wasn't a familiar high-ranking mercenary. Still, he considered various possibilities, a mercenary from another country or a rookie. He was set on settling it with money if it was a mercenary. It's the first card to play when a powerful opponent arrives despite an impossible bounty. But when he realized the second card, the one a villain would immediately consider, had already been crushed. Was there any chance these brothers could still win, or not? 2-1-0. W8, I'll get more money. Execution. If I couldn't find the elder brother, I'd drag him out by force. First, eliminate the root cause. The brother and his accomplice. Then, proceed with the best course to annihilate this place. Ask. The moment I teleported behind the younger brother and swung with all my might to cut off his head. I heard the words I'd been longing to hear. Perhaps he couldn't hold back. Is the long-range unit on top of the stone wall a decoy? The one mingling among the thugs on the left? As I was about to dash forward, a strong sense of unease washed over me. However, I forced myself to take a step. Looking down, I saw a thick, dark, sludge-like substance with strong adhesive properties clinging to my feet. Movement hindrance, probably dark magic. I sensed the magical power at my feet just before teleporting, but I never expected the spell to follow me during the teleportation itself. Flight. Still, if I force myself to fly, it shouldn't be a problem. The man I finally caught sight of was hidden behind the thug's forward-facing weapons, but looking down from above made his hiding place obvious. The man I finally caught sight of was wearing a deliberately shabby, dirty brown robe to blend in. He was gripping a pointed metal staff. Beside him stood a red-haired woman with the staff's tip pressed against her neck. Her legs were missing below the knees, and blood was spurting out. "You piece of trash." I lunged forward with enough force to leap into the air. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. The escapees with severed legs could easily become the most convenient hostages. That's why I rescued them beforehand, crushing any possible scheme. Of course, there could have been a leak. I had prepared myself for that eventuality, but why was she being cut down now? And then, the sensation of severing a neck, this softness. Realizing this, I let out a sharp click of the tongue. So this bastard made only the younger brother real. The fake before me was a sacrifice to buy time. The real one. Glancing around, I saw a man with no expression on the stone wall above. He gripped a metal staff. His lips moved slightly as he looked down at me. In an instant, my vision was stained with sand. Is that guy the real one? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 286, The Best Move. Ash's Point of View. Before my eyes, a tornado surged upward, whipping up dust and flesh and blood. It reached a height that surpassed the stone walls. I created it with level 8 wind magic and narrowed its activation range to the absolute limit. In exchange, it enabled the slaughter of countless victims with its chaotic blades and the confinement of its target within. Though I could faintly see a child inside, writhing in agony as if being twisted like a drill bit and losing all sense of direction, even this left me with lingering unease. I accept the fact that he flew through the air right before my eyes, but I simply cannot comprehend the movement that severed my brother's neck in an instant. Judging by the result, he must have approached at an extraordinary speed. Considering the movements of a monster-like single-digit ranker, that conclusion was inevitable. Yet the dark magic I had cast had definitely activated. Even if he happened to be resistant to dark magic, being able to move like that after being hit by a restraint spell was clearly abnormal. If possible, I'd like to adopt him as my younger brother. This might be beyond my capabilities. Then I will have no choice. I will not let him escape this prison until I finish him off. Ash-sama. I brought it. I'll keep him restrained like this. Those who can use fire magic prioritize that. Those with throwing skills take the barrels of oil being brought in and throw them whole. All right, let's prioritize sustained attacks. Uriah, at this distance it's guaranteed. Bring the next barrel. Medium-sized amplification. Magic tools have been installed. Amplification of fire and wind attributes is commencing. Shooting arrows seems pointless, so I'll get some extra magic stones too. I'll instruct the men below to throw their weapons in as well. Those who achieve good results will be my next younger brother or sister. I'll personally dote on them. Section: Loki's point of view. At first, it resembled a tornado of whirling blades. The thugs surrounding me and the red-headed woman with the severed leg instantly transformed into a mass of flesh. My vision shifted from brown to the vivid red of fresh blood. I felt sharp pain throughout my body and instinctively used immobility. From there, I could only surrender to the fierce wind and dance through the air. Though I felt no pain, the unpleasant sight and disorienting situation left me with nothing to do but grimace. This kind of environment is precisely the weakness of spatial magic. Its activation is slow to begin with, but if the caster or target moves, the process becomes extremely prolonged. Unable to stop immobility or escape via teleportation, I was stuck in this situation. Yet once the mixer-like polar storm ended, the ground shifted. Just as I thought that, the next thing that happened was oil and fireballs dropping. Ignition. In an instant, the wind engulfed the oil and fire, fusing them into explosive heat. Even seen from within, it was a strangely familiar sight. Was this how the dragon inside felt back then, gazing out at the world? The thought nearly made me activate it myself. Obviously, I couldn't do that in the middle of town. Various magic spells and weapons were unleashed one after another. The fury showed no sign of abating. Wind forced this tornado to stop. I'd reached my limit. Timing it with the break in immobility, I steeled myself, covered my face with my arms, and swiftly finished the chant. The image was that of flowing water, a forceful overriding of the wind's power using wind magic. Then, perhaps because the area was small, the surroundings rapidly calmed. Flight. I floated in the air, finally breaking free from the restraint. The man atop the stone wall stared at me, his eyes wide. Ah, finally I can catch him. Huh. At this distance, flying with the burst would be faster. Seeing me approach, he instinctively gripped his staff tighter and thrust it forward. But he was just a ranged class wielding a staff, after all. At least he didn't start clumsily chanting. Gah! I severed both of his arms. Then, thinking this suited him well enough, I immediately cut off his legs, too. Right, I'd forgotten that I had cast ignition. Cutting him now would be pointless because the flames clinging to the man who'd lost his limbs wouldn't be extinguished. His magic defense must be high because the fire is spreading slowly. Without limbs, he can't properly extinguish the flames, and chanting spells is out of the question. He's the type of person who prioritizes his objective, casting high-damage spells without caring about his comrades. Unlike his brother, I won't kill him easily. Trash should die like trash, suffering until the end. Lightning flash, cleave the line. Sweep them away. You have acquired throwing technique LV4. You have acquired range increase LV1. You have acquired singing LV3. You have acquired arithmetic LV5. You have acquired sealing magic LV4. You have acquired painting LV3. You have acquired throwing technique LV5. You have acquired etiquette LV4. With lightning bolts extending from my fingertips, I cleaved the dazed, motionless long-range troops in two. Once the area was mostly cleared, I looked down below. I wondered if they understood the situation. 300 or 400 of those thugs were looking up at me. Investigation, individuals not belonging to the Bernard family. No reaction, I wonder what's going on. If I'm going to do it, it's now. If I hesitate and they scatter, I'll lose track of them. If that happens, it'll spiral out of control and the damage will surely spread. I tried to unleash heavenly thunder, but the face of that boy earlier and his words at that time flashed through my mind. If I fire here, my magical power will be seen by many. Even so, I don't want any more regrets, then fire. Even if it means paying a price and being labeled a monster. To achieve the best possible outcome in this situation, every last one of them, the evil below must die without exception. Heavenly thunder, you have acquired brewing LV3. You have acquired pharmacy LV4. You have acquired mining LV5. You have acquired charm resistance LV2. You have acquired crafting LV3. You have acquired gardening LV1. You have acquired music performance LV3. You have acquired animal husbandry LV5. You have acquired processing LV4. You have acquired fine arts LV3. You have acquired swiftness LV6. You have acquired swimming LV2. You have acquired logging LV5. You have acquired superhuman strength LV7. You have acquired voice amplification LV5. You have acquired foraging LV5. You have acquired dual wielding LV2. You have acquired brewing LV4. You have acquired dancing LV3. You have acquired singing LV4. You have acquired sculpting LV1. You have acquired cooking LV7. You have acquired physical attack resistance LV6. You have acquired fishing LV5. You have acquired painting LV4. You have acquired fine arts LV4. You have acquired animal husbandry LV6. You have acquired special moves LV6. You have acquired crafting LV4. You have acquired processing LV5. You have acquired archery LV6. You have acquired construction LV5. You have acquired escape LV6. You have acquired steel heart LV5. You have acquired mining LV6. You have acquired keen hearing LV4. You have acquired logging LV6. You have acquired unbreakable strength LV7. You have acquired farming LV7. You have acquired housekeeping LV7. You have acquired good luck LV5. Chapter 287, The Whereabouts of the Noble. As I extinguished the flames and smoke rising from the building, I collected corpses and their belongings relentlessly. Those who had died on high ground, such as the roof, clutched cheap bows. However, most of the melee types weren't carrying weapons. The ridiculous amount of weapons swirling in the midway tornado was surely because these guys had thrown them in without restraint. My magic power is still naturally replenishing at a comfortable rate, I suppose. Deciding it was fine to leave things as they were, I glanced at the large, sealed metal gate, then leaped over the stone wall to the other side. Just as I had seen earlier, soldiers clad in somewhat more presentable armor greeted me. About 50 of them stood in a neat formation. Among them, a middle-aged man with a thick beard stepped forward a few paces. "We greatly appreciate your efforts. You must be the mercenary who came after seeing the request from the Mercenary Guild, correct?" "Yes, but you're wearing slightly different armor than the soldiers outside. Why are you here?" "We are the Lord's guards. Our primary duty is to protect the Lord's immediate vicinity. Therefore," as he spoke, the man took a parchment from one of the men standing behind him and handed it to me directly. "Well done, this is the request completion certificate from the Lord. Take it." After checking the contents, I saw that it indeed stated, "Confirmation of the Bernard family's annihilation." The name at the end was Viscount Dritnogmea. Is he the local noble? It's a matter behind stone walls. How did you know the family was annihilated? You've ventured this far, isn't that proof enough? Is that all there is to it? I've delivered what needed to be delivered. That's all there is to it. We have a mountain of cleanup to handle. His words practically demanded that I leave now that business was done. When I turned my gaze to the man in front of me, he simply stared at me, his expression unchanged. I could sense the tension of his subordinate behind him, but he showed no sign of being intimidated. I thought that showed incredible nerve in this situation, or was it something else? Did he have another hidden card up his sleeve? Do you really think this will suffice? What do you mean? There's no way to hide it, is there? The collected items were transported to a warehouse in this district. The moment the gatekeepers outside moved to protect the family's associates, it meant that the soldiers and the Bernard family must be connected. Not a single soldier provided me cover or helped evacuate the townspeople. Instead, they blocked my escape route from the rear. Weren't you the ones giving those orders? I can't believe you dare lay a hand on us. We're the Lord's soldiers. That goes beyond a mercenary's contract. This time, you'll be the criminal. Ah, I see. The man's words, delivered with a sneer, finally made everything click. So that's why they never back down. Fravel is state-run, meaning the head of the mercenary guild must be a high-ranking noble in this country. So they'll protect them? No, that's not it. Fundamentally, no mercenary would risk taking on the state itself to accomplish anything. A mercenary's goal is to use their established position to make money. Therefore, it's only natural that they'd avoid trouble with the state that could cost them their position. But what are you babbling about? My objective is the annihilation of the entire family. Naturally, that includes you lot. If any nobles are involved, I'll make sure they get what's coming to them too. As I said this, I lightly shook the letter I'd received. His face gradually turned pale, and with a look of unease, he began to speak over me in a rush. Kill us. Do you think you can survive by opposing the nation itself? I don't intend to oppose the nation exactly. Still, us. You treat the Lord, your master, rather casually, don't you? It's absolutely unthinkable to lay a hand on Viscount Nogmaya. The relationship between you, the noble Nogmaya, and the Bernard brothers was unclear, but I still haven't seen a single noble reaction in this town. Could you have imprisoned them somewhere else? Or perhaps, being close to them, you have already killed them? I didn't. What the hell are you scheming? See, Captain. Why, you bastard. Luckily, this captain is the incredibly dim-witted type. I can't tell the difference between soldiers and knights, but judging by their skill level, they're probably rank D or C hunters. Still, their arrogance the whole time probably means they hold a strong position in this town. The reason the so-called captain flew into a rage when I cut him down, even though he drew his sword himself, is likely because he's usually the one who cuts people down unilaterally. Like fish on a hook, the men who drew their swords were cut down one after another, 6 in total. Only then did reality sink in. The other soldiers who hadn't drawn their swords began kneeling and surrendering one by one. Seeing them, I felt irritated. However, with the battle starting so suddenly, there hadn't been time to issue a surrender warning. It couldn't be helped. I decided to turn the situation to my advantage. With a broad smile, I made them sign a standard slave contract. After extracting the truth from them, I assigned them the tasks they should have been doing all along. You cannot leave this town. Capture all members of the Bernard family and gather them in the town center. No one is to be killed. With terms this lenient, there were no complaints. I watched their retreating backs as they hurried off to patrol the town. In any case, many non-combatants from their group were still lingering within the town. This was evident from the investigation results, but leaving them be wasn't an option. Someone must find them and hand them over to the country through proper channels so they can be judged. So this is fine. Keeping them alive is the best course of action. They possess adequate strength and know the town well. I let out a deep sigh at the words I was telling myself. This is bad. I don't think I failed to kill them at all. Muttering to myself, as if I were speaking to someone else, I headed out to finish the last cleanup task. I went to the most splendid building situated on the highest hill in the deepest part of the special zone, and to one of the small huts nearby. Chapter 288, Rad Nogmaya. It was a small building that looked like a storage shed and was filled with gardening tools. Stepping inside and sliding the floorboards aside as instructed revealed stairs leading down into the basement. A soldier usually guarded the entrance to this hut. Since the guard was on forced patrol, descending the stairs revealed a cell, and beyond it, a slightly larger room. Though barred, the room was cleaner than expected and furnished with a bed, a desk, and enough furniture for everyday living. There, sitting on the bed and hugging one knee, was a young man. "Hello. When I spoke, he slowly turned his gaze toward me. Ah, I see. He looked to be in his mid-teens, yet he seemed lifeless. His face looked like he'd already given up on life. Well, judging by what the guard said, I suppose it couldn't be helped. I don't recognize you. It's a bit early for lunch, isn't it? Sorry, I'm not here to bring you food. Are you Rad Nogmaya? That's me. Who are you? I've come to decide whether to save or kill you. Give me a moment. Glancing around, I saw it again, the wooden box near the front of the cell. First, I'd need to stow this nuisance out of the way, and then I'd finally be able to see properly. Investigation. Ah, this is probably the truth. This boy is just a victim, and he is white. I'm sorry for bringing back unpleasant memories. Just to confirm, you are the sole survivor of the Nogmaya family, correct? Yes. My father, mother, and brother were all slaughtered. Many of the servants who worked for us had their heads cut off right before our eyes. The ones who killed them were Ash Bernard and Ask Bernard, the older and younger brothers, respectively, correct. There were others in the Bernard group, too. I'm sorry, my memories from that time are hazy, and I don't recall their names. No, it's fine. By the way, do you know why you've been kept alive? To make me a puppet and keep the Nogmaya family line alive, I suppose. I'm bound by slave magic, so I can't even kill myself. If things become inconvenient, I must report to the kingdom that my father and brother, who were blamed, died of illness. Is that so? By the way, if those brothers cast the slave magic, it should have been forcibly removed by now. I killed both Ash and Ask. Clatter, on the expressionless face, on the body as still as if frozen solid. Clearly a fire had been ignited. Is that true? Yes, it is certain. Then I no longer need to lie about my family's deaths. I no longer need to pile up more sins. Tears quietly fell through the gaps between his trembling hands, which covered his face. In a faint, quivering voice, he murmured, "I can finally be at peace." Those words were impossible to easily dismiss. They didn't contradict the truth, revealed by the man calling himself the deputy commander. If the content was exactly as stated, then it must have been an incredibly horrific scene for the boy, who was only in his early teens at the time. But one thing needed to be confirmed and conveyed. After that, whatever he chose to do, he should be free to decide for himself. There's one thing I need to confirm. You haven't left this room once since you were imprisoned about 2 years ago. Is that correct? That's right. Then I'll tell you about the outside as it is now. Until today, this entire town was like a prison, just like this place. Once you entered, only a few could ever leave. Anyone who tried to escape by force had their legs cut off and was locked underground, just like you. I've already rescued them, but honestly, they were treated far worse than you. They were used as playthings for all kinds of human desires, regardless of age or gender. Merchants and hunters alike were exploited, leaving the town in ruins. Yet the nation has dumped all responsibility for these problems onto the late lord, who no longer exists. The Nogmaya family, how utterly pathetic. But strangely, I never heard anyone speak ill of the lord. It really is a strange story. I haven't had much contact with this town, but the inns with fewer customers and the restaurants and stalls with dwindling business. Everyone seemed resigned to this situation as unavoidable. I saw no signs of anger directed at the lord for being unable to improve things. I don't know if it's because the Bernard family was truly that terrifying, or if the lord was simply someone no one ever expected much from. Or perhaps he possessed enough virtue to be forgiven. You don't mince words, do you? This isn't the time for such leisurely talk. The evil lies with the Bernard family, not the Nogmaya family. Besides, it seems the townspeople don't even know your father is dead. That makes sense. Those people needed someone to blame, so they would have concealed the fact of his death as much as possible. Meaning, if you were to step up now, the townspeople would likely follow a new lord. New lord? If we're talking about the Nogmaya bloodline, wouldn't that be you? Your family was killed, but you brought in mercenaries from outside and wiped out the Bernard family. From here on out, you'll be the one leading this town. The script doesn't matter as long as it resonates. What matters is clear change. When that happens, those dissatisfied with the status quo will hope for more. Once results matching those hopes start to appear, the people below will naturally become motivated. I want the town to be vibrant again. Even if people mock it as a small, rural town, I want to bring back the days when we all helped each other. But I have nothing left, no one to serve me and no money to start with. Well, that is certainly a problem. So, shall we try going back to your house first? Hi. Your family home, where Bernard's brother, Ash, lived until this morning. Chapter 289, An Ally Who Knows the Past. Oh, this is quite something. This is the highest point deep within the special zone. Stepping inside the house that Radkun called the main residence, I saw a completely different view from the one at Gorilla Mayer's house. Soaring ceilings, mysteriously wide staircases that gently slope, and wood that radiates an air of luxury, all distinctly different from the ordinary. This was a noble's home. Personally, I still find caves more relaxing, but I decided to take note of it for future reference, letting my eyes gleam. A prison cell, right before my eyes, mother, my eyes and mind have gone haywire. Radkun, this isn't the time for muttering to yourself. First, we need to identify it. All right, I'm ready, I'm prepared. Arad-sama. A maid immediately appeared from the inner door when the door opened, glancing to the side. A woman who used to bring meals. After that. I see. Then, as planned. Understood. I'm sorry, but gather everyone in the mansion immediately. Yes. The maid must be utterly confused. The nobleman, the original occupant, had somehow escaped his cell and appeared here. Even though he had been confined, his status hadn't changed, so she had no choice but to obey. While the maid went to summon everyone, I used investigation and presence detection to track their movements within the mansion. Once everyone had properly gathered in the lobby, Rad took a deep breath and spat out his words as if venting his feelings. I have returned to this house as of today. I expect I will also be inheriting the entire estate. Everyone, I ask for your support. His voice trailed off, but he managed to finish his sentence. In response, what are you saying? This is already Ash-sama's main residence. That's correct. Even if you say you're returning now, Ash-sama would never permit it. Compared to before the Viscount's misfortune, things are far more prosperous now. It would be better to simply leave things as they are. Words of denial came one after another. Upon closer inspection, most of them were young women, clearly chosen for their appearance. Ultimately, it wasn't about better treatment. Ash was simply keeping women he fancied. And while there were quite a few men, too, I believe it would be best for you to continue living in your own residence, Radsama. An old man who looked like a butler wrapped it up with a single sentence, and the atmosphere didn't allow for further discussion. Sai, looks like they're all finished. Just as I thought that, one woman timidly opened her mouth. But Radsama is the legitimate heir, right? Doesn't that mean this house belongs to him too? I don't think permission is necessary. Why, yes. If it was just a matter of hiding until the town calmed down, we had no choice but to accept it. But if you intend to return, it's only natural that Radsama should live in this house. Empowered by those words, a man followed suit, expressing his agreement. They were both among the youngest here and appeared to be about the same age as young Lord Rad. Even though they were all being showered with hateful glances, these kids were tough. Even if I check with the investigation, they will probably react as part of the Bernard gang because they used to serve Ash in this house. Investigation is really only for reference. I shouldn't put too much faith in it. Radkun, how many were there before? 3. Looking around again, I spotted an ant glaring fiercely at the women in the opposing camp. So these are the 3 allies who escaped Ash's purge and remember the past. Keeping the rest around would only cause more discord. If things continue like this, Radkun is more likely to be killed off easily. There's no need to sort this out further. Let's dismiss them here. Nodding to Radkun, the planned bombshell is dropped. Those who can't accept this are dismissed on the spot. Cyril, Anri, and Ravelisan, only you 3 come with me. The servant stared blankly at Rad for a moment. He said this and strode briskly toward the next room. It was a statement they never expected. Only the 3 called by this statement hurriedly followed his retreating back. The other servants, frozen in place, began screaming when they saw the 3 scrambling after him. What are you saying? Ash-sama would never allow this. Exactly. You'll get yourselves killed doing something like this. The insults continued, seemingly oblivious to the difference in status, or rather, they were deluded into thinking that the roles had reversed and that they were favored. The butler-like man spoke up again, his voice low and intimidating. "Are you out of your mind?" The four halted in terror. "I don't intend to kill them here as long as they're valuable, but even so, I immediately stepped between them and Rad. This man alone is problematic. This is less a dismissal and more a warning. By tacitly allowing the murder of the Lord and many others and continuing to shield the criminals, you've proven yourselves to be proper villains. Leave this mansion in 10 seconds and turn yourselves in. If you choose to remain here without confessing your crimes, I'll deem you dangerous and eliminate you myself. And you are. I'm a hunter who happened to pass through this town." Ahem. As the countdown progressed, the butler narrowed his eyes, studying my reaction. I gave him a hint. After all, I'm just an unarmed boy with no equipment whatsoever. Then he'll probably come. 10 seconds remaining. Execution. What could a mere D-rank hunter possibly do? It happened in an instant. He closed the distance in a single step and lunged to punch my gut with a burst of energy, so I grabbed his arm and twisted it. Ha! His body rotated with the twist. Then, he launched a sharp kick at my head. I grabbed his ankle with my free hand, and a knife shot out from the tip of his foot. Whoa, this old man is really pretty damn dangerous. He's fast and strong too, but that's about it. I've got him pinned anyway. If I'm careful not to wreck the house, this might work out. Those watching my movements have already seen the black magic power. Hiding it now would be pointless. Decomposition magic power 500. NNGGICH. As I dissolved the ankle I was gripping with my left hand, I could feel it shrinking gradually. Perhaps because the skin was soft, it dissolved faster than the stone I'd experimented with before. Could the opponent's defense or my own intelligence be a factor? Though it was still a developing skill, I realized that it was far more practical than using the disappearance effect of spatial magic on moving humans, at least for causing partial damage. Snap, having reached the bone, I snapped it off. Casually looking at the leg, it gradually started to look like an axe. How strange. If you wield a weapon, you must be prepared to have it taken from you and used against you. Dying from being stabbed by your own leg, that's pretty novel, isn't it? This can't be. Ash-sama, what on earth? Everyone's already dead, you know. That's why Radkun came back. Hi. I forgot to mention it. Sorry. Gah. You have acquired hidden weapon technique, LV1. You have acquired hidden weapon technique, LV2. You have acquired hidden weapon technique, LV3. Assassination technique has been unlocked. You have acquired etiquette, LV5. You have acquired negotiation, LV6. You have acquired minds, ILV5. And thanks for your hard work. Chapter 290, Readiness to Accept. Hidden weapon technique. Or whatever, I don't know who that old guy is, but he's awesome. I wiped the blood-soaked floor with a big grin after acquiring a new skill. I didn't break anything, but my clumsy technique left the floor pretty filthy. What would have been the best move back then? Should I have electrocuted them with lightning magic, or drowned them with water magic? I'm still way too limited in my skill range and adaptability. There's a lot to learn, even from villains. I need to keep honing my skills. Loki Dono, you really didn't have to go that far. Why yes, you saved this house, so we should be the ones doing this much. Radkun and the stout lady, Revelisan, said that, but I immediately shook my head. No, there was a problem with how I handled the cleanup. You won't learn unless you face the consequences of your mistakes. By the way, where are the bodies, including those you took care of outside earlier? I've collected all the bodies, including those around town. They'd be quite a shock to most people, hunters aside. All right, that should do it. Radkun is still communicating with his mother in some mysterious way, but I need to get back to base soon to check my new skills and loot. I urge him to hurry up as I push him toward the various rooms inside the mansion. The mansion naturally looked completely different compared to when Radkun was here. As a token of thanks, I proceeded to store all the unnecessary personal belongings, like the woman in the cage and the inexplicably overpowered butler, emptying rooms entirely. I'd already taken the magic recovery potion. Storing hundreds of corpses was nothing. I could handle much more. Collecting skills was fun, of course, but this kind of loot recovery was exhilarating. I couldn't stop feeling excited. After searching all the rooms, I still couldn't find the money I was looking for. So, I went back one last time to the room Ash used most. According to Ravelisan, Almost all the furniture and furnishings here had been replaced with high-quality items. But even so, it's ordinary. There was no sign of a safe in the room, and the investigation didn't pick up any suspicious reactions. There are other buildings within the special zone, but would he really hide it somewhere he never goes? It doesn't seem likely that a man as cunning as he is, who doesn't consider his own comrades as such, wouldn't keep a large sum of money within his reach. Radkun, there aren't any more rooms in this mansion, right? Absolutely not. Unless they built new rooms while I was imprisoned, but if they'd done that, we would have noticed. We worked here every day. Exactly, this room is still the most suspicious. Besides the furnishings, is there anything else that seems unusual from a noble's perspective? Well then. Radkun scanned the room desperately, trying to find something. His face clearly showed signs of panic. He genuinely didn't know, and failing to find it would cause him the most problems. No matter how much he wanted to inherit the estate, he could do nothing without money. Ash should have paid last year's taxes to the country, impersonating either my father or brother. So it must exist. The money has to be somewhere. Excuse me. Amidst this, Anri, the woman who had initially shielded Radkun, raised her voice sharply and extended her right hand with a sharp snap. It's more like a feeling that something is off. Wasn't the old office on the 3rd floor? Yes, Father's room was on the 3rd floor, right, so this is the 2nd floor. Did you hear why it was moved? I heard someone mention that it was a hassle to go upstairs every time. Maybe he's in charge of outdoor work. I pondered the words of young Cyril, whose body was covered in grass. However, I couldn't help feeling that they offered no real clues. The reason itself is understandable enough. If the 3rd floor were replaced by the 1st floor, I'd understand the logic. But if it's just the 2nd floor, the environment hasn't changed much. Rooms are on all sides, top and bottom, with no odd gaps. This actually proves that it's impossible to build a hidden room. Physically, there's nowhere to carve into the walls. Outside the window is a grassy, wooded slope. Even I, a hole-digging specialist, see nothing amiss. Even if you dug a hole, it'd be incredibly difficult unless you had flight. If the window and slope were closer together, I might suggest a secret cavity in that space. However, with over 10 meters between them, that's definitely out of the question. If it were closer to the ground, Have you seen Ash carry a leather pouch stuffed with money back to his room? Plenty of times. Yes. He held it very carefully. Have you ever seen him take money out of it? Now that you mention it, I haven't. Me neither. I haven't seen him do that either. That's why he chose the 2nd floor over the 3rd. If that range is accessible by jumping, then going down to the 2nd floor makes sense. Without thinking, I jumped out the window and landed outside. Looking around, I saw that only Ash's room, where he'd moved, had a large bathtub directly below it. There was no window there. If the premise was that no one would see him, then this also makes sense. This meant that he couldn't move freely left or right, where there were windows, and he couldn't stray far from the building. The only place he could hide was near his feet. Looking at the ground, I saw no conspicuous weeds, just soil resembling sand, seemingly devoid of nutrients. Recalling old games where hidden staircases were often found behind buildings like this one, I swept the soil away with wind magic. Haha, retro game knowledge comes in handy sometimes. I couldn't help but shout to the 4 people leaning out of the 2nd floor window. Hidden room found. The construction was simple. I understood it instantly because I tend to build things that resemble what I know well. The hidden room was beyond a wooden cover that appeared once enough soil had been cleared away. I illuminated the slanted hole with magic as I advanced and entered a space enclosed by stone walls. It was positioned beneath a cliff where the slope continued. However, it wasn't a structure that could be reached by simply digging sideways into the slope. Ash had his staff, and he had likely used his earth magic to create this secret space known only to him. I don't dislike things like that at all. At the same time, I kept noticing little things in common with Ash, which made me frown involuntarily. The reactions of the 4 beside me varied. Well now, this is quite a sight. Rad-sama, it's dazzling. There are things besides money. Has that man taken this much? From surprise to excitement to curiosity to anger, no emotion felt out of place here. This space was extraordinary. The 16-square-meter room was filled with stone boxes lined up in rows. Inside each box, every visible space was tightly packed with vast amounts of money. There were large gold coins, and silver coins, each type neatly separated. There was even a box filled with platinum coins. This side is all money, huh? This side is precious metals. But this is a substantial amount. Who could they have taken it from? Thinking about it now wouldn't yield an answer. Peering inside, they saw that the contents were pure ornaments, dominated by jewels of various colors. Because they weren't things one saw often, their brilliance was dazzling. But that was all. Other than that, only the aforementioned barrier magic tools were placed there. They radiated a strong presence. There was likely a reason they could only carry small, valuable items. But what about the book and high-grade materials I sought? And the magic gems I would have negotiated for if they had been there? None to be found. Looks like there aren't any hidden rooms beyond this either. I guess that's it, huh? Yes, I can't even begin to guess the total. But with assets like these, there should be more than enough to fund the town's reconstruction. I can't thank you enough for finding this place, Loki Dono. Now, about the distribution of this gold. Don't worry about that. The real hard part starts now, after all. It was just a casual remark, but it must have been incredibly unexpected. Not only Radkun, but the three servants as well wore expressions of shock. For a second I thought, is that really so strange? But this money is basically savings accumulated by squeezing and collecting from the townspeople, so most of it belongs to the town anyway. I came here because I saw the request for 30 million beak. On top of that, I'm taking everything from the rooms of the dead servants, literally everything, no sorting involved. So I don't feel like I'm losing out at all. If I want something, I'll demand it without hesitation. However, I'm not interested in ordinary jewelry or decorative items. And no, that's not right, is it? Yes, I'm on Radsama's side, but that's still a bit much. Isn't it just too convenient for us? Yes, if it weren't for Loki-san, we would never have found this place. But even before that, Radsama would still be locked up in the basement, wouldn't he? Something feels off. Why am I the one getting the accusing looks? I have no idea how much it costs to run the town, and in this situation, there's no way I could just say, well, then I'll take about 10% for now. No matter how you look at it, the four of them can't manage this alone. They'll need money to hire a lot of people from now on. This is like repaying kindness with ingratitude. At least 20%? No, 30%. No, if the town stays in shambles, I'll feel bad too. So how about this? Right now, cash is the most convenient for anything, right? Well, yes, I suppose so. Then, like with the rooms in this mansion, would it be okay for me to recover assets held by other villains, too? For example, the personal belongings from the house the younger brother Ask lived in, or the contents of the confiscated and transported warehouse. I don't think I can be that proactive about the town itself, since there's no time. If it's just stuff, I don't mind, but won't converting it to cash be a hassle? You don't get it, Radkun. The hassle is the real thrill. Handing over cash would be boring, wouldn't it? Yes. Everyone's clearly scratching their heads. But if you're an MMO fan, you'd probably agree with me. The idea of a player retiring and handing over their entire fortune, just thinking about it makes my heart race. Well, just imagining it, as a solo player, I didn't have a single acquaintance like that. After that, we returned to the mansion, and I told them what the soldiers were doing in town. I told them that the non-combatant members of the gang were still hiding in town. I told them that the soldiers had been made into slaves and were searching for and gathering them. I also told them that the soldiers and the town guards had switched sides to the villains. So first, we need to deal with the soldiers. Having absolutely no fighting force is definitely a problem. For now, I'll give you the slave master, Radkun. My ignorance is unforgivable. Is that even possible? Well, it doesn't mean they're completely restricted in their actions. I think it's reasonable to set conditions such as do not harm the master, protect the town of Guinea, and search for the remnants. Also, the Hunter Guild seems willing to help, so I'll ask the guild master for assistance. Truly, I'm sorry for everything. Not at all. The enslavement is only temporary. Besides, there are things I want you to handle instead, Radkun. What kind of things? Dealing with the remnants we're gathering in the center. You will be in charge of that task as the new lord. I see, right. Understood. I deliberately didn't ask how he planned to handle it. Asking would only stir up an unnecessary desire, and this heat really needed to cool down first. That's how I felt. I told him I'd show my face again sometime, then proceeded to pack everything inside the buildings in the special zone, everything except what seemed to have originally belonged to this house. There was also a house for the soldiers. I packed everything in there too, leaving only the bare essentials. Keeping them alive was just a fluke. They were definitely going to be executed anyway. As for the 4 large warehouses, Radkun will be responsible for cremating the bodies there. Upon retrieval, I dumped the scoundrels' corpses right here. I stripped everything of value, money, potions, and armor, and placed perishable food like meat in a separate warehouse away from the corpses. There's a huge amount of cat meat, for instance. It won't help to recover it since there's no way they'll eat it. If this ended up as the town's emergency food supply, that would be a real problem. Then, while rewriting the soldiers' slave contracts, I paid a visit to the gang's house that was caught by the investigation. I pulled out those hiding under the bedding and, naturally, stored everything in the house. I didn't store the place where the presumed white family was, but I repeated this process until the contract rewrites for all the soldiers were complete. At dusk, with my magic barely recovered, I headed to the Hunter Guild. The Mercenary Guild's request had been completed, and Radkun was the sole survivor of the Nogmaya family. Nevertheless, it seemed they were moving forward with rebuilding the town, so I asked them to lend a hand. To confirm, the guild now only has white members, including Horace-san, and they seem unusually motivated. This should improve the situation. That wraps up the job. Finally, I stopped by the town center to see the remnants of the gang that had gathered there. There were already over 50 people, partly because they had been forcibly brought there. 4 soldiers stood guard, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. The onlookers were also wondering why people had been gathered there. From their common traits, the onlookers were probably beginning to guess the reason. If word got out, they might come out of hiding and start a witch hunt right then and there. The gathered remnants seemed to understand this too. Some broke down crying the moment they saw me. Haha, it's like I'm the villain here. Well, I'm not doing anything I dislike, so maybe they're not entirely wrong. I kill people en masse and revel in imagining the consequences without a shred of regret. I'm only tolerated because I target scoundrels. What I do is no longer the act of a sane person, though. Frankly, I didn't come here to save this town. I came because the spoils of war looked tasty. At this point, my thinking is anything but virtuous. Excuse me. I turned toward the voice and saw a familiar boy standing with a woman who must be his mother. His legs trembled slightly from fear, yet he clenched his fists and stared straight at me. I am sorry you had to save me. I'm so sorry for saying such awful things. Hearing this, I slowly closed my eyes once more. It must have taken tremendous courage for this boy to say that, but there's no need to apologize now. Don't worry about it. In the end, a lot of scum got eliminated. After all, what I do is kill people. Hi. Besides, your words kind of woke me up, or rather, helped me make up my mind. So honestly, I'm actually grateful. What do you mean? If you can reflect on your actions and apologize, you'll surely grow into a good adult. Don't become a villain, okay? With those words, I disappeared into the crowd. From now on, I probably won't need to hide my black magic power in public any more than necessary. Reactions vary. Some people, like Radkun and the others, clearly saw it but didn't seem to care. Others reacted with caution or kept their distance. However, hesitating to use my power when I need to and losing something because of it is far more frightening. I'll use it when necessary and accept the consequences. If they judge me as a monster and attack, then I'll simply judge them as enemies and defeat them. There are people who truly understand, and that's enough. With that in mind, I teleported back to base. Chapter 291, The Future. Carla, forget about dismantling for now. Head to the warehouse. Hi. Zio2, forget woodworking. Head to the warehouse. What? Lodge, you're already here, so you're good. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Back at base, I immediately called the 3 people who were already at their usual spots and told them to gather. I brought back a mountain of loot, so everyone helped sort it. In return, you can take whatever you want, as much as you want. Who? So, you finished that guild request. Even if you say we can take it, it depends on the loot, right? Phew foo foo. Let's start with the easy stuff to sort. Equipment first. As I took things out of the storage, a mountain of equipment and melted metal piled up near Lodge's workshop area. What the hell is this? Just counting pieces, there's gotta be over 1,000. Feel free to melt down the crappy stuff. Oh, and set aside any daggers that might be useful for dismantling. Awesome. There's some common metal armor here. Did you fight some soldiers? Ah, some soldiers were involved in some shady business. I took care of them. HMPH not bad. Is it really okay to go through the mercenary guild? Normally, you'd avoid getting the country involved, right? It's fine, you know. They won't chase me this far, and most importantly, I have the new lord's full permission. The lord. Lodge was already panicking, but I'd leave him be for now. The next obvious thing was probably this. On the opposite side of the supply warehouse, where various monster materials are stored, I started dumping out the massive haul of confiscated materials. The magic stones are overflowing from the wooden boxes, but they have a use, so that's fine. But what should I do with the huge piles of cat materials and mushrooms? For now, I've dumped them out, but the only way I can think to deal with them is to sell them all to Orgusan. Hey, are they all the same monsters? Yeah, the town of Guinea only has one hunting ground. Some are skinned, while others are left whole. Put the ones that need dismantling over there. Jaya, sorry. Just hold on a second. These mushrooms should keep pretty well. Should I move them to the food storage area near the cliff? Then I'll sort the cats. You handle that, Zio. Carla busily carried materials that needed dismantling to the dismantling area, while those that did not need dismantling were piled up in a corner of the warehouse. After that, I distributed the loot one by one, getting everyone to work at full force. This is alcohol, a huge amount. There's also an insane amount of food, but I'm not familiar with this world's cuisine. I'll leave the food to Zio. Then, I'll have everything edible moved to the food storage. And this is clothing. Seriously, way too much. Whoa, wait, isn't there a lot of women's clothing too? Of course there is. I collected everything I could find. You filthy bastard. Whoa, you collected underwear too. You're quite the one, aren't you? No, I didn't pick them up on purpose. Oh, and furniture, there's a ton of that too, it's crazy. The mirror. This is good. There's a bed that looks good and seems to be good quality. If there are this many desks, I'll just turn them into workbenches. Go ahead, take as many as you want. 1 hour later. This is pretty awful, huh? A sight I cannot tolerate. I can't tell what's what with this mess. Why did you bring back such a ridiculous amount of stuff? As always, Carla's words stabbed straight through my heart. Well, if it's free, I want it. It's a cheapskate mentality, but that's just how it is. Plus, it gives off a it's over vibe, but the storage space is nowhere near full yet. There are probably several times more than what's visible now, hidden in secret pockets. I'm not even aware of some of the things being stored. Given that, this calls for a fundamental overhaul. Guess I have no choice. What? Seeing Carla's bewildered expression, I flash a suspicious grin. I'd like to start building a new structure right now. Section, by the time the sun had fully set. I floated in midair and surveyed the entire structure. I nodded deeply, impressed with my own creation. It might be a bit niche, but since Carla was moving around like crazy, I knew everyone would like it. The problem with the materials warehouse was obvious. The ceiling was far too high and completely wasted space. Even Zio's shelves only went up about 2 meters, leaving the space above completely empty. So, I finally implemented an idea I'd toyed with in the past. The result was a 10-story building, which I suspect is quite rare in this world. Using earth magic, I erected numerous tall stone pillars, each 5 meters high, and placed massive stone slabs on top of them. Repeating this process was surprisingly straightforward. However, there are no stairs. Making something like that is too difficult, so there aren't any. That's why it's for experts. I gradually made the stone slabs shorter so that only the warehouse entrance has a clear view to the ceiling. Whether or not you can jump 5 meters from there, or if you can teleport, this design lets you go to the next floor. Zio and I had no problem, and Carla easily cleared it with a normal jump. Even the shaky lodge could climb up by grabbing onto things thanks to the power level effect. Surprisingly, you can manage in this otherworldly building, even without stairs. First floor, forge, monster material warehouse, firewood storage, temporary material storage. Second floor, dedicated monster material warehouse. Third floor, all clothing and daily necessities. Fourth floor, general furniture and magic tools. Fifth floor, undecided. Sixth floor, undecided. Seventh floor, undecided. Eighth floor, armor storage, nobody uses. Ninth floor, artifacts nobody cares about, art objects and miscellaneous items. 10th floor, storage for things to dry / Carla's villa. Annex inside the cliff. Refrigerated food storage. I have no idea why I'm doing this when I have plenty of land to spare. But I'm grinning like an idiot while making a wooden floor guide sign, so if it's fun, that's good enough. Put this near the warehouse entrance, I said. Satisfied with the result, I headed to the upper plateau. I called out to Alicia and Felon, who were peering into a large pot over the fire. Hello. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Did everything go smoothly? Of course, I brought back some souvenirs. Is everyone down yet? Rhea and Rist are probably still building their homes. Feral and Wriggle are in the bath. All right, I'll go get them. Take your time, okay? While waiting, I peeked into the pot. Inside were large chunks of meat, the white fat of which stood out prominently as it rolled around. What on earth are they doing with this? Hey, is this for dinner? Well, you could eat it, but we're actually melting it down to see if we can get some preservative oil. Whoa, wait. This meat isn't from a local monster, is it? Apparently, Wriggle was attacked by a regular boar today, so she caught it. Ah, I see. The monsters around here are mostly muscle and not very fatty. But boar fat has. Honestly, I'd never even heard of it when I lived in Japan. Lard comes from pigs, and chicken or beef fat is pretty standard, too. But is boar fat actually any good? Is that something people normally eat in this world? It seems to be used in cooking. It's also sometimes used as a medicinal lotion for the skin. Oh, well, that sounds exciting. You're getting more and more knowledgeable. Since I can't move around, I have to gather knowledge from memory and share it with everyone. They're becoming more and more like a goddess. They're wearing this incredibly smug look that makes me want to ask what they've been doing all this time. But if they're trying hard, I guess it doesn't matter what kind of face they make. And then, here, these are souvenirs for everyone. Hi. Liquor. Ah, this is cheese. Once everyone had gathered around, I pulled out the cheese and liquor that had been stored at Ash's house. The liquor, especially just from the smell, felt different from before. It was probably distilled spirits, like brandy, which I'd barely touched. Yeah, the stuff the gang boss had. Lodge is more about quantity than quality, you see. Honestly, it all looked fancy, bottled up like that. It shouldn't be a problem to share a few bottles with the gods. As I watched, Alicia, Rhea, and Felon all had weird looks on their faces, while Rist and Feral nodded contentedly. Rill was laughing and chugging it down. That elf god definitely doesn't know what it tastes like. Loki-kun, you look weird too. Know this, it's a bit too strong, This is dangerous for my body. While I can still speak normally, I'll report today's results and outcomes. The town cleanup is mostly finished. The Lord was killed, but his youngest son is working hard to rebuild. We've converted the warehouse on the lower plateau and stocked up on most daily necessities. If anyone wants something, please get it through Alicia. There's also an excessive amount of food in the food storage area, so I want them to eat it all before it spoils. Since Felon and Rill are motivated, I think the excess will decrease. But if there's still too much left over, it's fine to sell whatever can be sold to the Guineer Hunters Guild. If I sell to them, the goods will circulate within the town, right? Now, on to the main point. Well, a lot happened today. I've been thinking that maybe I shouldn't hide this black magic any more than necessary. Are you sure that's okay? Alicia wasn't the only one who looked confused. The words had just slipped out. Still, I nodded deeply. If I force myself to hide it, I feel like I'll forget something important someday. There were many things I could have done before now, but didn't because of this black magic. Take the Varakin battle I once participated in, for example. Even back then, with scum like Fidel and the others, if I hadn't tried to hide my black magic, I might have been able to defeat them before the melee fighters suffered such heavy casualties. I still regret that I could have handled at least one or two of them before they became casualties. This time, too, I unleashed Heaven's Thunder, assuming my dark magic would be seen, which is why the town's damage should be limited to minor injuries. As I retreated, I finished off the stragglers, but I probably didn't manage to kill every last scoundrel present. I fired several Heavenly Thunder bolts at once. If they were outside the range of my investigation, I wouldn't be able to tell if they were dead or alive. Had I hesitated, climbed down from the stone wall, and tried to take them out one by one, who knows what would have happened? As far as I know, the only one with black magic right now is Zio-san down there. You understand that, right? Of course. Thanks to that, I was mistaken for a monster for the first time today. I expect this will happen again. Are you okay with that, Loki-kun? Felon's words made me pause for a moment. It's not that I mind, but I'm used to that kind of look. Besides, there are people who understand. True, I don't think you can hide it forever. Yeah, exactly. With witnesses this time, it's bound to spread at least a little. Come on, I didn't come here to talk about such gloomy stuff. More importantly, there's an interesting magic tool among the spoils. I have no idea what'll happen next. Eventually, though, the fact that I'm a foreign element in this world will be exposed and gradually spread. When that time comes, what will my position be? For now, all I can do is try not to think about it too deeply. Chapter 292, Current Position. Name, Loki Yuto Mamiya, Salesman, Level 60. Remaining skill points, 121. Magic Power, 5734, 5734, 684, plus 5050. Strength, 2276, 370 plus 1906. Intelligence, 2048, 371, plus 1057 Gargoyle, plus 620. Defense, 2046, 364, plus 995 Varakan, plus 687. Magic Defense, 1639, 354 plus 1285. Agility, 1500, 364 plus 937 Winged Dragon, plus 199. Skill, 1953, 363 plus 1590. Luck, 1093, 364 plus 729. Blessing, none. Title, King Antslayer. Acquired skills, Combat and Tactics Skill, Swordsmanship, Dagger Technique, Stick Art, Martial Arts, Staff Technique, Shieldmanship LV5, Archery LV6, Axe Technique LV6, Spearmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6, Scythe Technique LV6, Throwing Technique LV5, Hidden Weapon Technique LV3, Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV7, Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV5, Two-Handed Weapons LV4, Dual Wielding LV2, Command LV5, Encouragement LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Range Increase LV1. Magic System Skills, Fire Magic LV7, Lightning Magic LV8, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV7, Ice Magic LV6, Light Magic LV5, Dark Magic LV6, Non-Attribute Magic LV8, Healing Magic LV5, Barrier Magic LV1, Spatial Magic LV6, Time Magic LV5, Magic Manipulation LV6, Magic Detection LV6, Abbreviated Chanting LV5, Activation Standby LV2, Magic Range Increase LV2. Job System Skills, Construction LV5, Mining LV6, Logging LV6, Hunting LV7, Dismantling LV7, Cooking LV7, Farming LV7, Fishing LV5, Tailoring LV5, Fine Arts LV4, Drawing LV4, Crafting LV4, Processing LV5, Animal Husbandry LV6, Foraging LV5, Conversation LV6, Housekeeping LV7, Negotiation LV6, Music Performance LV3, Pharmacology LV4, Etiquette LV5, Dance LV3, Singing LV4, Sculpting LV1, Animal Training LV2, Alchemy LV2, Brewing LV4, Gardening LV1. Daily Life System Skills, Jumping LV6, Flying LV8, Voice Amplification LV5, Different Language Comprehension LV8, Arithmetic LV5, Memorization LV5, Keen Hearing LV4, Concealment LV8, Writing LV7, escape LV6, presence detection LV7, stealthy movement LV5, trap creation LV6, trap disarming LV6, vision enlargement LV6, investigation LV6, farsight LV6, night vision, swiftness LV6, appraisal LV4, mind's eye LV5, magic power transfer LV3, trap detection LV2, bestow LV1, swimming technique LV2, beast speech understanding LV1, pure passive system skills, increased automatic magic power recovery LV7, increased maximum magic power LV7, physical attack resistance LV6, magic defense resistance LV4, steel heart LV5, superhuman strength LV7, calm mind LV6, unbreakable strength LV7, swift wind LV6, special move, good luck LV5, magic seal LV4, poison resistance LV8, paralysis resistance LV4, sleep resistance LV4, charm resistance LV2, fire resistance LV8, water resistance LV7, dark resistance LV6, lightning resistance LV6, ice resistance LV5, earth resistance LV4, wind resistance LV6, other special, divine communication LV2, map making LV4, soul armor LV3, oracle LV1, slave magic LV4, other monsters usable, bite LV8, digging LV8, photosynthesis LV6, physical defense up LV4, sleepy eyes LV3, claw technique LV8, insight LV4, stomp LV7, call to assembly LV7, hardening LV6, acid resistance LV8, status abnormality, resistance up LV7, roar LV6, charge LV7, whirlwind LV6, forced awakening LV9, enhanced sense of smell LV4, flame breath LV6, ignition LV6, white fire LV1, hellfire pillar LV5, scorching breath LV5, devour LV6, decomposition LV3, absorption LV3, ice breath LV6, stone eye LV7, physical attack power increase LV6, petrification resistance increase LV6, immobility LV6, shockwave LV6, terrain resistance LV4, water circling LV5, mirror water LV4, other monsters unusable, spore LV5, mutification LV5, resonance LV7, sticky thread LV4, shed skin LV3, acid liquid LV7, mimicry LV6, vaporization LV8, poison mist LV5, combination LV8, separation LV8, firetail LV5, final scream LV7, phantom LV8, shadow walking LV6, earthbind LV6, attribute change LV7, faceless water spear LV5. At the secret base within the cliff, I sat alone in a chair with my eyes closed, checking my skill acquisition status and the extent of my stat increases. There was no doubt that I had improved many skills overall this time as well. I obtained two-handed weapons from the younger brother, Ask, and hidden weapon techniques from the mysterious butler. Additionally, I acquired skills such as beast speech understanding and animal training from the coachman I encountered early on. These are skills that you wouldn't easily acquire just by defeating bandits. Therefore, being able to pick up even a few of these skills felt significant. Beyond that, I gained several new job-related skills, including alchemy, which I obtained from the woman I forcibly recalled with provocation. From Ash, I acquired skills suited for a ranged role, plus appraisal and slave magic. Through accumulated experience, my investigation level has risen steadily, all of which has contributed to my growth. But, looking at the actual stat increases, though, I couldn't help but mutter, is this all I get after taking down 2 ranked players and hundreds of scoundrels? The results were lower than expected. The average increase for each stat was around 200. Even magic power, the stat I most wanted to boost, only increased by about 100 despite being relatively easy to raise. I knew this day would come. I guess I just have to accept it as proof that I've grown that much. The reason was clear. The skills with high possession rates among bandits had already been raised to high enough levels. Mere street thugs like these wouldn't raise my skill levels properly anymore. It was the same as hunting thousands of F-rank or E-rank monsters and not growing stronger. Still, there's potential growth with the occasional low possession rate skill, or with skills that are still at low levels. But the dream bonus time, when a flashy announcement plays upon defeating bandits, ends around here. From now on, slaying groups of 30 petty criminals yields no growth. Occasionally, a rare monster will be among them, and the results will have me cheering or sighing. I suppose this kind of progression will become the norm. Even so, I still hate them, so I'll keep slashing through that sort of scum. I absolutely love rare drop hunting, too. If I'm thinking about my own growth, I'd rather hunt monsters and villains ranked A or higher. I inevitably arrive at this conclusion. Opponents of that level of strength, whether they're Ask or Ash, aren't a problem. Of course, they're not foes I can let my guard down against. Unless they used a special attack method to which I was extremely vulnerable, I couldn't see a future in which I got beaten. Ash is ranked 25th among domestic mercenaries in Freyville. Then, objectively speaking, I assess my own standing. If things go well domestically, I'm in the single digits. Even conservatively, I'm around 10th place. But the all-rankers, who don't show themselves publicly, are still out of reach. Above them are certain reincarnated individuals, like Han-san and the hero Takuya, who are far above the clouds. That's probably about where I stand right now, so how should I move forward? Knock, knock, knock. I tapped the armrest of my chair with my fingers while my thoughts raced. It depends on tomorrow's report and its results, I suppose. But I'll conclude based on the premise that I can probably achieve it. From here, I need to steadily improve my abilities while focusing on efficiently encountering high-quality, yet manageable opponents. Figuring out how to create those opportunities might be a good way to increase my options. I guess I'll just try becoming one, a ranker. Chapter 293, Ranker Application. The next day, I temporarily visited the town of Litrpg due to various circumstances. When I handed the mission completion certificate to the lady from the mercenary guild who had taught me a lot, she froze the moment she saw its contents. Miss. Is this real? And why are you here? Litrpg is at the northernmost tip of Freyville, while Guinea is in the southwest. I totally get why she'd wonder why I'd go out of my way to bring the job completion certificate here. It's genuine. The mercenary guild in Guinea has fallen into the hands of the Bernard brothers, and all the members have been captured by local soldiers. No way, I thought. Sorry, but that's the situation, huh? Ideally, I would have handled the paperwork in Guinea, where they are familiar with the situation in the town. But when I went this morning, the mercenary guild was deserted. The enslaved soldiers were bragging about capturing everyone, so there's nothing I can do now. Maybe it was beyond this lady's capacity to handle. After being led to the private room, I was made to wait a while. Instead, a strangely smartly dressed older man came out. Unlike the Hunter Guild's guildmaster, he gave off a merchant vibe, definitely not a combat type. I'm Oswell, the manager of the Litrpg branch. I've heard much about you. Nice to meet you. Wait, huh? I hear you possess remarkable teleportation skills. Apparently, you've been quite the handful in quoits, too. Who the hell is leaking my info? I thought about it, but I'm called a monster at the dismantling site. I'm also constantly watched by other hunters in the hunting grounds. It's impossible to pinpoint who it is. This is just what I deserve. This request is complete upon presentation of this completion certificate. Would you like the bounty paid now? Yes, that would be helpful, but that's rather abrupt, isn't it? The certificate is official, and the person undertaking the request is deemed capable. There's no room for doubt. Is that all? It feels awkward, but I'm actually grateful that someone leaked the information. It seems like I'm gaining trust without even knowing it. Just one thing to confirm. What is it? Why did you accept this request? With all due respect, considering your estimated income as a hunter, I can't imagine you'd find a bounty of this level particularly appealing. So, I was wondering if there might be some other reason. I don't know the exact time frame, but it was a request that no one who could complete it in under a year had even considered. I figured people would wonder why I got involved. But I never expected them to be so direct, well, whatever. Simply because it piqued my interest. Interest, you say? 2 former rankers dominating an entire town. That's a level of dominance I've never seen before. Wouldn't that spark your curiosity? Just how capable are the people orchestrating this, and how exactly are they maintaining control? I can understand that sentiment. But wouldn't one ordinarily weigh the rewards against the risks before deciding whether to act? Of course, I acted because I judged it would be profitable. There's the hassle of converting it to cash, but with a large-scale operation, there are often plenty of spoils beyond just the bounty. I see. Understood, thank you. Under no circumstances would I say it was just a side interest. Saying that could imply low monetary ambition and potentially affect future rewards. Perhaps sensing my intent, Oswell-san offered me a strangely shaped, translucent pebble with a broad smile. Given your skill, Loki-san, I expect you'll receive direct commission requests in the future. You don't seem to have one yet, but please wear this in your bangle. Is this a resonant stone? Exactly. Only when a direct commission request is made will the resonant stone glow softly for a full day. I see, that's quite a long time. Where should I go if it glows? All designated requests are managed exclusively by the Central Mercenary Guild in the royal capital, Grayzell. Regional guilds don't receive information about closed designated requests, so please be mindful of that. Understood. Since I haven't been to the royal capital yet, I'll confirm the location as soon as possible. Also, I, Oswell, will recommend you for the Fravel Domestic Mercenary rankings. I will submit your registration application, Loki-san. Is that acceptable? You mean that thing on the ranking board, right? Yes, if your achievements are lacking, your name won't be known. You must make a name for yourself through the rankings. Otherwise, you won't receive many commission requests. Well, that makes sense. Since I'm not from this country, only parts of Rasperia and Guinea know about me. That makes perfect sense, I thought, nodding deeply. Rankings are updated quarterly, 4 times a year. Although it may not be reflected immediately based on this result, we'll review your ranking, Loki-san. It should be updated within 2 months at the latest. Understood. Just to confirm, is it possible to apply for registration without being included in the ranking? That's highly unlikely. Completing that troublesome request, which had been left unresolved for over a year, carries significant weight. Above all, you took on not just 2 rankers, formerly 25th and 38th, but an entire organization, the Bernard family. But, I can't guarantee the exact ranking. It's not just about individual combat strength. Past achievements and request completion rates are also taken into account. Defeating the former number 25 doesn't automatically mean you'll rank higher. It's not that simple. That's fine. I'm not that fixated on the ranking anyway. Besides, I won't be basing my activities out of Fravel going forward. This is just an experiment to see what happens when I become a ranker. If it means receiving great commission requests, then I'll energetically pursue ranking in other countries as well. That's all it is. After confirming a few other minor details and receiving 30 platinum coins, something I hadn't seen in quite some time, my business was done. Deciding that now would be the perfect time to leave Rasperia, I began flying eastward, a direction where mapping progress was completely stagnant. Section. Olia, the receptionist at the Rasperia branch of the Mercenary Guild, frowned when she saw Oswell return with light steps. The cause was clearly that boy. She knew that, but was it really such a big deal that it made the ever-present crease between his eyebrows disappear? Admittedly, from the branch's perspective, completing the nation's longest-standing unpopular request and reporting it in this town was a significant achievement. Guild Master, is it really good news? The question slipped out before she could stop it. In an instant, the familiar deep frown returned to his brow. Such a question arises because you do not understand that boy's true purpose. What do you mean? I believed that request had a purpose beyond money. Only someone who could see beyond that would accept it. Meaning, don't you see, it's about connections. Although small, the town also serves as the provincial capital. Saving a town like that naturally builds ties with the Lord. Simply put, he's done the nobility a favor. I see. That boy wasn't fixated on the surface bounty. He saw it far ahead and judged it lucrative. Not only is he strong in combat, but he's also intelligent. Truly a rare talent. She sort of understood what he meant. But why is the guild master so pleased? Sighing deeply at Olia, who still tilted her head in confusion, Oswell continued his explanation. Still don't get it. That boy actively seeks connections with nobles. That makes him perfectly suited for mercenary work. Give him money and status, and he'll likely become a lapdog for the country and its nobles. Well, the mercenary guild does seem to want people like that, doesn't it? Fufu ahaha, that look of his. He hasn't obtained a resonance stone yet, let alone become a ranker in other countries. Judging by his appearance, he's probably a pure-blooded hunter from the eastern lands aiming for A rank. I'm the one recommending him. I unearthed an incredible raw talent. With this, my reputation will. With a cold gaze fixed on Oswell's back as he continued laughing loudly at the wall, Olia recalled the former Bernard brothers and that boy. During their active days as mercenaries, both the elder brother, Ash, and the younger brother, Ask, had based themselves in Risperia. Back then, they were merely party companions, but as A-rank hunters, they hunted in quoits while also handling VIP protection contracts for the guild. Olia had handled their affairs even then while working as a receptionist. Ash was a man of few words, yet she remembered him as sincere in his work. She wondered whether he could become a convenient pawn for the nation. Thinking about it, Olia couldn't help but feel that the boy didn't seem like the type to become a dog. Somehow, she sensed an aura similar to Ash's. Come to think of it, both Ash and Ask were removed from the rankings due to a major dispute with a noble client. It's probably impossible for her. There was no real basis for it. It was mostly a receptionist's intuition and a woman's gut feeling. But if Oswell, the person in charge, was satisfied, then that was fine. Olia gave up on thinking deeply about it. She wasn't paid enough for such a position or salary. It was beyond her station, something she needn't concern herself with. It's about time I stopped looking for the country and started searching for my next dog who'll obey me. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Olia began trimming her nails. Chapter 294, Everyone was a weirdo. I headed east from Risperia. Nearly 10 days had passed since I began mapping the outer perimeter, keeping the border in mind. Then I shifted to mapping the interior. Surprisingly, I gained a few new skills from the monsters I encountered, including those in the C-rank hunting grounds I'd targeted. And even after crushing 2 small bandit groups in the mountainous areas along the way, I only gained a few experience points, though not enough to level up any skills. At the Transmigrator spawn point, Rill picked up a hollow plastic bag, which left us at a loss for how to react, as well as a single sandal that I could tell was definitely from Earth. Other than that, the dreary aerial journey continued without any major progress or growth. Low-key, they've finally finished. Whoa, seriously. The moment I returned to base, Carla's words sent my excitement skyrocketing. It seemed the day I'd been eagerly awaiting had finally arrived. This time, Zio's share was ready too. When the 3 of us rushed to Lodge's place, we saw that several pieces of equipment had been laid out on the desk, alongside empty bottles of booze and women's underwear. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we start with Loki this time? As he spoke, Lodge promptly handed me a full set of leather armor, clearly made from gargoyle material, along with a matching piece of face armor for the head. The deep navy blue, accented here and there with black highlights, was quite splendid. Obviously, this gear is a complete upgrade over what Loki's wearing now. It's strong against physical attacks, such as strikes and slashes. But above all, its enhanced water resistance makes it superior to most other materials. So is there something better than this? I looked up, taken aback by the unexpected information. Lodge tilted his head slightly, then gave a subtle nod. My great-grandfather heard about it from the people, though. Apparently, such absurd monsters exist in the sea. The sea. Well, that does sound plausible. Does Zio know anything? I know of a fairly large monster that preyed on trading ships at sea. They were a real pain, appearing unpredictably, even after being defeated. I'm sure countless extermination parties were organized. So it's probably a regular boss then. Hey, what about that other thing? The one that erases islands? Lodge's and my voices overlapped. I could still understand attacking ships, but wiping out islands? What even is that? It feels like a different scale or a different quality altogether. It's just a rumor, right? I've never seen any records confirming its existence. I once heard a story about how negative emotions born from a great disaster were channeled into monsters to control them. Which is it, really? After seeing that rotten dragon, the idea of such a monstrous creature from another dimension doesn't seem so far-fetched. Creating a clear-cut villain, whether fictional or not, to unite a country or town is actually a plausible tactic. Well, if you're going to fight such a monster someday, isn't this the perfect armor? This thing's strong water resistance will come in handy, right? Lodge tapped the equipment with a pat-pat sound as he spoke. I nodded deeply in agreement. Yeah, you're right, just like Lodge said. Having a specific use is what gives equipment meaning. Yes, this is something to be happy about. Specialized resistance gear, in particular, has limited uses. At least in MMOs, it's not meant for PvP. Instead, it's the type that becomes essential in certain situations. So, if it gets its moment to shine, that's something to celebrate. I don't dislike collecting gear that costs time and money but has no practical use. However, I'm not looking for that right now. Next, Carla received leather armor similar to mine, followed by Zio. For some reason, Zio was given a cape instead of armor. The way he donned it and fluttered through the air looked incredibly stylish and cool. Are you sure this is okay? Zio nodded, arms crossed, in response to Lodge's words. Even though my strength is slowly returning, my body still isn't in a state where I can fight properly. Besides, Master, you never wore armor, just a cloak, right? I wonder if that's really okay. Well, back in the day, he was probably so strong that armor didn't matter. Besides, we had extra materials. Since it's boss material, it should be excellent for channeling magic power. I carved some of Gargoyle's bone to make a staff. Oh, it suits you perfectly, Master. Indeed. The gray-tinged bone staff had an oddly bulging handle and a sharpened tip that could easily pierce an animal. Zio had never used a staff before, but it should provide a bonus to magic-related skills. Zio was originally a mage and usually wielded axes or tools, but this weapon really suits him. So, what's the weapon's name? Once again, Lodge's and my voices overlapped. What is a weapon's name? A short sword is a short sword. I've never seen a weapon name listed, even if a maker's name was written on the shopfront. In games, though, it's common for equipment to have proper names. A quick glance at Lodge showed him frozen in utter shock. He seemed to be taking a long time to process Zio's words. I've never named any equipment before. I see, then I shall name it, Ashbone Dragon Staff. Carla looked up at Zio with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Lodge stood there with his mouth half open, lost in thought. Zio was undoubtedly the most level-headed person at this base. But it brought back memories from middle school. I remembered giving a cool name to a mysterious sword that had appeared out of nowhere and fighting something in my dreams. Could it be Zio's actually a dangerous guy too? This thought flashed through my mind, but since I had brought him to this remote forest, there was nothing I could do about it now. As comrades, I guess I just have to ride this big wave too. Zio, could you name my armor too? It's unusual to name armor. Well, fine, I'd call it Azure Dragon Scale Armor. Nice, I'll take that. Well, what is it? Was it common practice back when Zio and Carla were born to name equipment like that? Since most equipment had names, it felt like people named the things that didn't have them. That's right. If you inherited equipment from your parents or companions, inheriting its name was just the norm. So it's a race-specific cultural thing, huh? I don't know about the dwarves back then, but humans had customs like passing down family heirlooms, along with the family inheritance, didn't they? And a lot of gear was named by the gods, too. Ammo. Carla started saying things that made no sense mid-sentence, so I couldn't understand the conversation at all. When I told them, they dug deeper into ancient equipment practices. First, powerful individuals like Zio often wore dungeon-made weapons and accessories that granted special bonuses or abilities. Lodge agreed with this. Just as I'd studied in the book, weapons and accessories were dungeon-made, while armor was entrusted to blacksmiths. That's precisely why the cost of making armor at Valnir felt like such a ripoff. Furthermore, some dungeon-made weapons and accessories have unique names based on their abilities. Anyone with a high enough appraisal skill can confirm this. For Zio and his former comrades, having a name for weapons and accessories was normal. If an item didn't have a name, they'd give it one. Nevertheless, high-rarity gear with excellent stats or modifiers is a treasure to be kept for life. When death or old age approached, it was common practice to pass them on to someone, a child, a comrade, or another trusted soul. I knew some dungeon-dropped gear was in high demand, but I never imagined the goddesses themselves named them. Ahem. Listening to Lodge, I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. This job probably wasn't handled by the goddesses in the first place. If they had known, they would have made a ring with maximum concealment for themselves from the start. That means it was Felza-sama who set up that kind of system. That's exactly why dungeons are still fun. Right, Loki? Give me a little more time on that weapon. It's a type I've never made before, so the adjustments are taking longer. It's not like I need it right away, so no worries. Also, I made this thing you mentioned. Oh, how was it? Was it easy? Making something this simple is easy, but that spiral-like coil you talked about, that's beyond me. Someone stronger in processing than blacksmithing would be better suited for that sort of thing. Got it. This is good enough, thanks. So this one's easy to make. It's still a total dump job, but it might be useful somehow if I pass it along to Yagov-san and the others. Well then, I'll go test it out right away. If you want any bestowing, just say so, and I'll add it now. After storing the finished sample, I set to work as a novice bestowing specialist, including my own piece. Once that was done, I headed out for nighttime hunting to familiarize myself with the new equipment and map southern Pomera. Chapter 295, To the Next Country. The capital city of the Kingdom of Freyville, Grayzel. I came to this city with Felin, Rist, and Rill. Rist was conducting the now customary market price survey in the capital. Felin was checking out the local cuisine and ingredients, while Rill, claiming to help Felin, was eating non-stop. I was checking out the mercenary guild in the city. Satisfied that I could fly back here immediately if anything happened, I exhaled deeply on a rooftop overlooking the surroundings. This is already the third country, huh? This one went pretty fast, didn't it? Probably because Loki's flying speed has gotten faster. Phew, it's still nowhere near Rill's wings, but it's gradually taking shape. We nibbled on delicious fatty meat bought from a street stall, our eyes closed as we studied the completed map. I spent the first half exploring Pomera, but for Freyville alone, it was probably a little over a month total. As they mentioned, travel speed is an issue, but more importantly, there are fewer hunting grounds to stop at. That's probably the biggest factor in saving time. At this rate, I feel like I could finish mapping a country the size of Lagraith or Waltz in about a month. Of course, that's assuming I don't stop anywhere and focus solely on mapping. I'd like to visit various parts of Lagraith soon. The only other place I'd stop is a shop that seems to have a wide variety of spices. A shop specializing in magic tools. Ria said she wants to study in her free time, so she wants one of each type. What about Firal's wish? A horse, right? I sometimes see wild ones when I fly. Yeah, I'll bring one back when I have enough magical power. Until then, she'll have to make do with Alicia's cat. No need to rush. We might find something in the next country. Oh, isn't the next place the dungeon that Loki wanted to visit? Yep, I'm already super excited. Me too. Be sure to bring back lots of seeds. Everyone donned their robes and shuffled along, chatting, as we made our way toward our destination. They were calm, clearly showing that they had grown accustomed to life in the lower world. Someone must have pinpointed our destination through wide area scouting. A smile naturally spread across my face as I watched the group leading the way. As the financier, I followed behind, gazing at the increasingly dependable backs of the goddesses. Section. After finishing my shopping, I gathered my luggage and we dispersed on site. The first place I went afterward was the Hunters Guild in Bezart. I handed Yagov-san and Amanda-san, who were sitting next to me as usual, the barrier magic tools that I had collected multiple times in Guinea. Then I handed over the nails that I had made the day before, the design for the screws that Lodge said he couldn't make, and Kojo-san's bag. Along with the design for the makeup brush inside and a set of unicorn horsehair from Pomera. The bag's contents were strictly limited to the brush design, which seemed highly reproducible. I agonized over what to do until the last moment, but ultimately decided not to reveal them. I would keep them hidden myself. I didn't want to burden the Bezart people with unnecessary risk or have them die. My selfishness and stubbornness were the primary reasons. Since I had gone to the trouble of carefully holding onto those relics from the past, Yagov-san and the others would surely seek out more, fully aware of the risks. They might even seek out the otherworlders themselves, targeting points where transmigrators spawn with high probability. Even so, if the information stayed within Bezart, it might be manageable. But what if word reached other nations? No one would tolerate such a lucrative spot being monopolized. It's easy to imagine Bezart being attacked first. If I lack confidence in my ability to protect them, I can't make a choice that deliberately exposes them to danger. While showing them a Phillips screwdriver that I hadn't seen in a long time and the back of a calculator to explain the purpose of screws, my mind was elsewhere entirely. It's a secret I'd rather not keep. Even so, offering a quiet apology in my heart, I finished my explanation, hoping it would spark something. Then I left Bezart. After that, I headed to the royal capital, Falmenta. I went to the commercial guild and greeted Wadel-san, the guy with the side-parted hair who was gradually becoming my point of contact. After confirming the situation, I learned that discussions with the commercial guild of the Kingdom of Waltz had concluded within the past 2 months, and that they had begun selling their own maps. Very well then, I received several sheets of parchment for expenses and handed Wadel-san the third map, that of the Kingdom of Fravel. Negotiating with Fravel next, he grumbled. However, his tone and expression clearly showed that he was pleased. With this, the commercial guild would surely give it their all for profit, even without being told. Finally, the destination. Inside Belia Palace, I raised my voice toward a single door. "Hello. What is it? You're so noisy." An old granny appeared, fuming, but her wrinkled hand immediately reached out when I handed her the souvenirs. "Here are some souvenirs from Fravel. I found some fabric with an unusual pattern that would be perfect for a lap blanket. I also got some tea leaves that don't seem to be available in Lagraith, as well as this honey, which seems to be a local specialty." "Well, not bad. Low-key boy drinks too, right? I'll brew some for you as a thank you." "Please do." I looked around but couldn't see her noisy great-granddaughter any. I wonder if she's still working hard on the book as usual. "But you're traveling to Fravel." It seems Loki Boy had a hand in convincing the old man Org to sell a large quantity of dragon materials. Foo-foo, those are materials that were rarely available because Waltz blocked them. The country is overjoyed, so don't make that kind of noise. So I did a good job. I chose to sell them to the guild instead of negotiating with the old woman, because it felt like I was siding with Lagraith. Ultimately, Orgson sold it to the country, rendering my actions pointless. I could only manage a bitter smile. Well, if it means I wasn't directly involved, then maybe it was for the best. After having some tea and taking a breather, I went with the old woman to the room across from the library. Since I appeared so suddenly, I heard that they entrusted book management to Litrpg, who is almost always in the palace. I suddenly remembered the last time I visited. Come to think of it, there was a girl named Kara who was making books the other day. Is there something about her? Have you already seen her, Loki Boy? I couldn't tell what she meant. Since I had seen both her unusual appearance and her special skill, though, I nodded firmly. After sighing, the old woman answered. It's called ancestral regression. Humans, too, if you trace their long history, are mostly mixed with demi-humans. It depends on how thick the blood is, but rarely do the mixed demi-human traits come out strong like that. So that's why you protect her. Protect, that's too soft. We make sure she works and studies properly, and let her figure out how she wants to live. Once she finds something she wants to do, she can take responsibility for herself and challenge whatever she likes. They're blessed, aren't they? Kara-chan and Litrpg too. Not really. If they just have a few beastmen or elf traits, you can manage. But those two's traits aren't that simple. People's eyes are far crueler than you'd imagine. Bullied, persecuted, and isolated, they become spectacles just to scrape by. I suddenly recalled Rubiera-san, the reincarnator whose voice was destroyed, and how I managed to avoid that all-too-plausible path. I had gained opportunities to learn, and it seemed like I was happier than most children. But then again, that's right. I remembered that humans can become infinitely cruel with just the slightest trigger. Litrpg, we have a customer. Bring the finished product over here. Here he comes. Oh, it's Loki. Long time no see. Hello. Riko-san. Great-grandma's here. Riko-san, I say. What way is it? She must have been incredibly focused. As I watched Ultracosan jump up after being nudged in the side, I decided to test it for now. Mind's eye. It worked this time, but I see. I won't ask for details, nor is it something I could possibly ask about. Besides, even without asking, it's almost certainly a case of Ultracosan reverting to her giant ancestry. However, the unfamiliar skill, Pain Block, made me wonder about the true nature of the giant race. Loki-san. Sorry. We worked hard this time, right? Loki, can you pay? 9 books of varying thickness had been laid out before me at some point. Having apparently pushed the current 3-person team to its absolute limit, they taunted me confidently as I disgorged the roughly 200 million beak they demanded in a mountainous heap. Huh. WH what? That's insane. Where did that come from? You definitely didn't have that much at the start, right? Did you get it after that? That's how it is. Once the culprit of the dragon material was led back to me, you could have guessed, right? Yeah. Waltz is still wary, so they said materials that could be used for equipment or gear were still restricted. But suddenly, a huge amount of A-rank materials came in. Considering the quantity and the route, I figured there was no other explanation than that skill. That's why, tell the higher-ups, make sure they don't get any funny ideas. There are kids right in front of us. I couldn't say anything too extreme, but I figured it would still get through to the old woman. Honestly, staying out of it isn't going to cut it anymore, is it? Also, be careful with those magic tools they're digging up north. If handled incorrectly, they could make our worst fears become reality. I see, by the way. That tasteless history book I gave you before, have you looked at it yet? Sorry, I haven't gotten around to it yet. Hey. The country basically forced it on us, so you really don't need to look at it. But I'll tell you this much, everything in that book is true. That much is absolutely certain. Since I hadn't seen the contents, I didn't know how to react. But if the old woman says it's true, then, for better or worse, it must contain the real story. Then I guess I should finally read it. With that thought in mind, I finished the tasks I needed to do and returned to base. Chapter 296, Contents of the Book. The sheer cliff that separated the upper and lower plateaus now contained several rooms. One room was a food storage area, accessible directly from the lower plateau and primarily used by Zio and Alicia. This space receives no direct sunlight and was gradually expanded using earth magic and spatial magic. I also generate large amounts of ice as needed, so the interior maintains a temperature similar to that of a refrigerator. The former armory, where we once stored recovered equipment, was now inexplicably littered with logs and had become Zio's mushroom cultivation site. He seemed to be sorting through the logs, but I couldn't understand it, so I left it entirely up to Zio. This covers the lower area, which hasn't seen much active expansion. The distance from Zio's home to the cliff is several kilometers, and the newly built material warehouse has contributed to this as well. Behind the waterfall, in an area I call the middle section, there's a secret room that only I can access right now, though the goddesses probably know about it. It's a small room, about 10 square meters, with most of the entrance blocked off, leaving only a small air vent. Inside, there's a handmade stone chair and desk, as well as a recently replaced, high-quality bed. On the desk lay my crumpled underwear. Fluffy fur rugs covered the floor, and there was a magic tool for drying things. It was definitely a pretty comfortable personal space. All right, time to get serious. It had been almost a year since I arrived in this other world. I've gotten pretty used to it, so it's probably time to gradually expand my hobbies. With that thought in mind, I created a narrow passageway and spawned 2 new rooms beyond it. The first is an equipment room. I have a lot of leftover furniture, such as water-resistant armor that has already been superseded, armor with holes, and the 1st and 2nd generation short swords. I gather suitable items from the material warehouse, set them up, and arrange them on shelves. I salvaged and arranged a few costume racks, too, but honestly, I'm either flying through the skies or hunting. I don't feel the need to buy clothes. Since Carla is digging up clothes close to my size, I can get similar ones from him once things settle down, since we have similar builds. It's unclear when it'll be ready, but Alicia was eager to make me clothes, too. The other room connected to the original living quarters is a study. With the books I bought this time, I finally have 20. Since I plan to keep adding to my collection, I set up a few shelves that could serve as bookcases. However, I'll only put books here that I probably won't need to refer back to often. I want to be able to check books like dictionaries immediately in an emergency, so I'll keep them stored away until I can make spare copies. I sorted through them, flipping through the pages to check the contents. Magical Tools Catalog, Volume 3. True to its name, it's an encyclopedia of magical tools, like a modern-day catalog. Each volume introduces 20 numbered magical tools and their effects. It's incredibly useful for finding excellent tools that I don't yet own. Ria absolutely loves magical tools, so she'd probably be quietly thrilled if I showed her this, even if she didn't show it on her face. I bought Volume 2 last time, so I wonder why Ultrakosan didn't finish Volume 1 first. How to use slave trading houses. Key points to look for. Seems to summarize the characteristics of slave trading houses in various countries. However, I've never been interested in them, so I don't know how to react. However, since the old lady seems to have found and raised Kara-chan, this might be the kind of place she'd look. Apparently, some countries don't recognize slavery, but that seems quite limited. I don't know what era this book was written in. Since slave trading houses seem to exist in most countries, though, it might be worth visiting one for the experience. Tactical Theory, Formation Tactics, Volume 4. This book is clearly meant for Ril. There's no situation in which learning this would be useful. Even after reading it, I don't grasp its meaning, so skimming is sufficient. A guy whose specialty is solo action could never understand group behavior psychology. Madame Oz's Queen of Beauty. It seems like a story, but it's an odd book. It's about a universally acknowledged beautiful woman who fears aging. She eventually overcomes her fear, but she loses so much in the process that she becomes a monster. Since our base has a beautiful-looking boy and a handsome older man who has overcome aging, thinking about it that way makes it seem like a true story. Various characteristics. Mounted creatures used for practical purposes. This topic is fascinating, both as knowledge and as reading material. It lists numerous mounted creatures with practical uses throughout history, ranging from common horses, camels, and elephants, whose presence on Earth is easily imagined, to giant birds and serpentine monsters depicted in illustrations. The text states that with the taming and monster summoning skills, one can ride various creatures. The creatures are ranked by broad categories, including capture difficulty, based on rarity and strength, movement speed, stamina, estimated load capacity, including how many people it can carry, and special skills, such as aerial movement or breath attacks. This makes it easy to understand. The king of mounts, naturally, is the dragon species, specifically the super-large ancient species known as Hansan's pet. The Ulsroy War. This book is a dud. I can tell it's a summary of a war, but I have no idea what era it's from. The contents are just what you'd expect from a war, nothing particularly noteworthy. Jure Kingdom. Local specialties and folk crafts. I think it was the country to the west, adjacent to Lagraith. It shows various items along with their locations, and you can immediately tell that it was written by someone with a high drawing skill. The only thing that caught my interest was incense. Then, I saw a picture of someone smoking something that looked like a tube. I quietly closed the book, thinking that smoking was bad for my health. I don't want to smoke now, but just in case. Let's Change Jobs, Revised Edition of Occupation List. This is the book that lists various occupations that I saw with the old woman at the beginning. Even though I can't get a job myself, looking through it again, I'm overwhelmed by the sheer volume and depth of its content. It's practically a strategy guide. I don't have any plans for it right now, but if Zia or Carla ever shows interest in jobs, I'll show them this book. Top 3 Noble Academies to send your kids to in the Central Continent. I thought, oh, there are school-like ones. They're called Noble Academies, but it's all about money. Pay the required sum, and even commoners can enroll. The age requirements are pretty lax, too. It's basically up to age 15, with nothing else clearly defined. Come to think of it, since this world doesn't seem to have official registries, age is probably based on appearance and self-reporting. If I were to start school now, I'd rather hunt monsters. But I'd like to visit Crucy's High Noble Academy since it has one of the largest book collections on the continent. While arranging things, I ended up reading more and more, but first and foremost, this room needs a desk and chair. With that in mind, I set up a high-class looking desk and chair. Wow, it looks impressive. Sitting in the chair alone and looking around, I suddenly feel like a capable man. I might as well take a look. Tomorrow I'll enter a new country, the Kingdom of Ortran. I'll be busy traveling and exploring my first dungeon once that happens, so if I'm going to read, I should do it now. I brew some coffee, put the magic tool that emits warm air at my feet to use, and cover my entire body with magic power as part of my training. Then, I pick up the history and prospects of the Kingdom of Lagraith. This is bad. Just like the Ulsroy War I saw earlier, it's boring. I want to learn useful knowledge, but I have zero interest in the past kings. I guess it's okay. With that thought in mind, I skimmed through the pages. Suddenly, my finger stopped turning the pages on one of the later pages. The only unidentifiable. A mysterious sphere, estimated to be of the first grade. Out of curiosity, I skimmed the preceding and following pages and learned that Lagraith had collected ancient artifacts from the surrounding lands formed by the blast for many years, including those from the Bale's Sea of Trees. As expected, however, most of the artifacts were fragments of parts damaged beyond use. Without the technology to repair them, the fragments were unusable. Additionally, even if the damage was minor, many items had an unknown purpose or method of activation, so they simply lay dormant in the national treasury as ancient relics. At one point, however, the situation changed completely. An ancient appraisal magic tool that functioned perfectly was unearthed, as this book states. Apparently, using this magic tool allowed them to determine whether the many dormant relics could function. Furthermore, it seems they could discern the effects the relics would produce if functional. Consequently, while most were broken, some are apparently still used today as magic tools with extraordinary capabilities. These items weren't particularly dangerous. The book lists distinctive magic tools, such as the rain-summoning magic tool, the magic tool covering an ultra-wide area with a barrier, and the magic tool enabling communication with distant locations, each with its specific capabilities detailed. I wonder if it's wise to share this information with me. But precisely because I declared that I belong nowhere, they might be trying to earn my trust rather than risk information leakage. However, there was one ancient magical tool whose capabilities couldn't be determined even with appraisal magic: the mysterious sphere mentioned earlier. It was described as a black, spherical object about 3 meters in size. While it could be rolled, it was impossible to lift. It is currently sealed away underground under strict security. A black object that can't be lifted, but is that actually a disc? I suddenly recalled the disc at the center of the Pomera Great Forest, though I suspected it was probably not the same. Even Alicia couldn't determine its purpose, meaning that, while it's possible, it likely failed God's appraisal. That's why there are suspicions that Felzasama created it. If that's the case, then no matter how advanced the ancient people were, they were still human in the end. Therefore, it must be something separate from that thing. I think it means they created the pinnacle of something that could be made within the scope of human capability. I can't handle the solution, so the only option is for the goddess to see the object. I've already warned the old lady, though, so if it's sealed underground, it shouldn't be a problem. I doubt she'd tell me exactly where, though. I should report this to Ria. Wait, no, Ria's probably already reading this book. Come to think of it, I remember seeing her reading a book in Waltz's Lowenfort. Is that why she started investigating troublemakers and analyzing magic tools? I don't know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Even if I looked at it, I wouldn't understand anything at this level of analysis. There's no point in getting involved in what seems like state secrets when I haven't done anything yet. If I get too involved, I'll be treated like a Lagraith citizen, which would be problematic. I'm on friendly terms with the old lady and the people of Bezart. Ultimately, though, Lagraith is just a trading partner from which I purchase books. I'm free to visit other countries because of that, and I'll do business with foreign countries if the deal is good. So please, old lady. I don't think so. Still, I suddenly imagined the royal capital of Falmenta, the old lady, and the palace where Eni and Ultracosan were. I pictured the scene where I carry out the execution and immediately shook my head vigorously from side to side. I want to protect them, so cut me some slack. Why did I say that out loud? The words echoed in the small room as if I were trying to convince myself. Loki's Notebook 7. Name, Loki Yuto Mamiya. Salesman, level 60. Skill points remaining, 121. Magic power, 5734, 5734, 684, plus 50/50. Strength, 2276, 370 plus 1906. Intelligence, 2048, 371, plus 1057 gargoyle plus 620. Defense, 2046, 364 plus 995 Varakan plus 687. Magic defense, 1639, 354 plus 1285. Agility, 1500, 364 plus 937 winged dragon plus 199. Dexterity, 1953, 363 plus 1590. Luck, 1093, 364 plus 729. Blessings, none. Title, King Antslayer. Acquired skills, Combat and Tactic System skills. Swordsmanship LV7, Dagger Technique LV7, Stick Art LV7, Martial Arts LV7, Staff Technique LV6, Shield Technique LV5, Archery LV6, Axe Technique LV6, Spearmanship LV6, Hammer Technique LV6, Scythe Technique LV6, Dual Wielding LV2, Throwing Technique LV5, Berserk LV8, Intimidation LV7, Sacrifice LV5, Provocation LV5, Two-Handed Weapons LV4, Range Increase LV1, Command LV5, Mounted Combat LV7, Body Strengthening LV6, Encouragement LV5, Hidden Weapon Techniques LV3. Magic System skills, Fire Magic LV7, Lightning Magic LV8, Water Magic LV6, Earth Magic LV6, Wind Magic LV7, Ice Magic LV6, Light Magic LV5, Dark Magic LV6, Non-Attribute Magic LV8, Healing Magic LV5, Barrier Magic LV1, Spatial Magic LV6, Time Magic LV5, Magic Power Manipulation LV6, Magic Power Detection LV6, Abbreviated Chanting LV5, Activation Standby LV2. Magic Range Increase. Job System skill, Construction LV5, Mining LV6, Logging LV6, Hunting LV7, Dismantling LV7, Cooking LV7, Farming LV7, Fishing LV5, Sewing LV5, Fine Arts LV4, Drawing LV4, Crafting LV4, Processing LV5, Animal Husbandry LV6, Foraging LV5, Communication LV6, Housekeeping LV7, Negotiation LV6, Music Performance LV3, Pharmacy LV4, Etiquette LV5, Dancing LV3, Singing LV4, Sculpting LV1, Alchemy LV2, Brewing LV4, Gardening LV1, Daily Life Skills, Jumping LV6, Flight LV8, Voice Amplification LV5, Different Language Comprehension LV8, Arithmetic LV5, Memorization LV5, Keen Hearing LV4, Concealment LV8, Writing LV7, Escape LV6, Presence Detection LV7, Stealthy Steps LV5, Trap Creation LV6, Trap Removal LV6, Vision Enlargement LV6, Investigation LV6, Farsight LV6, Night Vision LV8, Swiftness LV6, Appraisal LV4, Insight LV5, Mana Transfer LV3, Trap Detection LV2, Bestow, Swimming LV2, Beast Speech Comprehension LV1, Animal Training LV2, Pure Passive System skills, Increased Automatic Magic Power Recovery LV7, Increased Maximum Magic Power LV7, Physical Attack Resistance LV6, Magic Attack Resistance LV4, Earth Resistance LV4, Wind Resistance LV6, Steel Heart LV5, Superhuman Strength LV7, Calm Mind LV6, Unbreakable Strength LV7, Swift Wind LV6, Special Moves LV6, Good Luck LV5, Sealing Magic LV4, Poison Resistance LV8, Paralysis Resistance LV4, Sleep Resistance LV4, Charm Resistance LV2, Petrification Resistance LV6, Fire Resistance LV8, Water Resistance LV7, Dark Resistance LV6, Lightning Resistance LV6, Ice Resistance LV5. Other Special, Divine Communication LV2, Map-Making LV4, Soul Armor LV3, Oracle LV1, Slave Magic LV4. Other Monster, Usable. Bite LV8, Dig LV8, Photosynthesis LV6, Physical Defense Up LV4, Sleepy Eyes LV3. Claw Technique LV8, Insight LV4, Stomp LV7, Call to Assembly LV7, Hardening LV6, Acid Resistance LV8, Status Abnormality Resistance Increase LV7, Roar LV6, Charge LV7, Whirlwind LV6, Forced Awakening LV9, Enhanced Sense of Smell LV4, Fire Breath, Ignition LV6, White Flame LV1, Inferno Pillar LV5, Scorching Breath LV5, Bite LV6, Disintegration LV3, Absorption LV3, Freezing Breath LV6, Stone Eye LV7, Physical Attack Power Increase LV6, Immobility LV6, Shockwave LV6, Terrain Resistance LV4, Water Circulation LV5, Mirror Water LV4. Other Monsters, Unusable. Spores LV5, Mutification LV5, Resonance LV7, Viscous Threads LV4, Shedding LV3, Acidic Fluid LV7, Mimicry LV6, Vaporization LV8, Poison Mist LV5, Combination LV8, Separation LV8, Flame Tail LV5, Final Scream LV7, Phantom LV8, Shadow Step LV6, Earthbind LV6, Elemental Change LV7, Formless Water Spear LV5. Combat and Tactic System Skill. Swordsmanship LV7. As long as the user is wielding a sword-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a positive bonus magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 310% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 17, strength bonus. Dagger technique, LV7. As long as the user wields a dagger-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a positive bonus, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 310% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 17, strength bonus. Stick art LV7. As long as the user wields a stick-shaped weapon, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement equal to 310% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Martial arts LV7. As long as the user strikes with their own body, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption, 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 310% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Axe technique LV6. As long as the user wields an axe-shaped weapon, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 280% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 15, strength bonus. Spearmanship LV6. As long as the user wields a spear-shaped weapon, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 280% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 15, strength bonus. Hammer technique LV6. As long as the user wields a hammer-shaped weapon, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 280% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 15, strength bonus. Scythe technique LV6. As long as the user wields a scythe-shaped weapon, they gain a positive modifier to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 280% of their stats. Magic power consumption, 15, strength bonus. Archery LV6. As long as the user wields a bow-shaped weapon, they gain a positive modifier to attack actions and range, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can perform a specific action with a limited enhancement of 280% of their stats. Magic power consumption. 15. Dexterity bonus. Staff technique LV5. As long as the user wields a staff-shaped weapon, they gain a positive modifier to magic effects, magic activation time, and defense actions. Magic power consumption. 0. Intelligence bonus. Shield technique LV5. As long as the user wields a shield, they gain a positive bonus to defensive actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 2 seconds, the user can apply a limited enhancement to specific actions equal to 250% of their stats. Magic power consumption. 13. Defense bonus. Throwing technique LV5. Increases throwing distance by 50 meters, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally grants a bonus to throwing speed accuracy. Magic power consumption. 13. Dexterity bonus. Provocation LV5. Makes it easier to draw attention to oneself. Activation range, within 50 meters. Activates on creatures within a 2-meter radius centered on the target. Magic power consumption. 13. Defense bonus. Berserk LV8. After use, applies a limited bonus equal to 290% of the user's stats to all normal attack actions. However, until the duration expires, the user cannot perform any actions other than normal attacks against surrounding creatures. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Dual wielding LV2. As long as the user wields a different weapon in each hand, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions. Applies to any weapon type. Passive effect. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Intimidation LV7. Inflicts intense fear on one targeted enemy, inducing action inhibition and mental confusion. Magic power consumption, 5 magic power bonus. Sacrifice LV5. Only when unarmed, temporarily increases strength and agility by up to 200%. Effect duration, 1 minute. Magic power consumption. 25 strength bonus. Command LV5. The thoughts of the skill user commander become easier to convey to allies under their command. Effectiveness depends on skill level. Range, 1,000 meters. Duration, 30 minutes. Magic power consumption, 50. Intelligence bonus. Encouragement, LV5. Increases all stats by 20% for allies within a 25-meter radius. Cannot stack with other instances of this skill. Skill user is excluded from the effect. Duration, 10 minutes. Magic power consumption, 28. Luck bonus. Body strengthening LV6. Uses magic power to temporarily increase strength, defense, agility, and dexterity values up to 160%. Duration, 6 minutes. Magic power consumption, 30. Dexterity bonus. Mounted combat LV7. While mounted, all stats receive a plus 135% bonus. Also applies a bonus to the mounted creature. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Two-handed weapons LV4. Only when wielding a single weapon with both hands, gains a positive bonus to attack and defense actions. Applies to any weapon type. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Hidden weapon technique, LV3. As long as the user wields a weapon classified as a hidden weapon, they gain a bonus to attack and defense actions, magic power consumption. 0. Optionally, for 1 second, they perform a limited enhancement on a specific action with a 190% boost to stats. Magic power consumption. 9. Agility bonus. Range increase LV1. Increases range by 10%, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Magic system skill. Fire magic LV7. Can cast fire magic spells with magic power consumption under 70. Intelligence bonus. Earth magic LV6. Can cast earth magic spells with magic power consumption under 60. Magic defense bonus. Wind magic LV7. Can cast wind magic spells with magic power consumption under 70. Agility bonus. Water magic LV6. Can cast water magic with magic power consumption under 60. Defense bonus. Ice magic LV6. Can cast ice magic with magic power consumption under 60. Defense bonus. Lightning Magic LV8 can cast lightning magic with magic power consumption under 80. Intelligence bonus. Light Magic LV5 can cast light magic with magic power consumption under 50. Luck bonus. Dark Magic LV6 can cast dark magic with magic power consumption under 60. Magic power bonus. Non-attribute magic LV8 can cast non-attribute magic with magic power consumption under 80. Magic power bonus. Healing Magic LV5 can cast healing magic with magic power consumption under 50. Defense bonus. Barrier Magic LV1 can create a barrier around the caster. Strength, range, and properties depend on the infused magic power. Magic defense bonus. Time Magic LV5 can be cast on living beings within a 2-meter radius centered on the target, choosing to decrease or increase their agility stat by plus or minus 250%. The final decrease is determined by the target's resistance and cannot become negative. Magic power consumption, 75 every 10 seconds. Intelligence bonus. Spatial Magic LV6 temporarily connects to a subspace and utilizes that space. Magic power consumption, 50% reduction. Depends on the range of space used and the connection duration. Magic power II bonus. Magic power manipulation LV6 improves magic power manipulation, making it easier to apply to spells. Also reduces spell casting time by 30%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Magic detection LV6 heightens sensitivity to magic flow and concentration around the user. Range, 30 m radius. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Abbreviated chanting LV5 increases the rate of single target magic image transmission to spirits by up to 50%. Passive. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Activation Standby LV2 allows up to 4 seconds of waiting from a ready-to-cast state. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Magic range increase LV2. Increases magic range by 20%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Job system skills. Hunting LV7 enhances hunting skills, making it significantly easier to spot prey. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Dismantling LV7 enhances dismantling skills, allowing for faster and more precise dismantling. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Foraging LV5 enhances foraging skills, making it easier to discover forage items. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Conversation LV6 enhances conversational ability. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Cooking LV7 significantly enhances cooking skills. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Farming LV7 greatly enhances farming skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Fishing LV5 enhances fishing skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Housekeeping LV7 greatly enhances housekeeping skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Sewing LV5 enhances sewing skill. Permanently active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Fine Arts LV4 slightly enhances art skill. Permanently active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Drawing LV4 slightly enhances drawing skill. Permanently active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Construction LV5 enhances construction skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Mining LV6 enhances mining skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Crafting LV4 slightly enhances crafting skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Processing LV5 enhances processing skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Logging LV6 enhances logging skill. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Negotiation LV6 enhances negotiation skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Animal husbandry LV6 enhances animal husbandry skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Etiquette LV5 enhances etiquette skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Dance LV3 slightly enhances dance skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Singing LV4 slightly enhances singing skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Pharmacy LV4 slightly enhances pharmacy skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Music performance LV3 slightly enhances music performance skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Alchemy LV2 slightly enhances the alchemy skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Sculpting LV1 slightly enhances sculpting skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Brewing LV4 slightly enhances brewing skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Gardening LV1 slightly enhances gardening skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension, LV8. Allows the user to understand specialized terminology and converse to a certain degree in any language used by humanoids, even without prior knowledge. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Vision enlargement LV6 slightly expands upward, downward, left, and right fields of vision, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Farsight LV6 allows the user to see distant objects clearly, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Night vision LV8 significantly improves visibility in darkness. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Presence detection LV7 heightens sensitivity to moving entities around the user. Range, 35 m radius. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Investigation LV6. Searches for the presence of specific objects within range. Range, 180 m radius. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Concealment LV8. Can deceive presence detection, insight, and investigation skills of LV8 or lower. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Swiftness LV6. Applies a bonus to running actions, increasing movement speed, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Stealthy steps LV5. Allows silent movement when active and conceals presence based on skill level. Magic power consumption, 10 per minute. Dexterity bonus. Escape LV6. Allows running at 250% of base speed only when being pursued. Magic power consumption, 10 every 30 seconds. Agility bonus. Jumping LV6 enhances jumping ability, allowing higher jumps than normal, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Flight LV8 allows movement through the air while suspended. Magic power consumption, 2 per minute. Magic power II bonus. Arithmetic LV5 enhances arithmetic ability, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Memorization LV5. Enhances memorization ability, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Writing LV7 significantly enhances writing ability, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Voice amplification LV5 temporarily increases vocal volume to project sound farther. Amplified voice affects original volume. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Keen hearing LV4. Temporarily enhances hearing to distinguish sounds and voices within range. Range radius, 40 meters. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Trap creation LV6. Enhances skill in crafting traps for capture killing. Assists the user's imagination. Magic power consumption, up to 150. Dexterity bonus. Trap disarming LV6. Disarms special traps created by trap creation LV6 or lower. Magic power consumption, 75. Dexterity bonus. Appraisal LV4 identifies an item's abilities, effects, ingredients, and material composition. Identification depth depends on the user's skill level, applies only to inorganic objects. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Mind's Eye LV5 allows the user to glimpse the skills possessed by a target. Applies only to living beings. Magic consumption, 5 luck bonus. Trap detection LV2. Detect naturally occurring danger zones and special traps created by trap creation LV2 or lower. Range depends on the visual field. The effect lasts 10 minutes. Magic power consumption, 7 luck bonus. Magic power transfer LV3. Transfer your own magic power to the target. Transfer rate is 65% of consumed magic power. Magic power bonus. Bestow LV1. Can bestow an attribute or specific skill onto equipment. The number of bestowals, combinations, and duration depend on skill level and target equipment. Magic power consumption, 50. Consumes 5 per second until completion. Luck bonus. Swimming LV2. Slightly improves swimming skill, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Animal training LV2 slightly improves training skills, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Beast speech comprehension LV1 allows understanding of animal and monster speech, enabling slight communication. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV8 increases resistance to poison, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Paralysis resistance LV4 increases resistance to paralysis, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Sleep resistance LV4 increases resistance to sleep, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Petrifaction resistance LV6 increases resistance to petrification, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Charm resistance LV2 increases resistance to charm, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Increases maximum magic power LV7, increases maximum magic power by 70, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Increases automatic magic power recovery LV7, increases automatic magic power recovery by 35%, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Superhuman strength LV7 increases strength by 35, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength bonus. Calm mind LV6 increases intelligence by 30, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence bonus. Unbreakable strength LV7 increases defense by 35, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Seal magic LV4 increases magic defense by 20, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Swift wind LV6 increases agility by 30, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility bonus. Special move LV6 increases dexterity by 30, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Dexterity bonus. Good luck LV5 increases luck by 25, always active. Magic power consumption. Luck bonus. Physical attack resistance LV6 increases resistance to physical attacks, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense bonus. Magic attack resistance LV4 increases resistance to magic attacks, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Fire resistance LV8 increases resistance to fire attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Earth resistance LV4 increases resistance to earth attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Wind resistance LV6 increases resistance to wind attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Water resistance LV7, increases resistance to water attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Lightning resistance LV6, increases resistance to lightning attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Ice resistance LV5, increases resistance to ice attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Dark resistance LV6, increases resistance to dark attribute magic, always active. Magic power consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Steel Heart LV5, increases resistance to mental attacks, also effective against intimidation, always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense bonus. Other special. Oracle LV1, special blessing skill for the priest class, allows the user to receive messages from goddesses, can be used once per day, cannot be activated at will. Mana consumption, 0. Magic power bonus. Divine communication LV2, special blessing skill exclusive to the Shrine Maiden class, allows communication with goddesses, can be used once per day. Usage time limit, 2 minutes. Mana consumption, 60, magic power II bonus. Map making LV4, allows scaling up to 3x magnification. Magic power consumption, 0, magic power II bonus. Soul armor LV3, retains the soul of a monster you have slain, granting 1 extracted ability. Maximum soul armor, 3 magic power consumption, 5 magic power II bonus. Slave magic LV4, enables forming slave contracts to bind targets with soul bind or subjugation. Maximum possession cost, 200. Magic power consumption, 30, only when forming a slave contract. Magic power bonus. Other monsters. Charge LV7, charges forward at 310% of ability stats. Movement range can be specified. Maximum distance, 5 meters. Mana consumption, 17. Agility bonus. Bite LV8, for 1 second applies a 330% bonus to ability stats when biting. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Photosynthesis LV6. When exposed to sunlight, natural healing power and magic power recovery are slightly increased, always active. Magic power bonus. Hardening LV6. Temporarily hardens the body, increasing defense by 11 times for the duration. Effect duration, 1 second. Mana consumption, 15, defense bonus. Physical defense up LV4, increases defense by 12%, always active. Mana consumption, 0 defense bonus. Forced awakening LV9. Forcibly awakens all members of the same species within range. Range, 1800 meters. Mana consumption, 50. Dexterity bonus. Increased status abnormalities, resistance LV7. Increases resistance to all status abnormalities, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Call to assembly LV7, forcibly gathers monsters with the resonant skill in the vicinity. Effect range, 210 meters radius. Mana consumption, 17, intelligence bonus. Digging LV8, dig holes skillfully. Effect duration, 8 minutes. Mana consumption, 2 strength bonus. Acid resistance LV8. Increases resistance to acid, always active. Mana consumption, 0, magic defense bonus. Stomp LV7, attack downward with 310% of your strength. Mana consumption, 17. Strength bonus. Enhanced sense of smell LV4, temporarily increases sense of smell. The degree of increase depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 0, luck bonus. Insight LV4. Gives a slight understanding of the strength difference between creatures within sight. Mana consumption, 0, magic power bonus. Roar LV6. Inflicts the intimidation effect on a 6-meter range in front and has a chance to nullify mental damage inflicted on oneself. Mana consumption, 50 magic defense bonus. Whirlwind LV6. Sweeps around 720 degrees with 280% of the user's ability stats in power and speed. Can move slightly when used. Mana consumption, 19. Agility bonus. Sleepy Eyes LV3. Activated while looking at the target's eyes, this ability puts the target to sleep. If the target agrees after the ability is explained, the success rate is 100%. If the ability is not explained or the target does not understand it, the success rate is determined by a combination of factors such as skill level and the target's resistance value. Mana consumption. 9. Magic defense bonus. Claw technique LV8. As long as the user is holding a claw-shaped weapon, attack and defense actions receive a bonus, no mana consumption. Optionally, for 2 seconds, a specific action can be enhanced to 340% of the user's ability stats. Mana consumption. 19. Strength bonus. Ignition LV6. Ignites the user or objects the user is touching within a specified range. The effect ends when the skill is cancelled, but the fire immediately loses control if the user is no longer in contact with the target. The amount of heat is determined by the skill level and intelligence. Mana consumption, 5 every 10 seconds. Magic power bonus. Fire breath LV6, breathes fire forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 45. Magic power bonus. Scorching breath LV5, breathes a huge, wide-range flame forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Heat depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 70. Magic power bonus. Whitefire LV1. Transforms all fire-related skills the user possesses into higher-tier whitefire. Heat output depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 20. Magic power II bonus. Hellfire pillars LV5. Generates 2 massive flame pillars that suck in, devour, and consume living beings at a distance of 15 meters from the user. The pillars and the dragon inside them cannot be controlled after being generated. Their movement becomes more active as the skill level increases. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Mana consumption, 90. Magic power II bonus. Devour LV6. Applies a 420% bonus to all stats for 1 second when biting. Mana consumption, 35. Strength bonus. Decomposition LV3. Decomposes the target using mana. Decomposition speed depends on the amount of mana used. Mana consumption reduced by 20%. Magic power bonus. Absorption LV3. Absorbs liquids through magic. Mana consumption, 0. Luck bonus. Freezing breath LV6. Breathes freezing breath forward. Range and duration depend on skill level. Cold damage depends on intelligence and skill level. Direction can be changed at will during the duration. Mana consumption, 45. Magic power bonus. Immobility LV6. Temporarily stiffens the body, increasing defense and magic defense by 16x during effect duration. However, the body cannot move at all while active. Effect duration, 6 seconds. Mana consumption, 90. Defense correction. Stone Eye LV7. Activates while looking at the target's eyes, causing them to petrify. The faster the target moves, the faster the petrification progresses. Success rate is determined by a combination of factors, including resistance stats. Mana consumption, 17. Magic power bonus. Physical attack power increase LV6, increases strength by 18%, always active. Mana consumption, 0, strength bonus. Shockwave LV6. Increases initial kinetic energy to deliver wave-like impacts. Power and range depend on skill level. Mana consumption, 45. Agility bonus. Terrain resistance LV4. Reduces susceptibility to terrain effects. Passive effect. Mana consumption, 0, technique bonus. Mirror water LV5. Automatically defends against and reflects attacks classified as magical attributes. Reflection accuracy depends on skill level. Mana consumption, 30 every 10 seconds. Cannot be activated in locations without water. Magic power II bonus. Water circulation LV4. Forcibly circulates water over a wide area. Range and speed depend on skill level. Mana consumption, 65 every minute. Cannot be activated in locations without water. Magic power bonus. Other monsters, unusable. Sticky thread LV4, cannot be used. Magic defense bonus. Shed skin LV3 cannot be used. Magic defense bonus. Resonance LV7 cannot be used. Intelligence bonus. Acidic liquid LV7 cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Mimicry LV6 cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Spores LV5 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Mutification LV5 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Vaporization LV8 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Poison mist LV5 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Combination LV8 cannot be used. Defense bonus. Divide LV8 cannot be used. Dexterity bonus. Firetail LV5 cannot be used. Agility bonus. Phantom LV8 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Shadow crossing LV6 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Attribute change LV7 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Earthbind LV6 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Final scream LV7 cannot be used. Magic power bonus. Formless water spear LV5 cannot be used. Intelligence bonus. Bonus status values. Each skill has a hidden bonus status value. These values cannot be confirmed for residents and are not displayed on the status screen, so you will not know the bonus status values for each skill unless you verify them. Skill level 1, adaptability +1. Skill level 2, adaptability +2. Skill level 3, adaptability +3. Skill level 4, adaptability +5. Skill level 5, adaptability +10. Skill level 6, adaptability +30. Skill level 7, adaptability +60. Skill level 8, adaptability +100. Magic power is doubled. Magic power II is doubled again. Skill points required to increase skill level, prayer to the goddess. 0 to 1, 2 points. 1 to 2, 4 points. 2 to 3, 12 points. 3 to 4, 30 points. 4 to 5, 50 points. 5 to 6, 100 points. 6 to 7, 200 points. 7 to 8, 300 points. Increase in each stat with level ups. Level 110, all stats increase by 3 per level, except magic power, which increases by 6. Level 1120. All stats increase by 4 per level, except magic power, which increases by 8. Level 2130. All stats increase by 5 per level, except magic power, which increases by 10. Level 3140. All stats increase by 6 per level, except magic power, which increases by 12. Level 4150. All stats increase by 7 per level, except magic power, which increases by 14. Level 5160. All stats increase by 8 per level, except magic power, which increases by 16. The relationship between skill level, required experience points, and skill experience points obtained from monsters, estimated values when the required experience points for skill level 1 are set to 100. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 are 100. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 1 to 2 are 200. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 2 is 40 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 2 to 3 is 600. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 3 is 120 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 3 to 4 is 2,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 4 to 5 are 20,000. The experience points obtained from monsters with skill level 5 are 4,000 per monster. The experience points required to advance from skill level 5 to 6 are 60,000. The experience points required to advance from skill level 6 to 7 are 200,000. How much experience is needed to go from skill level 7 to 8? 2 million. How much experience is needed to go from skill level 8 to 9? 10 million. List of countries mentioned in the story. Kingdom of Lagraith, the first country the protagonist visits. Kingdom of Waltz, east of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Freyville, also known as the Dwarf Kingdom, further east of the Kingdom of Waltz. Kingdom of Elgrand, country, where the reincarnated individual Takuya lives, northwest of the continent. Velfria Empire, country where the reincarnated individual Shiva lives, southwest of the continent. Kingdom of Albert, country where the reincarnated individual Marie lives, east of the continent. Republic of Ilion, country where the reincarnated individual Hans lives, southeast of the continent. Kingdom of Odessen, north of the continent. A country where there is a high possibility of reincarnated individuals skilled in glassmaking. Papal state of Famel location unknown. A country where the shrine maiden lives. Kingdom of Jure, west of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Ortran, a country near the Kingdom of Fravel, where a beginner's dungeon is said to exist. Ionist Kingdom, a country in the northeast of the continent, where S-rank hunting grounds exist. List of books in possession. Pharmacology Encyclopedia. Differences in skill characteristics by system. Unknown magic skills. History and prospects of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Auction hosting country. The scale and trends. List of magic tools, Volume 2. Continental Dungeon Travelogue, Volume 1. Skill level verification, Farming Edition. Who do you think I am? I'm Romando. Military strengthening. How to raise a great horse. Let's get a cat. List of magic tools, Volume 3. How to utilize slave trading houses, points to look for. Strategy, Formation Tactics, Volume 4. Madame Oz's Queen of Beauty. Various characteristics. Practical mounted creatures. Let's change jobs, revised edition of occupation list. The Ulsre War. Kingdom of Jure, local specialties and folk crafts. Central Continent edition. 3 Noble Academy candidates, you should enroll. End of Volume 7.